السلام عليكم. صباح الخير.
Hello.
السلام عليكم.
Alaikum assalam. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Try to share your slide.
Okay,
Right
just
now.
a second.
Also move the slide.
Where is my? Just a second, please.
Okay, take your time, no problem.
I can't choose the file. What's the? Is it
Doctor,
something?
You have to open the slider. Then
It's
you
open.
can choose share screen. It's opening.
I opened the slide,
right?
and sorry.
This is PPT slide, PowerPoint slide. Am I right?
Yes.
Please open it before.
It is open.
Just open your computer and choose the share screen.
I did. Just a second. Okay. Okay, share screen, but it does not give me a choices of where is my file or.
انت الحين بنسوي شير شاشة الجهاز كاملة. سوي ستوب شير. افتح السلايدات. اسمعيني دكتورة؟
لا، صوتك بعيد جدا.
واضح الصوت؟
لا، بعيد صراحة.
طيب الحين واضح؟
تفضلي، يعني أقدر أسمع بس مو بأفضل شيء. الحين أنا إذا حطيت شير سكرين ما يطلع لي. أتوقع هذه ما أدري something في ال.
طيب أنت أول افتحي نفس السلايدات على الجهاز. مفتوحة.
بعدين يطلع لي الحين ديسكتوب 1. أضغط على ديسكتوب.
لا ارجعي سكري السلايدات وافتحيها مرة ثانية.
طيب دقيقة. خلني أوريك وش يطلع لي. بصور لك. أنتي غادة؟ أقول بصور لك وش يطلع لي. معليش بس ثواني.
أنت الحين سكري السلايدات صح؟
سكرتها. حتى لما أفتحها يطلع لي نفس الشيء. أرجع أفتحها مرة ثانية.
طيب افتحي السلايدات وصوري لي الشاشة بعدين.
طيب يلا.
طيب دكتورة
أسمعك. في شيء في security and privacy؟
أوكي دكتورة خلاص معنا حنا سلايدات.
طيب
جرب الحين سوي شير.
دقيقة.
إذا ما قدرت دكتورة خلاص حنا معنا سلايدات. سوي شير من عندنا بس يعني عشان هذه الشاشة.
طيب خلينا نجرب الحين. يس غيرت السيتنج عندي، المفروض اني I can do now. يس
أوكي كذا
تمام. كان في مشكلة الظاهر في ال privacy setting.
أوكي. طيب جربي تسوين فل للعرض.
اوكي
سلايدات
غيرتها الحين. You can see it as
لا
طب أجل خلني أول أطلع برا. أوكي
أوكي كذا تمام. خلاص
أوكي
إيه. خلاص سكت الشيرنج إن شاء الله أنت على الساعة 8:30 تبدين.
خلاص تمام، يعني ما في داعي أدخل قبل 8:30. I will start.
خلاص إن شاء الله.
أوكي شكرا، يعطيك العافية.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to حائل International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. My name is Dr. Bender Al-Saif, an assistant professor of public health, specialized in health promotion and disease prevention. First of all, we will begin the second day series of sessions, and starting with the title, Processed Food Impacts on Health. Before we start the presentation, let me introduce Ms. Sultana Al-Ataibi. Ms. Sultana Al-Ataibi is currently working as the head of clinical nutrition and dietary service at Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib Al-Suwaidi Hospital. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our speaker to deliver the presentation. Ms. Sultana, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم. مسموع الصوت. السلام عليكم والصلاة والسلام على نبي على رسول الله. في صوت أعلى. يعطيكم العافية. أول شيء أحب أشكر الدكتور صالح الراجحي على الدعوة للمحاضرة عن البروسيس فود، وأشكر اللجنة المنظمة في صحة حائل على الدعوة. بتكلم اليوم عن processed food impact and health. The content of my presentation at the beginning we will define the processed food and classification of the processed food. Then we will speak about the health risk of heavily processed food. Then brief information about food label and ingredients. Then we will speak about the studies that published about processed food impact on health. Processed food are suggested to be contributor to obesity pandemic and multiple chronic disease. And due to the high demand of food, the factories started to add natural and artificial ingredients which impact the nutritional value of food. So they add more high sugar, salt and fat content to the food. We have large cohort studies conducted in different countries about processed food and especially highly or heavily processed food. Most common, the Nutrinet study in France and Sun in Spain, and there is another study in US. Processed food, there is multiple definition about processed food, but the most common is the USDA definition. They said any food that undergone any change from its natural state, this considered as processed food, like milling, cutting, chopping, heating, pasteurization, cooking, canning, drying, dehydrating, and packaging. Institute of Food Technology add more to that to include storage and filtration and fermentation and microwaving and packaging. The processed food may contain more preservative flavors, nutrients, and additives. Is there any good side of food processing? Of course, yes, because it will save our time in meal preparation. It will help us in nutrient fortification. It will preserve nutritional value of some food. It will prevent some deficiencies in different populations, like iron fortified cereals, milk fortified with vitamin E, with vitamin D, folic acid fortification to wheat, and iodine added to salt, calcium also fortification in juices. Also, it will inhibit the growth of harmful bacteria, like what we do in pasteurization, cooking, and drying. Also, it will delay the spoilage of food. I tried to search how we can classify the processed food, and I found the most common classification is NOVA classification, which classified the food to 4 categories. First is unprocessed or minimally processed food, then processed culinary ingredient, processed food, then ultra processed food. The first one, which is the unprocessed food, it's an edible part of food or plants and animal. And the minimally processed food, it's the food that has been slightly altered, like we clean the inedible part of food before packaging or refrigerating. The food category in this part include mostly the fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grain, and nuts, meat, egg, milk, etc. Processed culinary ingredient is the food ingredient that derived from minimally processed food by pressing or refining or grinding. They are not eaten in their own, but they are added to the other group. Example of this, the oil and plant seed and nuts and flour, sugar, salt. Processed food, it's mostly the food in group 2 added to group 1, which is adding salt, oil, sugar to other substances, and it's used as preservation methods such as canning or bottling. Mostly the food group in the processed food only, it includes at least 2 to 3 ingredients added to the food, so it can be readily eaten without further preparation. Canned fruits and vegetables, cheese and freshly made bread, and canned fish is included in this category. The fourth one is the ultra processed food. We will find here the food go beyond adding salt and sweetener or fat. It will be added here artificial color, flavors, preservation to promote the shelf stability and preserve texture and increase palatability. The food in this group go through several processing and multiple steps, and it's designed to increase the craving, so the food will be overeat. We will overeat them and purchase more of them. The food here, mostly it's ready to eat. Example is sugary and soft drinks, cookies, crackers, ice cream, pastries, etc. And the ready to eat meat, frozen dinner is included here. We speak about this, the ultra processed food is including, as we said, multiple items. We will find the ingredient is full of list. Additives like preservatives, emulsifiers, thickeners, or colors. And for each, it's added for a purpose for long shelf life. The health risk of heavily processed food, it contains, as we know, high content of sugar, sodium, and fat. It will be mostly less nutritional value. It will make us more addicting for food, so we'll eat more, we will gain weight more on them. It's fastly digested because mostly it's without fiber, and we will eat more of them. And also because it's easily digested, the body will not burn calories more on them. For artificial ingredient, we have more than 5,000 substances that added to our food, including, as I said before in the earlier slides. We should read the ingredient very well, because the longer the ingredient list, the high processed food is. So whatever we will read at the beginning of the food label, it means that this food contains the highest amount of this item. So if we will see the sugar at the beginning, that means it's high sugar content. But some factories, they will try to split intentionally or unintentionally to split the ingredient into different names, like showing that high fructose corn syrup, for example, then the dextrose in separate. So we should read the full ingredient list, and we should see also the nutritional facts. Most of our salt in our diet comes from processed food. The highest source is bread, pizza, sandwiches, and ready meals. People with the highest ratio of sodium to potassium in their diet had double risk of dying from heart attack, and they had 50% higher death from any cause of mortality. The saturated fat, the biggest source, pizza, cheese, and all the mentioned food here, especially the hamburger, cookies, fast food. Before the partial hydrogenation factory, the only trans fat that comes to human, that the human consume, come from eating cows or dairy products, lamb, deer, because the bacteria living in the stomach naturally make small amounts. But then after that, the partially hydrogenated fat comes, which is less expensive, and it will not be damaged through multiple heating. So the factory used them more to have more food with long shelf life. As we know, it will increase the LDL cholesterol, decrease the HDL cholesterol, promote inflammation, which will trigger other chronic disease. Trans fat is harmful in small amounts, so consumption of additional 2% of calorie from trans fat daily will increase the risk of coronary heart disease by 23%. The first impact on health is the impact on appetite and obesity. As we know, the processed food is high in sugar, so it will lead to obesity. One of the research done in 2019. It shows that the ultra processed food, I use the abbreviation UBF to speak about the ultra processed food. The ultra processed food might cause people to eat more, and they found that there is no change in their level of hunger or fullness, but the participants who eat ultra processed food, they eat faster than others. There's another study also done in 9,000 people, and they found the higher intake of ultra processed food was linked to high consumption of refined carbohydrates and sugar and saturated fat, and decreased intake of the good nutrients, which is fiber, calcium, and vitamins. What's the impact on cancer risk? The International Agency Research of Cancer evaluated more than 800 studies, and they found the evidence on processed meat was strong in colorectal cancer and followed by stomach cancer. And WHO, they mentioned that and categorized that the processed meat is cancer-causing meat. I make the definition clearly about the processed meat, which is transformed through salting or curing or fermentation or other process to enhance the flavor and improve preservation. And the processed meat, it contains nitrate and nitrates, which is a chemical that help to keep the processed meat fresher and for longer time, and it could be converted in our stomach to NOC, which may be the reason why the processed food increase the risk of cancer. NOC is the nitroso compound. One of the studies done about cancer is NutriNet study. It searched up association between ultra-processed food intake and the risk of different type of cancer through analyzing usual consumption of more than 3,000 food items in more than 100,000 participants. They found the intake of ultra-processed food was associated with higher overall cancer risk and breast cancer, and they did not find any significant impact on prostate or colorectal cancer. And after they adjust for several markers on diet, the result remains statistically significant. Once they investigate a case control study about the cancer risk in 59 women with breast cancer compared with control people, they found that the regular consumption of ultra-processed food, which is more than 5 days per week, was identified to having 2.3 higher risk of breast cancer. The studies about mortality, there is long study done for 19 years, and they found the highest consumption of ultra-processed food had 31% higher risk of all-cause mortality. And I mentioned down what kind of processed food was studied, was done in that study, because NOVA classification is not clearly mentioning what type of food in each category. So we might categorize them in not in wrong way. So I mentioned clearly what the study include as ultra-processed food. So in the first study, it was sugar sweetened. Most of the food was with sugar. In the second study, they found the higher proportion of ultra-processed food had higher risk of all-cause mortality, and each 10% in the consumption was associated with 14% higher risk of all-cause mortality. And they study here the ready-to-eat food that heat formulated and ingredient combined with additives. In the third study, they found the highest consumption of ultra-processed food, more than 4 servings per day, had 62% higher risk of all-cause mortality. And each additional serve, they has 18% increase in the risk. The last one, they found the same association with all-cause mortality. The risk in cardiovascular disease, there is prospective study. They found that those with higher intake of ultra-processed food have higher incidence of all of cardiovascular disease and coronary heart disease and cerebrovascular disease by 12, 13, 11% respectively. Another study, they checked the intake of the food of people who were healthy at the start of the study. and they check how much the ultra-processed food they eat. They use questionnaire to see how similar their diet was to Mediterranean diet. And they found that the higher intake of ultra-processed food has the more likely to develop heart problem. And each additional weekly serving of ultra-processed food was associated with 10% higher likelihood of cardiovascular disease. And they found the people who eat ultra-processed food while they are on a Mediterranean diet, they have still 8% risk of cardiovascular. The Mediterranean diet, they has lower risk. Those who's not following, they has 8%, and who's following, they has those who's following is 8%, those who's not following have 19%. The risk in type 2 diabetes, they check questionnaire in 100,000 diabetic people who's free from diabetic over 6 years, and they check the consumption of ultra-processed food. They found that those who's eating ultra-processed food, those who have ultra-processed food intake 22% of their diet, they had higher risk of developing diabetes comparing by people who ate the least amount, which is 11%. And they found also every 10% increase in the intake of ultra-processed food was associated with 15% higher risk of type 2 diabetes. And the risk remain even after they adjust the weight and physical activity. The risk of depression in study in France done in more than 20,000 people, they was without any depressive symptoms at the baseline through assessing them through the CESD scale for 5 years. They found the ultra-processed food consumption was positively associated with the incidence of depressive symptoms. And in Spain, also, they found the highest intake of ultra-processed food had 33% higher risk of developing depression than participants with the lowest quartile. Frailty, their study done in Spain on people who's at least 60 years old, and they was free of frailty for 3.5 years. They checked the intake of their yogurt, carbonated milk, cake, and some beverages, and they found that those in the high quartile of ultra-processed food as a percent from the total energy, they had 3.7 times higher odds of frailty than those with the lowest quartile. And they conclude that if we substitute the unprocessed or minimally processed food for ultra-processed food, this will play important role in prevention of age-related frailty. The hypothesis that it might clear the association between the ultra-processed food and health, maybe it's because it's low in nutritional quality, or it's dense with calories, sugar, and fat and salt. It might substitute protein and nutrient-dense food with empty food. And maybe it's the mixture of food additives and colors. And it's maybe related to food packaging and plastic container, also microwaving, storing the food after that. We can conclude that we must read the food label very clearly, and if we will buy food, the food that contain the longer ingredient list, if we can substitute it with other options, it will be much better. Also be familiar with the ingredient. If you see something that you did not understand, you should search about before eating, because this might be like a marker that this food is heavily processed. Emphasize the intake of unprocessed and minimally processed food, especially avoid the heavily processed meat. If you are placing your food in the food processing, it's better to gradually replace and go to more fresher items. Cook more meal at home. We can cook them as a whole and freeze as much as we can, as a batch. Avoid deep fried food at restaurants. If you have to go to restaurants, choose the healthy choices, because the deep frying has higher risk. Also, more research is needed to understand the impact of food processing on the health and identify which factor is responsible of this risk, and or it might cause this risk. Also, high need for policies processed food and promote the consumption of minimally processed food. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sultana, for the interesting and informative topic. We are really what we eat. So I remember one of my former professors said that you cannot read it, don't eat it. Leave it. If you cannot eat it, if you cannot read it, leave it. So she spoke about the ingredients and the labels, so many words and many ingredients in the labels. So if you cannot read it or understand, just leave it. So our next speaker will present virtually. We'll open the questions after. Our next speaker will present virtually, Dr. Rasha Al-Fawaz. Her presentation is about the food industry policies and economics of eating outlets, effects of well-being, quality of life, and reserve economic results. Dr. Rasha Al-Fawaz is currently working as a Chief Officer for Health Improvement and Promotion at Public Health Authorities in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the speaker to deliver the presentation.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and good morning, everyone. I really wish to be with you, but unfortunately I couldn't do it. And thanks for the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to participate in this wonderful conference. Hope you are enjoying it and enjoying Hail and the full program. What I will be presenting today, it's about the food industry policies that, as you know, Saudi Arabia went through different policies regarding the regulation of the food, and especially when it comes to what is relevant to tackling the non-communicable diseases. So, since I'm going to talk about policies, I would like at the beginning to start my presentation with defining or understanding more what are policies. So a policy is a deliberate system of principles to guide decision makers and achieve relation outcomes. It is a statement of intent and is implemented as a procedure or protocol. So policies are generally adopted by a governance body within an organization. The design of policies need to be based on local evidence and context. Policymakers can use both quantitative and qualitative data to determine the appropriate policy intervention. Experimental studies, such as hypothetical impact studies, can be employed to determine whether an intervention is appropriate and likely to be succeeded. Before policies are scaled up fully, interventions can be piloted and key lessons can be learned. And let me tell you that all of these steps has already taken action whenever we are imposing a policy within the Saudi Arabia. So all our policies is implemented by relevant stakeholders, which is mainly a comprehensive work with different sectors. After that, there is an evidence behind that. So we know what's the evidence, we know why we are imposing these taxes, we do understand very well what is the context of this policy and how it will affect the results that we do want. We do some analysis, hypothetical impact study. This has been carried out by the Public Health Authority recently, and we are doing a lot of hypothetical impact studies to understand what was the impact of this existing policies. And whenever we want to impose any new regulation or any new policy also, we are a part of that to understand how this policy going to affect or going to help with tackling the non-communicable diseases. So here in this slide, I want to tell you about the determinants of health. So to address the determinants of health, such as food and nutrition, we need to understand how are these, all of them are affecting the health of the population. So maybe most of you saw this diagram previously. So the determinants of health sits in different areas. There is such a different natural environment, the built environment, the activities, the local economy, the community, and the lifestyle. And one of these determinants really, it is the food and the nutrition that is directly or indirectly affecting our health, along with the other determinants and along with the other causes affecting the health. So that's why all of the countries and different countries focusing on of these determinants through policies and regulations to eliminate their results on the health. So again, another approach, it is the health in all policy, and I'm not sure, maybe you have a presentation yesterday or it's coming that to understand more about the health policies. And again, the health in all policy, it's an aspect that most of the countries worldwide are involving within their governmental sectors. So the health in all policies, it is a collaborative approach to improving health of all people by incorporating the health considerations into decision-making across sectors and policy area. So health is influenced by social, physical, and economic environments collectively referred to as the social determinants of health that are the key drivers of health outcomes and health inequities. So what is the mainly that we need to understand that all of these aspects does not sit within the health sector alone. So it is really a multi-sectoral effort. It is a multi-sectoral approach that everyone is involved within health, and everyone can have a role when it comes to the health determinants. That is not just the health sector. So here about the health impact assessment. As you know that when we impose any policy or when we impose any strategy, we need to understand, does it really affect the health? Does it really have a good impact on health? So here we do some steps to assure that these policies have its relevant outcomes. So the assessment, the health impact assessment, it aims to predict and assess the effects on health of various proposed policies, programs, and the project, and to support the policymakers in improving the decision-making processes. And this function, we do it together with the committee of the National Committee of the Health in All Policy. So we understand if any policy to be imposed, if it's really going to have an impact on health. So this assessment tool, it helps to inform the decision makers on how they make the optimal decisions between a range of policy options, and it improves the investment of public funds. It offers an opportunity to prevent potential negative health effects and to maximize the positive health effect of proposals. It offers information about proposals' effect on the distribution of health in the population, thus providing an opportunity to reduce the inequality in health between groups. It makes public view and perceptions known to decision makers. It strengthens local partnership within local government, other organizations, and the community. So this is a fundamental step within any policy to be imposed, that we assess its health impact. So now, after just having a clue about what is policies and how do they help the decision makers, or how do they help the community to have a better life, let's talk about the prevalences and risk factors of the non-communicable diseases in the kingdom. So the non-communicable diseases and the risk factor in the kingdom, demographic, and I'm sure that maybe some other speakers talk about that, but let me take it from another angle. So the demographic and epidemiological transition have increased significantly the incidence and prevalence of the non-communicable diseases in Saudi Arabia. The non-communicable diseases are currently the leading cause of death and disability adjusted life years in Saudi Arabia, accounting for 73% of deaths, and among that, the top cause of death or the top cause of mortality is the cardiovascular diseases. So both behavioral and biological risk factors contribute to mortality and morbidity from non-communicable diseases. And here we are talking about 3 behavioral risk factors and 4 main biological risk factors. Among the 3 leading modifiable behavioral risk factors are smoking, tobacco, unhealthy diets, and the lack of physical activity or the physical inactivity. And the other 4 biological risk factors are the overweight or obesity, which some of us, or considering it as itself stands as a non-communicable disease, but again, it is correlated to the other non-communicable diseases. We have another biological risk factor, which is the elevated blood glucose, the high blood pressure, and the abnormal blood lipids. So the share of mortalities and DALYs attributable to non-communicable diseases in Saudi Arabia. So the majority of the non-communicable diseases, deaths in Saudi Arabia are caused by the cardiovascular diseases. And here we can see the cardiovascular diseases, which is highlighted in the dark blue. It estimated that 51% of all deaths in the kingdom in 2019 were caused by the non-communicable diseases, and the share was higher in females than males. And this is the graph that shows the mortality. If we combine them together, it will be a 51% adding share to the mortality, with the women having higher than the men, and with the cardiovascular diseases more than the others. And here we are talking about this 4 non-communicable diseases, which is the cardiovascular diseases, the cancer, the chronic respiratory diseases, and the diabetes. The more than quarter, which is 28% of dailies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, are also attributed to the 4 non-communicable diseases. And here we can see, if we combine them again together, it will be around 28%. The share of the DALYs composed from the non-communicable diseases, again from them, and again we can see that the cardiovascular diseases sit on the top of these non-communicable diseases, followed by the cancer, then the chronic respiratory diseases, and followed by the diabetes. So here it is the crude prevalence of overweight and obesity among adults through the previous years from 2010 until 2019. And here we have different references of that. Unfortunately, in Saudi Arabia, we don't have one dedicated national survey that we can compare all our trends within it. So here it is a combination of whenever it is available. So in 2010, the data was produced by the WHO, 2012 by the WHO, 2013, it is the Saudi Health Information Survey. Then 2013, there was not followed by any national survey, so it is in numbers proposed by the WHO, again in 2016 by the WHO, until we have the National World Health Survey by the Ministry of Health in 2019. And here we can see how the obesity has been shifted and changed through the years. So let's say let's take both genders and the change between 2010 until 2019 about the prevalence of obesity. It was 30. then changed to 31, 30 again, or 28.7, 33, 35. Until now, in the World Health Survey, it shows that the prevalence is 20. I think we need another survey to confirm these numbers, because the range, it is between 30 to 35. Unless this 20 that it's a little bit deviated from that trend. And again, we can see that the men and women started with a similar prevalence until it ends up that to be a little bit higher within the men's than the women, 61, 62 almost, compared to 54 in women. This is again another showing the prevalences, the crude prevalence of overweight and obesity among children and adolescents in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here again, most of the sources are internationally, because unfortunately the national surveys that we are carrying, it is a 50 years and above. And maybe there is some sort of data within the school health that we need also to understand and analyze and look after how are the trends of obesity are changing through years. So here again, from 2011 until 2016, the source of data, it was by the WHO. The prevalence of overweight and obesity as well has been changed between the 14.8 until the 17.4 for the prevalence of obesity. And when we are comparing both genders between the boys and girls, we can see that the boys have the highest prevalence of obesity compared to girls within the children and adolescents. So here, let's see the other determinants that are affecting the health. It's not just so we know that non-communicable diseases, as I just mentioned, have different risk factors, which is a biological and behavioral risk factors. So we just see obesity, which we consider it as a biological risk factor. Let's see it from another angle about the behavior risk factor. And here we have the consumption of fruit and vegetables. So the unhealthy diets and obesity, among other risk factors, are interrelated risk factors that need to be tackled simultaneously. Only a small percentage of Saudi population meets dietary recommendations. The low consumption of whole grains, the nuts, the seeds, the fruits, the vegetables is related to the development of the non-communicable diseases. Saudi Arabia currently has one of the most obese population in the world, and overweight and obesity are among the most significant health determinants in Saudi Arabia. And here in this graphs, we can see the consumption of vegetables and fruit in Saudi Arabia by age and gender, and we can see it comparing between women and men intake, and we can see how the number of the daily servings of fruit and vegetable, when it's less than one, it is the highest prevalence among all of them. And when we come to the healthier attitude, which is consuming more than 5 portions or 5 portions and more, we can see it the less prevalence between male and female and in both genders. For either vegetables or fruit, which is a main precursor. We always see the consumption of fruits and vegetables as a precursor for assessing the healthy eating or the healthy attitudes when it's come to consumption. So the non-communicable diseases and the risk factor in Saudi Arabia, much of the NCD's burden can be reduced by modification to smoking, diet, and exercise. Research over the last 50 years strongly support the health benefits of reducing the NCDs and of modifying behavior in these 3 areas. The policy interventions aimed at reducing the smoking and lowering salt consumption have been shown to produce a lasting long-term effect. In addition, the peer-reviewed literature has shown that policy interventions to modify body mass index via exercise produce short-term effect. So that's why the country was aware that all of these interventions regarding the diet and the food and even smoking, it will have a good adverse effect. So the Saudi Arabia food policies and regulations, the non-communicable diseases and the risk factors are strongly linked to what we eat and drink. Therefore, a healthy diet is essential to a long and vibrant life. Different sectors among the kingdom plays an important role in safeguarding the public health issues related to eliminating the NCDs through producing different national strategies, guidelines, and policies. And here the Saudi FDA, the Food and Drug Authority, in collaboration of the Ministry of Finance and a number of government sectors and the private agencies, issued a number of policies targeting the reduction of salt, sugar, fat intake in order to improve the nutritional value of the food products. So Saudi Arabia is committed to combating the problem of non-communicable diseases and has developed several strategies and policies tackling them and their risk factors. Tackling the non-communicable diseases risk factor is a very high priority, and multiple programs have been launched to raise the awareness to decrease the short-term and the long-term impact of the NCDs and their associated risk factors. NCDs and their factors are strongly linked to what we eat and drink, therefore different food nutrition policies improve the public health were issued. So here, we did some analysis to combine all the efforts that has been done within the kingdom, and we analyze them and we see where does it sit between if it's covering a biological risk factor or a behavior risk factor. And here I'm highlighting the policies and programs are mainly policies that is affecting the diet and obesity. So Saudi Arabia have imposed a 50% VAT on soda. This was in 2017, 100% VAT on energy drinks. Again, it was 2017. Then in 2019, there was another taxes imposed, which is 50% on added sugary drinks. Saudi Arabia banned the energy drink and soda sales in hospitals and public health facilities, placed an upper limit to added sugars in some food products, including bread, juices, energy drinks, soda, candy, baked goods, breakfast cereals, and other items. Saudi Arabia reduces the added table salt in baking flour. So all the baking flour have reduced amount of salt, enforces the display of calorie information in restaurants and coffee shops, develop guidelines for food manufacturers and imports to reduce the sugar, salt, and saturated and the trans fat in the food, organize the workshop for raising the awareness about that. Again, we have more on the policies that tackles the obesity and the diet, which is encourage the manufacturers to reduce the portion size, adopt a standardized nutrition analysis, ensure that the labs within these SFDA are as private labs are competent enough to carry out the necessary tests, require added sugar to be included on a nutrition labels. We have also this nutrition labels with the full details on it, put a nutrition information as a traffic light labels. This is a policy that will be coming soon. Identify food types with high sugar content and look for ways to reduce the sugar content, identify the food types with high salt content. Encourage the manufacturers to replace saturated with unsaturated fat, prohibit gradually the use of partially hydrogenated oils, and this Saudi Arabia is leading over the world in prohibiting the hydrogenated oils, ban artificial additives in milk, yogurt, and all the dairy products, set a maximum amount of 22 grams of sugar in milk and yogurt, set a minimum of 30% fruit juice content in juice served in school canteens, and another regulations within the schools canteens, and require other baked goods to have this amount of 200 calories, 35% calorie from fat, 10% from saturated sugar, and so on. Then the last but not least, the ban, the following in school canteens. Also, there was some regulations on the food canteen. So now I show you all the interventions, and there is some of them are upcoming, also some policies. So there are the regulation regarding the child advertising, advertisement of the food, and also the traffic light to be a food label on the front of packages. Now, what about the non-communicable diseases, economic and health burden in the kingdom? So the non-communicable diseases pose a tremendous economic burden that can be felt far beyond the health sector. Governments, communities, and private industries are all affected by the high cost of the premature deaths and the disability, as the cost of treatment and care of persons. The economic burden of the non-communicable diseases, it is composed of both, either a direct or an indirect cost. The direct cost include the medical cost for diagnosis, treatment, ancillary costs such as transportation and home health, while the indirect cost, it is the cost from often focuses on human capital. So the non-communicable diseases clearly impose a substantial economic burden on Saudi Arabia. 7 non-communicable diseases, which are cardiovascular diseases, stroke, diabetes, breast cancer, colon cancer, COPD, and asthma, are the most costly and prevalent non-communicable diseases within the country. Given a population size of around 34 million, and based on the unit cost estimate, extrapolated from the publicity available sources, a prevalence-based approach reveals that the annual direct medical cost for these 7 diseases in 2019, it was about 9.7 billion international dollars, and this information was by the WHO. This cost represents 11% of annual health expenditure, or 0.6% of GDP, and this again, the source of information, it was from the World Bank in 2018. Using the data from the Saudi Health Information Survey about non-communicable diseases and the days missed from work because of illness or injury, we had a study that we built a linear regression model to estimate the incremental days missed at work and the controlling for the demographic data, and the results show that the average individual with no chronic conditions reported missing of almost 2 days per year due to illness or injury, while the presence of the chronic conditions increased the reporting of the annual absenteeism by 3 days, average of 3 days on average, with the greatest increase due to cancer. And this always, the absenteeism, it is again an indicator to show the impact, the economical impact of the non-communicable diseases. So regarding the population morbidity and mortality burden, the disability adjusted life years lost due to non-communicable diseases are substantial. The disability adjusted life years, it is a metric, it quantifies a population morbidity and mortality burden with 1 daily equal to 1 year of healthy life that is lost. So in 2010, the non-communicable disease accounted for almost 58% of all cause dailies, of which of these almost 40% was due to disability and 60% was due to life years lost. While between the 2010 and 2015, the non-communicable diseases burden increased by 5.8% to reach 61%, almost 62% of all cause dailies, within them 45% due to disability and almost 55% due to life years lost. In 2020, Saudi Arabia lost an estimated of 5 million dailies due to non-communicable diseases. This represents a 65% of daily, with 45% due disability and 54% due to life years lost prematurely. And let me tell you that all of this analysis, it was produced by Saudi Health, the Public Health Authority, and we have published a book about the non-communicable diseases where have a 10 dedicated chapter. One of them, it is talking about the economical impact and the health impact of the non-communicable diseases. So, and we did some hypothetical or some forecasting studies to assess the health burden and the economical burden. So forecasting the health burden of non-communicable diseases, when we assume that there's no changes in the risk factor and there is no interventions to tackle these risk factors, the non-communicable diseases burden for the key conditions in Saudi Arabia will be increasing until 2050. Model, it was until the 2050. So under the no change condition, if there is no interventions, the assumption that the non-communicable diseases burden as measured by DALI will increase substantially. And here we can see that per 100,000 population, they expected to increase from 550 to 8,628 for women, and from 5,000, almost 5,000 to 12,000 within men. Again, now here we can see the forecasting for the health burden and the various reduction scenarios. So we did some scenarios to show that if we did interventions with different scenarios, how we can tackle the non-communicable diseases. So in order to model a realistic scenarios with mildly to moderate success, policy interventions, so two scenarios were considered, a moderate intervention and an aggressive intervention. We define the moderate intervention as that assume that the Saudi Arabia will adopt some policies changes and that these changes will mildly be successful. So the moderate success is classified as 14% reduction in smoking, 10% reduction in overweight and obesity, and 9% reduction in hypertension every 10 years. While the more aggressive scenario, we were more ambitious about that. And here we are talking about increasing the reduction or the success in the reduced overweight and obesity by 20%. And here we are focusing about obesity because it is, we think that it is the main risk factor that contributes to non-communicable diseases. So here are the results based on those scenarios. So if moderate reduction in key risk factors are achieved, Saudi Arabia burden would decline by 127 dailies almost for women and 354 dailies for men from 2020 until 2050. This reduction equates to a 3.4 reduction in the overall burden for women and 5% reduction for men from 2020 to 2050. And here we see them by numbers, which was in the baseline, and how we can see them within the coming 30 years, if we impose this moderate or the, here this is this table, sorry, for the moderate scenarios and for the interventions. So in summary and conclusion, good, I'm on time. So on summary and conclusion regarding that, oops, sorry. Okay, so just let me tell you in conclusion, the non-communicable diseases are the focus in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because they account for more than 65% of dailies. If the risk factors do not change, the overall health burden will continue to rise over time. Modifying key behavior risk factors has the potential to improve overall health substantially and to reduce the non-communicable diseases burden, allowing Saudi Arabia to make important strides in reducing morbidity and mortality from the 8 high priority non-communicable diseases. The reduction in smoking and improvement in diet and exercise are represent noteworthy targets for policy and public health interventions. The direct cause of the non-communicable diseases are equal to 11% of the total annual health expenditure when considering all aspects of productivity loss. The cost may reduce gross domestic product, the GDP, by nearly 7%. Policymakers should especially consider scaling up the efforts to address diabetes, including dietary interventions, more policies, more aggressive policies, and maybe more improved policies rather than what we are having, given the large economic burden of diabetes relative to other NCDs. Addressing diabetes would be also benefit other non-communicable diseases given the underlying risk factors are the same. And here I can say that all the previous policies need a further assessment, need a further, impact assessment and assessing its outcomes in a way to improve them or to maintain them maybe, or maybe to impose new policies and regulations. Thanks for listening, and I hope that I was just on time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rasha, for the informative and interesting topic. Indeed, social determinants of health is a big factor in the burden of disease on the country. And from this topic, we can see that dynamic collaboration between the government, the individual, and the community may help reduce the burden of disease in the community.
Definitely.
Now we will we'll have a 5-minute discussion, and we will open the mic for any question for Dr. Rasha or Ms. Sultan.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Rasha, for this very informative and practical talk. Cost of the healthy food, because it's really a barrier for our patients to offer this healthy food when are advising them in the clinic to eat fruits, vegetables, whole food. It's really expensive compared to non-healthy food as fast food and all these. Tax and all this, it's giving some solutions, but again, when we compare both, still healthy food is more expensive. So if anything regarding this issue in the future, and thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. I agree with you. And I think, as I just mentioned, we need to reassess the policy that we are having, and we need maybe to impose new policies based on analysis, based on evidence, and based on a national studies to assess the need really within relevant to our country. Totally agree with you.
شكرا دكتور رشا، شكرا سلطانة. دكتور صالح الأنصاري، أنا عندي سؤالين. عندما نحضر مؤتمرات في الغرب عن قضية اللايف ستايل، كثيرا ما نجد تجارب، عملنا، سوينا، نجحنا، فشلنا، وصار شيء على الأرض عشان نتناول قضية زي قضية الألترا بروسيسد فود مثلا، أو بروسيسد فود عموما، عشان نشوف احنا كيف نسوي، كيف نخطئ، كيف نصيب، كيف نتعلم، كيف. اما ان نبقى حتى المؤتمرات اللي تصير في 2022 نصف المشكله وكاننا نتحدث الى بعضنا حديثا هامسا لا يصل الى المجتمع ولا يغير كثيرا. ومع ذلك حيث هذا الايفيدنس اللي عرضتيه مره قوي ومؤلم، لانه احنا بناكل الترا بروسيسد فود واولادنا بياكلوا الترا بروسيسد فود، يعني ما ابغى اسمي. السؤال، كيف ممكن مؤتمراتنا القادمة تقول فعلنا وسنفعل أفضل مما فعلنا؟ هذا اللي لازم أتحدث عنه. يمكن الكلام موجه للمنظمين إنه يدوروا على التجارب كذا هنا وهناك، لعل تجربة صارت على 50 ولا 100 شخص وغيرنا سلوكهم، أفضل من إننا نقول ينبغي أن ذلك. كنا ما أبغى أسمي مؤتمر الينبغيات. هذه واحد. الثانية دكتورة رشا، أبغى أسألك عن مصادر تفاؤلك عندما عرضت الشريحة اللي بيتكلم عن تضاعف الأمراض المزمنة من 2020 إلى 2050. حقيقة الصورة مرة مظلمة للأسف الشديد، لكن سؤالي، إحنا متفائلين كثيرا، أنت أقرب إلى صنع القرار، مصادر التفاؤل عشان ممكن نعمل عليها وندفع باتجاهها كل بما يستطيع. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور صالح. الملاحظات always في محلها يعني، وأنا أتفق معك when it comes to showing الإمباكت والأثر اللي حنا يعني موجود عندنا. Let me tell you الموضوع ليس فقط ينبغي وينبغي، بالعكس المملكة رائدة. If we are talking today يعني خليني أكون في نفس الموضوع that I presented في موضوع البوليسيز. المملكة رائدة في موضوع البوليسيز، المملكة غطت جانب كبير من موضوع البوليسيز. في دراسات، لكن أنا أتفق معك وأتكلم بشكل personal، الدراسات تؤسس الأثر it is slightly خجولة، يعني ما هي بهذا الحجم ولا بهذه القوة. Again, we need a collaborative work to assess the impact of all of our policies, all of our interventions. من أسبوع تقريبا يعني عملنا على ورشة عمل لحصر الجهود اللي لها علاقة في السمنة. والله يا دكتور صالح انك يعني حتكون جدا سعيد بكميه الانترفنشنز اللي حاصله to tackle the obesity, and I can tell you the impact you can't see it within 10 years or 5 years, but it will be there. الجهود عظيمة، الجهود عظيمة من جميع القطاعات. حضر معنا في ورشة العمل هذه أكثر من 15 قطاع. جميع الجهات قدمت ما يثلج الصدر في tackling obesity, which is the main factor of the non-communicable diseases. حقيقة يوجد جهود، ولكن أنا من هذا المكان أقول we need to focus على الأسسمنت على هذه الجهود. We need to understand where we are and where we are moving. There is a tremendous effort, but we need to focus and to support to assess the efforts which is already there. فهذه بالنقطة الأولى. It's not just that we want to do or دائما أن احنا نشيد بماذا نريد أن نعمل، لا حقيقة يعني عملنا، لكن we need to focus more, we need to improve more, and we need to understand what we are doing right now. بالنسبة لموضوعك الثاني اللي هو تضاعف الأمراض المزمنة أو الدراسات، حقيقة الدراسات اللي عملناها كلها مبنية على relevant source of data اللي موجود. Again هذه نقطة أخرى that we need to support, we need to focus on, we need to enrich our data to understand more how we can move and where we can go. So أغلب البيانات اللي زي مثلا let's say obesity اللي عرضت عليكم, it's a different source of the data that you can't even build a trend on it. لكن this fragmented source of data هي اللي خلتنا نوصل إلى هذه الدراسات وإلى هذه الأرقام اللي أنا عرضتها. لكن in the future we يعني hope that إنه يكون في عندنا مصادر للبيانات continuous within the same methodology that we can more understand our work and we can focus أكثر على assessment وعلى إظهار وإبراز الإمباكت من هذه الجهود. شكرا دكتور صالح.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation, inspiring presentation. This is Dr. Ahmed Al-Saif, Consultant for Preventive Medicine and Public Health from Wellness Team in Eastern Health Cluster. As everybody know, that economy is a big driver of health, especially with the transformation that's going on currently in Saudi Arabia. How do you see, Doctor, my first question is, how do you see the collaboration with health clusters that are evolving with Wiqaya? So the great modeling that you have shown, is there breakdown models that can be shared with each cluster? So that will help us convince the decision makers to take actions in specific areas, especially we in wellness teams. We are promising with change after several years, not now. So that will be overridden by the urgent needs on the ground, especially with the limited resources now, especially now with the current situation. This is the first question. The second question is, as you are working with Wiqaya in current models, and as you said, there is collaboration to show efforts. Maybe this may be most directly to Dr. Saleh, that we are also doing a great job on the field. We had great successes in weight reduction in the workplace and in health coach clinic. Our team, Dr. Ahmed Al-Eid, Dr. Zahra Al-Ahmed, Dr. Naji, we are doing some interventions we have proven success that weight reduction among employees or clients in health coach clinics. So we'll be happy to share that through the official channels with Wiqaya, inshallah, through knowledge sharing, and maybe Dr. Saleh is one of the main stakeholders. We are having several meetings with him. I would be happy, inshallah, and my team also would be happy to share that in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ahmed. First, thanks for shedding the light on the success, because really there is a success, but we need to show it more. We need to explicit more. الجهود اللي موجودة حقيقة تحتاج إلى جهد من الجميع للتركيز عليها و to showing what we are doing. يعني هذه النقطة اللي تنقصنا على on a national level حقيقة. We are not showing what we are doing. We are not sharing what we have within our efforts. النقطة الأولى سؤالك بالنسبة لل targeting based على ال different cluster وال different region. Yes, we do have. We do have also a piece of work that we divided the interventions based على the need by the regions, and we have also calculated the budget for each region and for each risk factor within that. أتفق معك بأن أيضا نحتاج يعني based on a population health aspect, we need to more understand the situation based on the population within each area, and this is the future that where we can, let's say that we want to tackle obesity, but we will tackle it differently based on the need by the different region, and all of that it is within a work that it's already shared with the model of care, and soon it will be within all the clusters, and all cluster will be collaborating with us to implement these action plans regarding tackling the non-communicable diseases and their risk factors.
Thank you, Dr. Rasha. Is there any further questions for Dr. Rasha or Ms. Sultana?
طبعا شكرا دكتور صالح تعليقك بخصوص المحاضرة بخصوص ال high intake of processed food within our community. I'm not sure how prevalent is that, بس أعتقد إنه إحنا لازم يكون فيه زي تقول دراسة إنه كيف كمية الأكل اللي موجود بالسوق how heavily processed is، ومن هنا يكون عليها tax أو يعني تكون قيمتها، لأنه اللي موجود حاليا ك heavily processed food بالغالب يكون with low price, low nutritional value, low price. And we tend recently لأنه الآن women are working more to have the ready to eat meals. So we should read the label, the mothers and the family how to read the food label to know how heavily processed is. So يعني لو نعطيهم more information and more knowledge about كيف نقرأ البطاقة الغذائية، كيف نعرف إنه والله هذا ممكن يكون فيه items أو elements that it might be risky for our health. أعتقد من هنا ممكن يكون start. برضو school meals we can encourage through our students, through our children and kids to know how to be more healthy, how to read food labels, because they could also from there as start encourage their family to go in healthy way. الله يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you, Ms. Sultan.
محتاجين كثير في موضوع جهود تعزيز الصحة والتوعية، وحتى بس أبسط الفكرة، أنا كتبت مقالا بعنوان حوار في مصنع أغذية. حوار في مصنع أغذية ما بين المالك والفود ستايلست والمسوق ومدير الإنتاج والمدير المالي، وفي واحد سميته أبو ضمير جالس على الطاولة عشان يقول لهم يعني processed food ومدري إيش. اقرأوا المقال. حوار في مصنع أغذية يوصل رسالة. شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. We reach the end of our first session for today. We will be starting the second session, inshallah, in a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Now session 2. Our speaker is Nasreen Mubarak Al-Hamidi to discuss about the lifestyle medicine case study presentation. She is a consultant of family medicine at King Abdulaziz University Hospital. Welcome, Dr. Nasreen.
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، كيف حالكم جميعا؟ شكرا جزيلا على الاستضافة في المؤتمر، وسعيدة جدا اني معاكم في حائل. امس كنا في صراحة كان الترحيب جدا كبير، والأهالي كانوا على مستوى كبير جدا من الوعي. كان لقاء تفاعلي جميل جدا. أنا استفدت يمكن أكثر ما أفدت، فشكرا جزيلا يا أهل حائل. اليوم إحنا إن شاء الله حنتكلم عن case presentation related lifestyle intervention. I will gonna introduce some cases that we work on in last year. I choose little bit 3 cases just to share it with you. So our objective: review clinical cases of disease reversal and review indications and goals for weight loss therapy. Actually, what we are doing in University Hospital, in King Abdulaziz University Hospital in Jeddah, as a piloting, we are doing like lifestyle initiative team. It's 4 stages. We have clinical nutrition station and a fitness coach station, endocrine station and surgical station, and lifestyle station. So the patient is passing through 5 stations. Okay, so first station is lifestyle station evaluation. So once we are seeing a patient in our clinic as lifestyle station, we are starting with the patient for evaluation. So what we are doing in evaluating our patient in lifestyle clinic. First of all, we're doing the diet details, 3 days dietary and physical activity level. We just ask the patient, what is your physical activity level? And smoking and alcohol status, sleep quality and quantity. Stress evaluation, we are using the perceived stress scale, which is internationally approved. And healthy relationships, the patient have unhealthy relationships or healthy relationships. BMI and waist circumference and size of insulin resistance. Then what we are doing is lifestyle station flow chart. We are starting with our patient as coaching session. And this is our way in dealing our patient, starting with what is your long-term goal as health goals. And here someone talk about health coaching here. Actually, health coaching is very important competency. Lifestyle specialty have to have it, because this is the way we are dealing with our patient in the clinic. It's individualized plan for the patient. So we're asking about what is your long-term goal And then what are your short-term goals? For example, the patient saying that I want to lose 30 kg. So this is his long-term goal. So we are just dividing the short-term goals within next month, how many kilos you want to lose. So we're just dividing his long-term goal in short-term goals, and then how you can achieve your short-term goals as a plan. And we have plan B. And plan B is very important for the patient. The patient is designing his own plans and the plan B. And we are really discussing this in the clinic. So the patient, if, for example, have a travel, anything changing in his usual routine, what he can use to back to his plan again. And what's your want to, why you want to achieve this goal. And for us, this question is very, very important. Why? Because this gives you the internal motivational message for the patient. Why the patient want to reach, for example, 60 when he's healthy, for example, or why he want to lose 30 kg, why he want to achieving physical activity as a routine in his day. Every patient have his own internal motivational message. It's different than the other. For example, in his family, his father died by cardiac disease, or he want to reach 80 and not using any assistant with walking or with running or anything. So every patient have his internal motivational message. So why you want to achieve this the patient in each visit. How you can achieve your long-term goal? This is a long-term plan. This is the 3-day dietary diary. We designed this in King Abdulaziz University Hospital using with our patient. The patient is take this paper with him and just writing down all details of his daily diet, breakfast and lunch and dinner, and if any snacks in between. And this, where's the pointer is here? The schedule down for the steps, how many steps he's walking per day, and how many water he's drinking per day. This is the perceived stress scale. We have Arabic and English, both we can use it with our patient. And this is give you clue if the patient have a stress. And the stress, as you know, it's very important factor in the patient lifestyle, because have a stress, chronic stress, he cannot concentrate, he cannot do exercise, his cortisol will be always high, so his fat and blood sugar will be always high. So this is the first case. This lady was 46-year-old academic staff at University Hospital. She's a mother for 2 boys living with her husband and sons at very good socioeconomic status. Physically inactive. Physical activity was 0 for this patient. She is a known case of dyslipidemia and hypertension on high potency statin and amlodipine 10 milligrams since last 2 years. When she came to our clinic, it was at April 2021. Her weight was 140 kg and her height 161 cm. BMI is 54%. She is in this station. She is eligible for surgery actually. Most of her obesity is truncal obesity. Signs of insulin resistance was there is acanthosis nigricans, and blood pressure was 141/85. Her lipid profile, LDL was 189.62 milligram per deciliter, HDL was 41, and triglyceride was 200.9 milligram per deciliter. So all her parameters was uncontrolled. Instead of she's on high potency statin. Fasting blood sugar and A1C, uric acid, liver enzymes, renal function, all was within normal. We do the evaluation as before. We explained for her the diet, the dairy details and physical activity level, and all these we do it for her. And we do this map with her, and she set her goal, long-term goal and short-term goals and plans, and her motivational message. Our management plan with this patient was intensive lifestyle intervention with frequent visits for 6 months. A gradual increase exercise. It was baby steps for her because really she's physically inactive. It was 0. So we start by baby steps. We do as agreement to start with 10 minutes per day, for example, for walking. And she can increase it to 20 minutes and then 30 minutes like this. She was working at the university, and university, if you know, at King Abdul's University, it's between building and building, there's a long distance. She was using the golf cart. So we do agreement with her just to do walking between building and building. For healthy dietary habits, actually, she was liking to eat a lot of sweets. This is her problem. Medications adjustment, we do gradually decrease the statin each visit with her lipid profile. Okay, just I want you to concentrate with me in December, from April to December. It was 8-month journey. Monthly basis was seeing this patient and working on exercise and on diet and all these her unhealthy habits. Her weight decreased to 116 from 140 kg. Her BMI decreased to 44.75. Weight loss rate was 17% from her baseline. Blood pressure dropped to 1 home readings. Lipid profile, patient was stopped statin in last 3 months, and we measure her LDL. It was 131.86 milligram per deciliter. And HDL 42.18, triglyceride 91 from 200 to 91. She was almost treated from this lipidemia. I want to show this schedule. So this is at April when you start to see this patient, and December when in last December. So as you are seeing here, the LDL and HDL and triglyceride dropped to normal, and the patient was off of statin in last 3 months for these readings. In readings of April, she was in high statin, high potency statin. So we continue our management with this patient, routine lifestyle management plan with follow-up every 3 months, and consider medication adjustment every visit with lipid profile, cardiovascular risk assessment, and blood pressure home readings. Reinforcement of motivational message, as I said before. So this is what the secret of our patient. Just try your best to dig more with your patient for his motivational message. Why you want to lose weight? Why you are here? Why you come to lifestyle clinic? So each time we are enforced on motivational message. Okay, our second case, it was also lady, 62 years old. So this is older. Academic staff, University Hospital, mother of 3 girls and 2 boys, living with her family at very good socioeconomic status also. This lady was complaining of stress. So she's very stressful work. She is known case of pre-diabetic and dyslipidemia since last 5 years and not on medications. At June, we are seeing this patient as first time. Her weight was 88 kg, her height 163 cm, BMI 33.1, so still stage 1 obesity, truncal obesity, most of her obesity. Signs of insulin resistance was there is acanthosis nigricans, and blood pressure was 130/75. Her lipid profile, the patient, as I said, she was not on medications. So LDL is 205.96 and HDL 53.6, triglyceride 98.9, and A1C was in pre-diabetic status 5.8%. Her fasting blood sugar 124, also pre-diabetic. All other parameters was normal. We did same intervention in lifestyle station. We did the diet details for 3 days and physical activity level. Actually, she was physically little bit active, but there is no regular exercise was doing. And sleep quality and quantity was very poor. Stress evaluation was very high for her. Health relationships, BMI, as I said before, 33, and waist circumference little bit high. We also set this flow chart with her, and we set her plans and her goals and her motivational message. Intensive lifestyle intervention with frequent visits, also for 6 months, and actually we are seeing the patient in lifestyle every month. This is very important. So if you are set the goals of and plans of your patient and seeing them every 3 months, for example, we're gonna lose your patient. And after first visit, I'm seeing the patient weekly basis in first month. After that, okay, we can see them monthly basis. Gradually increase exercise also. Healthy dietary habits, stress management sessions. In each visit, we was doing stress management session for this patient and medication adjustment. We add high potency statin because her lipid profile was really high. At December, we are seeing saw her at June. So this is at December. Her weight dropped to 77 kg from 88, height 163, and BMI below, back to overweight. She was obese, 33, now it's 29. Weight loss rate was still 0.5. Back to normal. Lipid profile actually was still high at this visit because the patient was not taking medications at all. She was refusing to take medication. So her lipid profile little bit improved, but still not back to normal. But A1C, as you are seeing here, it's back to normal, 5.6. She was at pre-diabetic stage, and fasting blood sugar also back to normal. This is all her parameters at June and December. And as I said, this patient, the big issue was regarding stress and unhealthy habits. And usually what she's saying that when I have a stress, I stop everything, as most of us. No exercise, no diet, nothing. Eating sweets, not sleeping well, so everything will be destroyed. But we tried our best to work with this patient to have her own plan B. So if you have a stress, what you will do other than stopping exercise or unhealthy habits. And she designed her own plan B. So this is our management plan, long-term plan for her, continued lifestyle management plan for follow-up every 3 months, and reinforcement on high potency statin, because as I said, her lipid profile not back to normal. Consider medication adjustment every visit, and reinforcement of motivational message. This is my last case. 54-year-old male living with his wife and good socioeconomic status. This patient was physically inactive also, and he is known case of diabetes type 2 and hypertension. He was on multiple medications. He's taking amlodipine 10 milligram, metformin 1000 milligram, BID the maximum dose, long-acting insulin 40 units, short-acting insulin 20 TID. So it's almost 100 units per day insulin, and daily since last year. At June, the first visit for this patient, his weight was 124 kg and his height was 185 cm. So his BMI was 36.2. It was truncal obesity, signs of insulin also was acanthosis nigricans, and his blood pressure was uncontrolled. His lipid profile, LDL was 106 and HDL was 47 and triglyceride 93. So his lipid profile was fine. A1C was 7.4 and patient was on 100 unit insulin plus metformin per day. Fasting blood sugar was 130 milligram per deciliter. Other parameters was fine. We did same intervention. diet details, physical activity, sleep quantity and quality, stress evaluation, BMI and waist circumference.
5 minutes.
So this is the flow chart. Management plan was also done for this patient. And this, the last readings at December, his weight was dropped to 100, height 185, and BMI back to overweight state from 36 to 29. Weight loss rate was 19.3, and his blood pressure was back to normal. This is a lipid profile and A1C 7.1, and just I want to tell you, this patient was off insulin. So this A1C, and the patient is not taking insulin anymore after 6 months of follow-up with this patient. This is his before and after readings, and this is our plan. So this just very few steps regarding the weight loss benefit. If you work with your patient with weight loss plan, what he will gonna have as benefits. So you can explain to your patient. Moderate weight loss is just 5% weight loss. So it's achievable goal. This is not so difficult. You can't tell your patient, just I want you to lose 5% of your weight. Why? Because if he loses 5% of his weight, can improve insulin action and decrease fasting blood sugar concentration and reduce the need of diabetes medication, as what happened with this patient. He stopped his insulin, was 100 units per day, and now he's not taking. Also, weight loss has important additional health benefit in patients with diabetes because improve risk factors of cardiovascular and decrease blood pressure and improving blood pressure and improving serum lipid concentration, as you are seeing with this patient. Her lipid profile back to normal. Actually, this patient, her readings was shocking me. For moderate weight loss, also increased physical activity can prevent or delay the development of type 2 diabetes in high-risk group as this patient. She was pre-diabetic and she back to normal. So just I want to give you this message. Never ever give up from your patient. Try to do coaching session, individualize your plan, because what can be benefit for example, Suad will not benefit for Fatma, will not benefit for Muhammad. So everyone have his own circumstances. Everyone have his own motivational plan. So just ask him why you are here and why you want to lose weight. And just explain to them, 5% of your weight, more than enough. If he's 100 kg, if he's decreased to 95, this is going to improve all his parameters. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nasreen. We'll open discussion the last session. Second speaker in session 2, yes, Dr. Abdul Muhsin Zalabani, to discuss tobacco cessation. He is currently work as a professor and head of family and community medicine of College of Medicine, Taiba University in Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Doctor.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Good morning everybody. شكرا جزيلا للجنة المنظمة وشكرا جزيلا لكل من شارك في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. هي أول مرة لي زيارة لحائل، وفعلا يعني الكلام اللي كنا نسمع عن الكرم أهل حائل رأيناه حقيقة في المكان. فالشكر الجزيل حقيقة للجنة المنظمة والشكر الجزيل لأهل حائل جميعا. Okay, so our session today will be on smoking, tobacco use, with a focus on Saudi Arabia. We'll talk about mainly about the assessment and the clinical management of tobacco use among our clients. But we'll start with an overview about the health impact and the epidemiology of tobacco use in Saudi Arabia. So all of us know the various and multiple impacts of using tobacco on the health of the individuals. There are a lot of diseases caused by smoking, active smoking, and also a lot of diseases caused by the exposure to second-hand smoke for non-smokers patients. And even for something that has been for years and tens of years, still every year we are discovering some new diseases that is related to smoking. And one of the medical students اللي في الكلية عندنا بيقول أنا اكتشفت إنه إذا جاني أي سؤال في الامتحان MCQs وفي ريسك فاكتورز على طول مباشرة أختار سموكينج حيطلع صح يعني. So 87% of lung cancer deaths, 79% of all COPD cases, 30% of all cancer deaths, and 30% of coronary heart disease death are related to tobacco use. Yearly, each year, the tobacco use kills around 6 million, 5 million due to active smoking or smokers, and about 500,000 for non-smokers that are exposed to second-hand smoke. At least there are 250, there are 7,000 chemicals in the cigarettes. At least 250 are known to be harmful to the human health, of which 90 are known to cause cancer among humans. The famous saying is that the tobacco companies are the only companies in the world, the whole world in life, that kill 50% of their customers. What about Saudi Arabia smoking status? The latest survey that we have in Saudi Arabia is the Global Adult Tobacco Survey. As you see, the overall current tobacco use is about 20%, 30% among men and 30% among men and 4% among women. Unfortunately, we don't have longitudinal studies and we don't have repeated cross-sectional studies, so we cannot judge the trend in Saudi Arabia accurately, but we can get just a glimpse from the surveys that have been conducted. Other types of tobacco, shisha or mu'assal, is still getting more used among, especially among the adolescents and women. But for smokeless tobacco, we don't have any. It's not as common as in other countries. There are regional variation or between various regions in Saudi Arabia regarding the level of tobacco use. That's based on 2013 survey. In Saudi Arabia, actually, what's good about the tobacco is that we have a very active tobacco control program. They have اللجنة الوطنية لمكافحة التبغ. Ministry of Health is having a big focus on the tobacco use. So we have the FDA regulation also for to control the tobacco. So I can say that we have an active tobacco control program in Saudi Arabia. Of course, sometimes we have setbacks. For example, allowing to have the restaurants to have designated tobacco smoke, which is expose people who eat in restaurants to second-hand smoke. So, and that was reflected in the WHO report on the global tobacco epidemic in 2015, which say that one country in Saudi Arabia introduced the possibility of designated smoking rooms, which dropped from the group. And احنا كنا في highest achieving countries was dropped due to this fact. And in contrast, actually, the training of future healthcare workers are not up to the need. So, for example, less than 10% of medical students reported receiving formal training in smoking cessation. So, for smokers who have been smoking for years, is there any benefit to stop smoking? Of course, yes. There are short-term benefits within hours, but the most important is the long-term benefit. So, for example, at 1 year, the risk of coronary disease is reduced to 50%, in 5 years, 10 years, also the risk of a stroke, lung cancer, all of these are reduced after a couple of years. So it does work even for smokers who have been smoking for 10 years or 20 years. Still, it does work to go through the quitting tobacco. So why smokers do not quit؟ يعني انت لو تكلمت مع اي احد سموكر سالته او تكلمت عن التدخين حيقول لك مباشره يا دكتور انا اعرف انه التدخين مضر ونعرف والله ودي اوقفه. I want to stop, I want to quit, but I cannot. So why they do not quit if they know that smoking is harmful to their health? The answer is mainly tobacco dependence with the all, I would say, categories of tobacco dependence. So tobacco addiction or dependence is made up of 3 components. Physical or physiological dependence, which is related to the nicotine in the cigarettes and the tobacco. Emotional psychological connection لما نربط بعض الأشياء stress and stress I need to get a cigarette and so on. And habitual and social connection لما في الاستراحة نهاية الأسبوع لازم يكون مع أصحابه المعسل موجود فيكون دخن and so on. So there are some habitual and social connections. So all these 3 components add up to the addiction problem, which is a physical or physiological dependence. We have the nicotine, which is a substance in the tobacco that shown effect of dependency. It's not carcinogen as far as we know, but it can reach quickly to the brain. So when somebody smokes nicotine, go to the lungs, to the and then absorb to the arterial blood. From the arterial blood, it will go to the brain and then attach to a certain specific receptors in the brain, as in acetylcholine receptors, which lead to release of neurotransmitters and the reward effect. So the idea here is that we have a substance that is highly addictive, that is very quickly and efficiently delivered by the cigarettes to the brain to create the dopaminergic effect. So the release of stress والrelease of الcraving الموجود عند الشخص بمجرد انه smoke it will remove. So a visual just depiction of the same thing. So this is the reason of the nicotine withdrawal symptoms. So when a person a smoker stops smoking, they will feel the withdrawal with any combination of these symptoms, and that lead to them going back to smoking. How to measure the nicotine dependence? كيف نعرف الشخص إلى أي مدى هو dependent or addicted to the nicotine? There are various measures. One of the famous one, which is translated and validated in Arabic into Arabic, is the Fagerstrom test of nicotine dependence. So for our lifestyle practice, when you are in the healthcare center, for example, and you are seeing a tobacco user, how to assess? We need to assess and treat, right? So for the assessment, there are a lot of details in the assessment, but briefly, the most I would say most widely used tools to assess tobacco use is what is called the rollers, to assess their how important the smoker feel about quitting tobacco and how confident they are feel. So we're asking on a scale of 0 to 9 من 0 إلى 10 قديش أنت تشوف نفسك إنك إنه مهم إنك توقف عن التدخين. فهو يختار رقم and then we start discussion. طبعا these scales usually are used within what we call motivational interviewing. We'll talk a little bit about motivational interviewing in the next slides. So the idea is that we need to have a dialogue with the smokers. Confrontation does not work. Confrontation does not work. انت دائما ترى المرض بدا يتطور عندك وانت في يعني نسبه الخطر كبيره جدا انه يجي لك هارت ديزيزز. كم مره نتفق انك توقف، انت ما انت قاعد تسوي شيء، ترى انت قاعد تقتل نفسك. Never work. So what we need to do is to have the dialogue. It's like any other lifestyle behaviors. We cannot enforce people to do some lifestyle behaviors. Probably يعني most of us we are not smokers, so we didn't feel the problem of, but we can think about it like, for example, physical inactivity. If you do not practice physical inactivity and you read a lot and hear a lot about physical activity, are you doing what is required? So it's the same problem right here in nicotine or tobacco smoking. So in summary, we need to assess the level of tobacco. There are various questionnaires and tools used to assess the tobacco use, and these are the roller is an important tool that we can use. What about available tobacco treatment? So there are effective tobacco dependence treatment methods available and evidence-based. Behavioral interventions are one component. Pharmacological interventions. So for behavioral intervention, even the short, brief advice, minimal counseling, less than 3 minutes are effective in helping patients to quit tobacco. So this is what we call for, is that for every clinician, clinical practice, whenever you see a patient, ask about tobacco use, and then give clear advice to stop tobacco, and then assess the readiness to quit. We'll talk about this in a minute. But the point is, even the minimal counseling like this, short advice, it has an effect, even in the long term. As we increase the intensity of counseling, the effectiveness increases. So this make the case for the need for dedicated smoking cessation services, or at least to have some arrangement to provide a higher intensity counseling for smoking tobacco users. For the brief tobacco interventions, most of the clinicians have short time with the patient. We have different models. The 5 A's is the most famous one. 5 A's for brief interventions, to ask all patients if they smoke, دخن أو ما تدخن. Advise tobacco users, they need to quit, very clear, and if you can make it personalized to the patient case and the patient disease, that would be more, that would be better. And then assess readiness to quit. Readiness to quit. Are you ready? هل تفكر ايش رايك توقف تدخين؟ هل تفكر انك توقف؟ اذا كان نعم، ممكن two other steps اللي هي assist، وبالتالي انا ممكن اساعده اني اعمل كويت بلان، اني طيب نعمل كويت ديت، طيب كيف تسوي، ونبدا نتكلم على الريلابس وعلى الويدرول سيمبتومز الى اخره. And then arrange follow up for contacts. For a busy clinicians اللي ما عندهم وقت عاده، ما مثلا خلينا نقول مثلا cardiologist بيشوف البيشنتس اللي في الكلينيك وعنده very tight time. احنا what we need is the first 3. عشان كذا في other models اللي هو 3 A's. So to assess
5 minutes
and then
5 minutes
and they assess and then to refer to a dedicated services for smoking cessation. For patients who are ready to quit, هنكمل the 2 other steps. For patients who are not ready to quit, we can use the 5 R's model اللي هي فيها نوع من discussion والdialogue to create discrepancy among the smokers. واحدة من التولز المشهورة طبعا ممكن we can use in tobacco cessation, we can use for example CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, or we can use motivation interviewing. Motivation interviewing is one of the the tool accessible to be used in the tobacco cessation settings. And the principles of motivational interviewing on 4 principles to express empathy. في شيء من العلاقة، في شعور بوضع الشخص اللي هو مدخن، ما هي بقضية انه لا ترى انت اهم شيء الإرادة. الإرادة صحيح مهمة، لكن the patient is facing a real problem. There is a physical dependence and nicotine dependence. And to develop discrepancy بين الشخص خاصة اللي ما عنده نية انه يوقف تدخين، انه ابدا discrepancy between their values and between what they want to do to quit smoking. All patients have resistance, or most of the patients have resistance to stop smoking. So we need to roll with the resistance rather than to confront and have a confrontational conversation with the patient, and then support self-efficacy. Pharmacotherapy, we have 7 first-line medications to help quit smoking. These are the 7 medication. 5 of them are what we call nicotine replacement therapy, اللي هي essentially delivering nicotine to replace the nicotine in the cigarettes. And then we have bupropion and varenicline. These 7 are FDA approved, and the start medication are available in Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, recently the varenicline, which is Shambix, was withdrawn from the markets due to manufacturing issue with contamination, but other medications are still available. Nicotine replacement therapy, mainly nicotine lozenge and nicotine patch. These are the nicotine replacement therapy that are available in Saudi Arabia. For bupropion also and varenicline, sometimes the patients come to you and say, no, I want varenicline Shambix, because there was a marketing campaigns a couple of years ago. So patients sometimes or hear from come and ask for Shambix separately. But Shambix is an effective medication, but we need to take care of the contraindication and precautions and the use of varenicline. So thank you very much for listening to the presentation. This is the last one I need. If you can, yes. Thank you. Just an announcement I would like to make here with arrangement of Dr. Saleh Al-Rajhi, that we in Journal of Taiba University of Medical Sciences, the journal is published by Elsevier and Taiba University, and it is indexed in PubMed and Emerging Source Citation Index. So we are glad to announce a special issue to be published in Lifestyle Medicine. So all of you are welcome to submit papers, and also we need your help as a reviewer and peer reviewer for papers submitted to that journal. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Mohsen. Now we start the question.
ايش راح الصوت؟ شكرا دكتورة نسرين، حقيقة أجبتي على سؤالي عندما تحدثنا عن مؤتمرات الينبغيات. أنت جيتي بنتيجة وبطرح جربناه، ولو سألتك حسألك أين فشلتم؟ لأنه النجاح واضح ما شاء الله تبارك الله، بس أين فشلتم هذا مهم. الشيء الثاني، هذا يذكرني بحساب أشرف عليه بعنوان في تويتر موجود، بالله سجلوا عندكم وتابعوه. اسم الحساب في تويتر قصص المشاة. لحوالي 200 شخص تخلصوا مش تعايشوا. وعلى فكرة إذا معنا ناس متخصصين في الNCDs هنا انترنست وكذا، أرجوكم لا تقولوا للناس تعايش مع السكر. اقضي على السكر بالذات تايب 1 تايب 2. في نقاش طويل على الريميشن والريفرسال والانتهاء والخلصنا خلاص. ليش تبغى يستمر زبون مستمر معك؟ لا، ما في تعايش، في تقليص على الأقل. الشيء الثاني، تمنيت لو كان في طريقة إن ننقل الكلام ده إلى المجتمع، بحيث يكون نفس المؤتمر هذا في ترجمة فورية ويوصلوا الناس عشان يعرفوا القصص دي، وإنه الأمراض مزمنة في اليد، ونقدر بالهمة بالإرادة بالدعم بالإشراف الطبي نسوي شيء. السؤال كيف نضاعف هذا الأداء؟ دكتورة أنت بتسوي شيء مرة عظيم مرة كبير، كيف نقدر نقول للناس it is reversible عشان لا يقولوا مستعصية مزمنة non progressive non reversible، مش عارف القصص دي يبغى لها مراجعة. أخيرا كنت أبغى أسألك عن موضوع الفريكونسي قديش نحلها، لأنه أنت طبيبة ومشغولة مش كل مرة تقدر تشوف كل مريض أسبوعين أو كل شهر، إلا فيما يكون حل وسط أو معرفة كوتش ولا شيء زي كذا. دكتور شكرا على طرحك، وسؤالي إذا كان عندك تجارب من القبيل يمكن يكون تعطينا إيش النجاحات اللي ممكن تصير وتعلمنا كيف نجحنا أو كيف لم ننجح.
طيب شكرا دكتور صالح، الله يعطيك العافية وما شاء الله عليك. يعني أنت موتيفيشن شخص لوحدك كده، تعطي الإنسان دفعة حقيقية. بالنسبة للcases you're absolutely right, there is a failure, yes. إحنا starting by 10 cases, now we are reaching 30 cases and we are increasing. التيم قليل لأنه الapproach إحنا we are focusing إنه فعليا يكون اللي بيغطي في التيم he's well trained to deal with this type of cases. Family medicine with special training and endocrinology with special training, dietitian with all of them. So this is little bit make work difficult to seeing the patient frequent as supposed to be. Some of patients, as all of you know, not all of them very commitment. So there is a difficult cases. Difficult cases need approach بشكل مختلف، فإحنا بنستخدم معهم and we lose some of them. So we have a success cases and also have a failure cases, but we are learning from our failure. It's okay. So we have failure, we are just sitting as a team monthly basis doing as a meeting. So what we learn from this failure, why this patient is just didn't come back, why this patient is not really commitment. So and we are learning from our each other from the cases, and we try as much as we can to have workshops. We have to empower ourselves to empower our patient. This is for the first thing. Regarding the second question, I think it was related to I forget what was the second question? Frequency. Yeah, to reach it to community. Yes, this is very important, and actually, because of that, I like in حائل symposium, it's visiting all other sectors. So when I yesterday was in Mogig, we discussed this. So first thing I tell them, and this is usually I'm telling my patients, I was saying diabetes type 2 is irreversible disease, and it's breaking bad news. Where I was even teaching our resident this, when you are saying the patient have a diabetes, it's breaking bad news, and I'm sorry for that. So I apologize for the patient. Tell them this is not true. It's reversible, and you can do a lot for that, and you can treat your disease because it's related to lifestyle. Once you change your lifestyle, everything gonna be changed. And this message, every time I give it to my patients in community and everywhere. We need to do like community gathering, something like this, to share all these cases and to translate this message as much as we can. I absolutely agree with you with this. Yes. For frequency of visit, as you are saying, it's challenging. So we try our best to make it in first month, weekly basis as a team, because we are 5 in the team. So I'm seeing the patient this week, my colleague will see next week. So when I see the patient next month, I have availability for that. It's once per week, and it's depend on the place. In university hospital, we have no that much load, patient load. We can do like some accommodation. But I know in Ministry of Health, it's different story. So you can do as much as you can, depend on your place. But this type of patient really need frequent visit, at least in first 3 months. And thank you so much.
يعطيك العافية دكتور صالح. So yes, there are a lot of success stories, and as I mentioned in the presentation, we have a very active tobacco control program. So I mentioned some examples on the national level and example on the individual level. So on the national level, we have the provision of tobacco treatment. So all the treatment that I mentioned are available for free for any patients attending in any smoke cessation clinic. The spread of smoke cessation clinics are around the country and a very good distribution. And also, in regarding the policy, we have, for example, the success story of the plain packaging. We are among the very few countries in the world that apply the plain packaging for tobacco use. Of course, there are more and more things that can be done on the national level. For the individual level, the provision of the smoking cessation services as a good example. انا فقط اذكر مثال انه كان لما كان في تريننج حق السموك سيشن في مايو كلينيك، فكان السؤال اللي سالوني اياه انه عندكم انتم في المجتمع العربي هل ينفع انك تستخدم الموتيفيشنال انترفيو؟ الموتيفيشنال انترفيو في نوع من الديالوج والاشياء دي، فكانت من الاشياء اللي حرصت ان نطبقها عندنا في المنطقه اللي هو الموتيفيشنال انترفيو، وشفت حقيقه اثرها على البيشنت، لما يرجع لك المريض بعد فتره ويقول لك والله عارف دكتور احسن شيء سويته لي انك انت تركت لي انا القرار، كنت تتكلم معي وتعطيني خيارات وتقول لي خذ يعني خذ القرار بنفسك. بالتالي يعني كانت هذه من الاشياء اللي انا ارتحت انه yes it is applicable, we can apply it and it has an effect.
Thank you so much. Mohammed Al-Mansour, King Saud University. I have a question for Dr. Nasreen and question for Prof. Al-Mahsen. Dr. Nasreen, I consider you as a pioneer in our field as a family physician, that you are taking this lead, and please keep. My question is, now it's obvious that you are targeting the weight. So why don't you hit stronger than this? Why you just choose 5%? Why don't you choose a certain diet? And I'm glad that Prof. Al-Athman is here. Maybe he's going to comment on this. That why don't we use approved type of dietary changes, like I'm using low carb for myself, and it's making amazing change. So the patient will see a dramatic change within a short period. This will enforce his behavioral change. This cannot be done with everyone, I know, but you will find some people, they are really willing to, and their motives is very high. So why not to go in a high target? This is for you, Dr. Nasreen. For Prof. Abdul Mahsen, what about the practice that we are seeing with our psychiatry patients? A lot of our psychiatric patients, they are smokers, and they've been asked by the psychiatrist it's okay, keep your medication, and it's not necessarily to quit smoking. They are dealing with this because the smoking is their only scapegoat. So they don't want to forbidden them from everything and push them toward the psychosis and so on. So we have a lot of psychiatric patients, they have psychiatric issues, depression, and morbidly metabolic indices. So how can we deal with this? Thank you.
طيب شكرا دكتور محمد، الله يعطيك العافية، شكرا على السؤال. I'm not pioneer at all. I'm just learning from everyone here in the room. We still learning, we still have this learning process. Actually, your comment is really, really valid. We have to have our own local measurements and intervention, which will be measurable intervention. We tried in our clinic just to see what the patient can do and measuring according to the outcomes of the patient. So some patients really benefit from low carb diet, some of them no. So it's depend on the patient metabolism, patient response. It's a lot of, it's a huge field. And we have here our beautiful nutritionists. They can let us know more from their experience. But this is what, in my experience, when I try to put the patient on some diet, some of them get benefit, some of them actually no benefit at all. So it's depend on the patient. And all studies have shown no difference between different diets. If you are using low carb diet, if you are using low glycemic index type of food, if you are using, for example, low fat diet. So it's depend on the patient response. So this is what we are doing in our clinic. I'm just trying with the patient and doing, for example, first of all, the low calorie, low fat diet with whole food. And if it's responding, we are continue. If not, we are trying different type of diet. But the most important for us in the clinic to implement healthy lifestyle. So it's a whole process, not only regarding diet, not only exercise, also stress, sleep, everything. So we try to implement this with our patient, empowering the patient to have his own healthy lifestyle, depend on his own background and his own, the patient have want to eat more sweets, if want more eat more fatty food, we're acting on this. So this is what we are doing. But yes, it's valid point, and we can just do brainstorming and do what we can do in that. Thank you so much.
We have, I agree, we have a special population, mainly pregnant ladies, adolescents, and behavioral settings, and those are need a special approach for them. مع دكتور نايف والبرشر there are guidelines already published regarding how to deal within smoking in behavioral settings, especially for psychiatric patients. So we can refer back to them.
استبيحك عذرا دكتور، فيها سؤال من والدة مدخن أو مبتلى بالتدخين، يقول هل صحيح يعالج المدخن بأخذ إبرة في عيادة مكافحة التدخين ب 200 ريال بالشهر بشرط أن لا يكون مريض قلب؟
لا، ما في أدوية يعني أبروفد أو معتمدة بالإبر لعلاج التدخين. الأدوية هي نوع الحبوب واللصقات، يعني حبوب ولصقات فقط اللي هي موجودة حاليا في السعودية وأبروفد.
السلام عليكم جميعا. دكتور أيمن عفيف. يعني because of shortage of time, بس I want to mention that yesterday while I'm highlighting the pioneer in the field, because of the rushing of time, I forgot to mention those two pioneers. Dr. Abdul Mohsen Zalabani, the first ever in Saudi Arabia, got the diploma in lifestyle medicine before even the course of Dr. Saleh Al-Rashhi, I think 2018. And he traveled to take the diploma. Dr. Nesrin Al-Hamidi طبعا is the excellent coach in the field, excellent family physician, and she is doing hard work to improve our Saudi Society of Lifestyle Medicine. Dr. Nesrin سريعا to register and to try to publish all our cases which we succeeded or failed to reverse diabetes. We have to master this because not every diabetes can be reversed. All diabetes different from young diabetes. Comorbidities not common. A lot of risk factor, no risk factor. Using drug, not all diabetes can be reversed. So we have to publish, we have to exchange experiences. You limited lifestyle clinic in Saudi Arabia. Why not to exchange experience? I will elaborate another experience from our military hospital. So I hope we can merge all those experiences of Dr. He has a lot of stories, Dr. Saleh. Dr. Abdul Mohsen, thanks a lot for this presentation and congratulations for your journal, and hopefully we can share in this move actually. My question for you, if you can elaborate more, because this is very common and I met a lot in my clinic, the electronic cigarette and the smokeless tobacco. If you can tell us shortly, how can we estimate this quantity for our patient, and what can we tell them if he is using this electronic as a way to stop smoke? Thank you.
Just one comment regarding, the time is running. Thank you, Dr. Ayman, for this. And it's really, really important to do that. And yesterday I was discussing me and Dr. Muhammad Mansour regarding this issue. We have to have our own Saudi registry. And we can, all of us, just do register cases as physicians. And I agree for that. And we can start. Why not? As one of the recommendations of our symposium here, to have our own Saudi registry. So every physician can enter to that registry and put all data for these cases. Maybe at the end of the year, we end with thousands of cases. And this is going to change a lot of approaches. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman. Yes, the e-cigarette is a big debate, it's a big issue right in the recent years. Currently, we don't have specific guidelines in Saudi Arabia. There is a committee and the national committee here trying to publish or to do some guidelines regarding that issue. But in brief, the market is variable, a lot of variation. What is sold in the market is different. Some of these e-cigarettes contain nicotine. Some of them does not contain nicotine. And those who contain nicotine also have a various levels. So it's a little bit, I agree with you, it's difficult to assess what level of nicotine, but it delivers nicotine, so you can use it itself to have a gradual reduction in the level of nicotine until get rid. Regarding its use in the treatment of tobacco use, regular tobacco, there is a big hot debate regarding this issue and various approaches in the countries. For example, United Kingdom, they approve it as a smoking cessation tool that the physician can prescribe, but all other countries till now they don't approve it as a smoking cessation tool.
نستبيحكم عذرا نشوف في كثير من الأسئلة وما تلامون المحاضرة كانت شيقة وتستاهل وقت أكثر للدسكشن لكن we reach to the end of session 2 of day 2. Thank you دكتور نسرين, thank you دكتور عبد المحسن, يعطيكم العافية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I think يعني تحتاجون إلى شوي ريلاكس هيك ديب بريث بليز. إنه الصباح ما شاء الله وأنتم ليكتشر ورا الليكتشر، فاللي ما أخذ قهوة يتفضل، حياه والله ياخذ قهوة يشرب ماء. موف يعني ممكن 2 minutes 3 minutes بس عشان prepare yourself the next presentation. It will be يعني long presentation, 1 hour presentation. أنا دكتور مشعل النعيس. I will be moderating the next session. Next session will be presented by Dr. Wayne Deisner, talking about hypertension, diabetes mellitus type 2, and impaired glucose tolerance, lifestyle medicine reversal clinical pairs. Dr. Wayne is currently working as a lifestyle medicine specialist, lifestyle medicine physician, and preventive medicine, and associate professor of preventive medicine at Loma Linda University in the United States. Please welcome with me Dr. Wayne.
Thank you. It's great to be here. This is my second trip to Saudi Arabia for our lifestyle medicine conference, and it's fun to watch lifestyle medicine grow and develop in this country. This country, as well as the whole world, needs lifestyle medicine. So it's an honor and a privilege to be here with you. My background, I spent most of my life as an academic. I'm trained in family medicine and preventive medicine, but my passion for the last 15 years has been lifestyle medicine. What I'm doing now, I left academia and I'm working in a clinic trying to develop clinical models. And in the US, it matters a lot as far as the economics. So we're trying to show that lifestyle medicine actually saves money. It doesn't just make people better, it actually saves money. So what I want to talk about today, I'm going to give my version of the foundation for lifestyle medicine. This is something that is discussed in a variety of other lectures, but I'll just give my take on that. And then I'm going to talk about specific chronic diseases and show examples of how they can at times be reversed with lifestyle medicine. And then we'll talk about some of the clinical tools that I've been developing in my current practice. So this is a slide that I love to show, not only when I talk in conferences, but also when I talk with my new patients. And in this slide, I describe how when I went to medical school, I was trained in the top two sections of this slide. I was trained how to do procedures and how to prescribe pills. That's basically what my medical training was about. And if you look at the healthcare system in the US and probably here in Saudi Arabia and most countries in the world, the medical system is really based on those top two levels of this triangle. But if you look at the disease burden, we heard this morning that chronic disease is close to 75% of all disease problems in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And that's similar in most places around the world. And if you look at those chronic diseases, it's estimated that 80% of them can be treated through lifestyle medicine. So they're generally develop in relation to lifestyle choices, and then therefore they can be treated. So why should we focus on the top two levels of the triangle when we could be focusing on the bottom level, because it's low risk and low cost and actually has good results? Another thing that I like to highlight when we talk about lifestyle medicine is that lifestyle medicine is not just a new set of tools. It's also a new mindset. It's a different way of thinking about healthcare. So the way I was trained was primarily in this reductionistic approach to medicine. So I was trained to break down what's going on with a person, try to understand their differential diagnosis and what's there. And the idea there was that if we could figure out what was broken, we could figure out that thing in that person that was wrong, the disease, the thing that was broken, and then we would get that person better. And sometimes that does work. But lifestyle medicine is really this holistic approach. And the holistic approach says we're amazing, complex human beings, and our lives get out of balance sometimes. And when our lives get out of balance, we start experiencing certain symptoms and certain sets of things that feel like diseases. And so then our job as physicians, our job as healers, our job as lifestyle medicine practitioners is to bring people back into balance. And if we bring people back into balance, then they will automatically, their bodies are amazing, and they will automatically heal themselves. So it's not so much fixing something that's broken, it's more bringing people back into balance and allowing their bodies to do the healing. So this is what lifestyle medicine is about. And if we go back to here, in our clinic, we talk about, if you look at the lifestyle medicine, the lifestyle area there, 4 pillars: nourishment, movement, resilience, and connectedness. Now, these 4 pillars come from Dr. Dean Ornish, who was one of the lifestyle medicine pioneers in the United States. The American College of Lifestyle Medicine talks about 6 pillars. Clinically, we like to keep things efficient, so we've followed Dr. Ornish's guide and broken it down to 4. So the first 4 of those is nourishment, and there's a lot of talks about nourishment, but just to give you my take on the pillars of lifestyle medicine, or the components of nourishment as far as lifestyle medicine, I like to think of it as, I'm missing a slide. There was a book written called In Defense of Food by Michael Pollan. And in that book, it says, eat food, not too much, mostly plants. So eat food is the first thing, and eat food means eat whole food. We heard a talk this morning. I think we're going to hear more talks on the problems with processed food. To me, that's the biggest challenge that our world has right now as far as health is highly processed foods. And so lifestyle medicine says we need to eat whole food. And I don't know what the right percentage of whole food is. I put here, it should be 80% at least of whole food. And then 15% or so should be 15 to 20% should be the processed food, number 3 here. Processed foods includes things like bread and pasta, noodles, and those, not the highly processed noodles. A lot of noodles are ultra processed, the number 4. But really it's that number 4. And if you just look, I don't know what it's like here in Saudi Arabia, but in the United States, close to 60% of all calories that are taken are these ultra processed foods, close to 60%, which is crazy. And that's why chronic disease is driving things so poorly. So it's eat food, not too much. Not too much is the idea of it does matter how much we eat, and there's a variety of ways that we can approach that. So if we go to more on not too much, these slides are messed up a little bit. Actually, this is to finish up on eating whole food. So there's this concept of when I talk to a patient, if I tell them to eat whole food, I tell them to not eat ultra processed food. They don't know what that means. But if I tell them to go SOFAs free, SOFAs stands for sugar, oil, flour, alcohol, and salt. So if I tell them to stay away from SOFAs, then they understand that better. Now, I don't think it's realistic to be 100% SOFAs free, but we can go a long ways that direction. And that concept is a concept that's easier for patients to understand than the idea of staying away from highly processed food. So then when we think about not too much, there's a variety of work that's been done on caloric restriction. This is talked about as intermittent fasting, which is, in this case, intermittent fasting means you take 1 or 2 days per week and you have less calories, like say 800 calories on those days. Other days you have your regular 2,000, 2,500 calories. There's also time-restricted feeding. Time-restricted feeding, at least in the US, a lot of people call that intermittent fasting. Time-restricted feeding means that you eat only during a few hours every day. So maybe you eat during 8 hours and then you fast for the other 16 hours. That's time-restricted feeding. And then there's this new concept that was promoted by this Dr. Walter Longo called fasting mimicking diet. That's where you take 5 days. You can do it once a month. You can do it every 3 months. In our clinic, we have a fasting mimicking program every 4 months where we'll go for 5 days, and a group of us will take 800 calories only for 5 days straight. And there's a variety of health benefits that have been proven from doing this type of approach. So the next concept is, it was eat food, not too much, mostly plants. The next concept is mostly plants. There's a variety of discussions around what mostly plants means. In our practice, we think about that as getting 95% of your calories from plants and 5% of it from animal products. Why 95-5? Well, again, you can debate that, whether that's the right number, but if you look at this article on the bottom by Dr. Walter Willett and his colleagues in the Eat Lancet Commission, these were people who were studying what's the best diet for the planet. How can we keep the planet healthy? And they came to this 95-5% breakdown. Another example would be if you look at traditional diets, diets of our ancestors, diets of people like these Chamani Indians who live in Bolivia, and look at sort of what they do, and they have very little in the way of chronic disease. And this is a breakdown of their diets, about 70% carbs, about 15% fat, about 15% protein. If you look at their protein, about 25% or about a quarter of their protein comes from animal products, 3/4 of it comes from plant products. So again, if you break down that it's about a 95% calories come from plants and 5% come from animal products. So again, that's not a hard and fast rule, but it's a guideline that's discussed in the lifestyle medicine world. So just an example of this, a real life example. This is Eric Adams. Eric Adams is the new mayor of New York City. So he's been the mayor of New York City for about 3 months. And Eric Adams is a whole food, plant-based person. So he was developing diabetes, he was developing eye problems. He went whole food, plant-based, he lost a lot of weight, his eye problems went away, his diabetes went away. And now he's the mayor of New York. And so he's bringing lifestyle medicine clinics into all the sections of New York. So this concept of lifestyle medicine is growing in a lot of areas, and a fun place to watch it grow is in New York City. And the point here is poor diet quality is a leading cause of premature death, and almost everything marketed to our children is willfully addictive junk. So we talked about 4 lifestyle medicine pillars. That was nourishment. I spent a little more time on that because it's important in lifestyle medicine. There's always a lot of discussion about it. The next 3 pillars I'll just go over briefly. Movement. We all know the importance of physical activity. We don't discuss quite as much the importance of physical activity outside in fresh air and sunshine. I know sometimes we have to do that early in the morning, but that's actually a good time to do it. And then we talk about resilience. Resilience is sleep and stress. And I don't know about you, but in my clinic, when I see a patient who's sleeping poorly, it's usually because they're stressed, they'll usually start sleeping better. So we put sleep and stress together, and this idea of rest and balance in our everyday life, that's very important from a lifestyle medicine perspective. And then our final pillar in lifestyle medicine is connectedness. And in our practice, we talk about horizontal connectedness, which is your relationships with your family, your friends, your colleagues, your groups and networks. And then we talk about vertical connectedness. And vertical connectedness is your purpose and meaning in your life, your spirituality, your connection to God, or however you approach spirituality. But that's also important from a health perspective. And there's a variety of studies that look at the importance of both the horizontal and the vertical approach to connectedness. So just briefly putting the lifestyle medicine movement into context, you all have seen pictures like this of diabetes throughout the world. And then we see that it's growing. So this was a 2010 prevalence estimate. And then the prediction for 2030. It's getting worse and worse throughout the world. If you look at the places in the world where diabetes is the worst, the 2 places are the Pacific Islands and the Middle East. And I know you all are familiar with this. I've been blessed to be able to not only come to Saudi Arabia, but also to Qatar, and so spend some time in the Middle East. Also, I've been blessed to go to several of the Pacific Islands where diabetes is very significant. And the challenge in both these areas, as well as anywhere around the world where we're dealing with chronic disease, is primarily that highly processed food, the ultra processed food. And just a reminder, diabetes is very expensive. And to put it in a specific example, so this was done by Mary Delaney, and she works with corporations trying to help them lower their healthcare costs. And what she found was that people who are normal, their average healthcare cost was about $5,500 per year. if you are poorly controlled diabetic, and in her example, poorly controlled was anything with a hemoglobin A1C over 7. The poorly controlled diabetics cost close to $14,000 per year. And if you look at for each point of hemoglobin A1C, so to get your hemoglobin A1C from 7 down to 6, you're saving about $1,500 per person per year. It's a very significant cost problem, as we've heard in other talks today. So the next section we're going to talk about is some specific examples of disease reversal with multiple chronic diseases, but we're going to talk primarily about diabetes because diabetes is the classic lifestyle medicine disease. So this is a patient of mine. This isn't her actual picture, but it is an actual true story. So she came into my office with poorly controlled diabetes. She actually had a hemoglobin A1C of 13.1. That was the first check when we did of her hemoglobin A1C. So very poorly controlled. She had some kidney issues, some blood pressure issues as well. She was overweight. She wasn't dramatically obese, but she was definitely overweight. And so we put her into our clinic systems, which I'm going to talk about our clinic systems a little bit more at the end. It's groups and it's coaching and it's a variety of other things. And after 16 weeks, her hemoglobin A1C was in half. It was at 6.6. And we did that with no medications. So lifestyle medicine works. We were able to bring this crazily high hemoglobin A1C down to really a pre-diabetic range in just 16 weeks, just by applying lifestyle medicine, just by applying different approaches to food, different approaches to connectedness, different approaches to exercise, all of those things. So that seems like a dramatic example, but there's actually studies to show that this is the kind of thing that we can achieve fairly regularly with diabetes. To me, this is one of the most significant trials around diabetes reversal. This was done in the United Kingdom, and what they did is they took primary care practices, and for the case primary care practices, those patients were given, the patients that were struggling with overweight particularly, were given a lower calorie diet. And you can see this is the results. This is 1 year after. So the graph A here is about losing weight. So in the control group, nobody lost weight. In the intervention group, 1 year on, there was 24% of the population that had lost at least 15 kilograms of weight. So 15 kilograms of weight lost and then stayed off for at least a year. Graph B is about diabetes remission. So this is diabetes reversal. And you can see that in the control group, there was a little bit of diabetes reversal, but in the intervention group, again, these are people who were put on a low calorie diet. 46% were in diabetes remission at the end of a year. That's pretty impressive. But then if you break that down, so graph C is looking at people who lost weight and the percentage of them that went into diabetes remission. And you can see the most dramatic thing is on the far right there, people who had lost at least 15 kilograms of weight, 86% of them went into diabetes remission. So we heard earlier about we can think of diabetes as a reversible disease. We can clearly think about diabetes as a reversible disease. And this is saying if your patient is overweight and can lose a lot of weight, as much as 86% of them will be able to achieve diabetes remission. So the clinical significance of the DIRECT study is after 2 years, so this is ongoing. After 2 years, more than 1/3 of these individuals had been free of diabetes and no need for diabetes medications for 24 months. There was a group that had relapse. That relapse was associated with things like fatty liver. And one of the theories, one of the ways that the leaders of the direct study explain this is that diabetes is about accumulation of fat in our systems. And that fat, where it usually goes under the skin, in diabetes, it starts going to places like the liver and the pancreas, and that's what leads to type 2 diabetes. So Dr. Roy Taylor, who's the lead researcher in the direct trial, says that there's a personal fat threshold, and part of our jobs as we work with our patients is to try to make sure they stay under that personal fat threshold. So Dr. Taylor did some earlier work. So this is actually before the direct trial, talking about type 2 diabetes disease reversibility. And in this study, he said the longer you have diabetes, that matters as well. So people who had diabetes for a short period of time, 73% of them achieved disease reversal. Those who had it for greater than 8 years, it was a little harder. So 43% achieved diabetes reversal. But the point is here again, you can get diabetes reversal in a high percentage of your patients. So his summary was diabetes reversal should be a goal in the management of type 2 diabetes. And I think it's important not only as a patient walks into your office to think our goal is to get rid of this diabetes, but also our goal is to get that hemoglobin A1C down into the normal range, to get it below 5.7, get it to 5.6 or less. And you can't always achieve that, but if that's your goal, then you're always shooting for this concept of diabetes reversal. So just as a reminder, diabetes is highly correlated here with the two things that are highlighted in red, with dietary fat and a measure of simple carbohydrates. So we're trying when we're trying to reverse diabetes, we're trying to take out dietary fat. We're trying to take out these highly processed foods, basically, things that have extra fat and extra simple carbohydrates in them. The thing that helps with diabetes, things that's positive, that's negatively correlated to the things that the more of the better the diabetes is fiber. So we want to have more fiber and less dietary fat and corn syrup. Carbohydrate, interestingly, is neutral. So it didn't make a difference. And that's, of course, because carbohydrate, there's simple carbohydrates, which are bad. There's complex carbohydrates, which are the fiber, which is good. And then there's the starches, which depending on how processed they are, starches can be generally somewhat neutral. And then just back to the idea of whole food plant-based, so eat mostly plants. There's definitely a correlation between the amount of animal product eaten and the percentage of people that will develop diabetes. So to finish up the topic of diabetes, at its core, type 2 diabetes is a foodborne illness. So when we think of foodborne illnesses, we generally think of infectious kinds of diseases, but actually chronic disease, especially diabetes, and actually a large percentage of chronic disease is a foodborne illness. And it's our job as health professionals to be trying to reverse that. And it's the mission of the lifestyle medicine movement to try to reverse that as well. Actually, I guess I have one more slide. As I said, I've had a chance to go to the South Pacific. There I met this Dr. Walter Vermeulen. He's the gentleman on the right there. And he's been in the country of Samoa. He developed heart disease himself. He's a surgeon, actually, trained as a surgeon. He developed heart disease himself. He decided he wanted to reverse his heart disease because his doctors were saying it's just going to progress and get worse. And he didn't want to believe that. So he read about the work of Caldwell Esselstyn, and he applied a whole food plant-based approach to himself and reversed his heart disease. So he said, we can apply this to the country of Samoa, where there's a very high diabetes rate. And he started working with village leaders. They have a very strong village culture there. And he achieved an 82% diabetes reversal rate as he worked in these villages, and he worked with the community leaders in just a 12-week time frame. So again, these are very impressive things that can be done, not just on the individual level, but on a whole community level. So I'm now going to go to another chronic disease, that's high cholesterol. So I had a patient come in to my practice who had high cholesterol levels. I'm going to show you the number in the next slide. But he didn't want to start medications. He wanted to go through a lifestyle medicine approach. And so I created this nutrition prescription for him. So this is what he walked out of my office with. No medications, nothing else, just this nutrition prescription. And you can see what it says. The first thing it did is it took out dairy, because if you look at high cholesterol, the thing that drives high cholesterol is saturated fat. And if you look at saturated fat, at least in the US, the biggest driver of saturated fat is dairy products, specifically cheese. Cheese is by far the biggest driver of high cholesterol, of saturated fat and high cholesterol in the United States. So we took out dairy completely. And then we gave him this, what we call our 2-2-2 rule. And the 2-2-2 rule is a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing, but it gives you this general guideline of an approach to meat. So it says fish. Fish we know is a healthier approach to animal products. So fish you can have a couple times a week. And then when we come to chicken or turkey is not as healthy as fish. In the United States, most people think that chicken and turkey is a healthy. Depends on how you fix it, and a variety of different things. But in this 2-2-2 rule, we said chicken and turkey, you can have that twice a month. And then we know that red meat is the least healthy of all meats. So this is a little aggressive for a lot of people. Although a lot of people that I hang out with in the lifestyle medicine movement think that you should never have red meat. But here we say, well, you can have it on special occasions. You can have your beef and pork 2 times a year. So that's the 2-2-2 rule. Anyways, we gave that to this gentleman. When we take food away, we then like to add other food back in. So what we told him is, instead of going to meat and dairy for your protein, go to legumes. So we encouraged him to eat more beans and lentils. In fact, when he came back to me, he said, well, I've been following your bean diet. Well, it's not really a bean diet, but legumes are something that I encourage people to eat a lot, because they're very high in fiber as well as very high in protein. So we gave them that. And then of course, we're trying to get him towards SOFAs free, and oil can drive up cholesterol as well. So we tried to minimize the oil in his diet as well. Okay, so these are his numbers. So on the left-hand column were his numbers when he first came in. His total cholesterol was 171, HDL 42, LDL 114, triglycerides 75. I'm sorry, the right-hand column when he first came in, 226, 45, 155, and 132. So that was when he first came into the office. Again, the only thing I prescribed for him was that one piece of paper, that one nutrition prescription. And generally, I don't have patients come back this quickly, but this gentleman, he happened to come back quickly and get his labs done again quickly. So you can see that's only a 3-week time difference, 3-week difference. And look at the difference in his cholesterol. He dropped the total cholesterol 55 points. He dropped the LDL cholesterol 41 points. Triglycerides also dropped. The HDL stayed relatively the same. All of that just from one piece of paper. So that's how powerful lifestyle medicine is. It works, and you get a dramatic example in just 3 weeks. Now, some of you may be saying, well, that doesn't work consistently, but there's actually the portfolio diet. This was a study done by Dr. David Jenkins, and you can see in the reference there, this is actually close to 20 years old. So we've known for a long time that we can reverse cholesterol. And what Dr. Jenkins did is he took people with high cholesterol, put them on this specific diet, and then he compared the diet to a statin medication. And what you can see is in 2 weeks, he was getting 30% drops in cholesterol, not only from the medication, but also from the diet. So we know that if you apply an aggressive, whole food, plant-based, unprocessed food diet, that you can get a very significant drop in cholesterol very quickly. And I have a lot of case studies actually of that. So the one patient I shared with you, but I have a lot of other case studies where we've dropped cholesterol as much as 100 points just by diet without medications. So we talked about diabetes. We talked briefly about cholesterol. This is now talking about hypertension. This is another patient of mine. She was going to another healthcare provider. When she first came to me, she said, I'm a cranky old lady. She had a lot of pain issues. She had high blood pressure, and she just didn't feel good about her life. So this is the medications that she was on starting off. A lot of different medications, a lot of them around pain, but also around her blood pressure. And we put her on a variety of different things. We had her join some of our groups. We had her talk with our coaches. We did a little bit of supplement support. We had her see some physical therapy. We used a lot of positive psychology. So I'm a big fan of working with people's strengths, encouraging them, giving them positive feedback. So we did a lot of that with her. And then you can see in the right-hand column in the middle there, her cholesterol dropped. We were able to decrease her statin medication, her several blood pressure medicines, but probably more important, her chronic pain improved. So her pain medication regimen was simplified dramatically. And she now starts every day, instead of being a grumpy old lady, she starts every day talking about her gratitude list. So it's a wonderful example of how lifestyle medicine can work. And again, with high blood pressure, we know that a lifestyle approach, a whole food plant-based approach will make a difference. And again, you can see the correlation between how you eat and your blood pressure levels. So now we talked about 3 of the risk factors for heart disease: diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. We're now going to talk about heart disease specifically. And the idea of intensive lifestyle changes reversing heart disease, that's been around for a long time. So Dr. Dean Ornish, you can see this study was initially done 1986 to 1992. So that's a long time ago. Dr. Ornish, as I said, was one of the founders of the lifestyle medical movement. So this study was published 24 years ago. And this is a follow-up for his study. And basically what it showed is that a 5-year follow-up showed continued regression of stenosis in the treatment group and continued progression of stenosis in the control group. So he was reversing heart disease, and that was sustainable for 5 years. You all may have seen this picture. This actually comes from Caldwell Esselstyn and some of the heart disease reversal that he's done. So this was a gentleman, this was actually a physician who came to his office and had this left anterior descending blockage in 1996. He put him on a very aggressive diet. Dr. Ornish, well, in Dr. Ornish's study, and then Dr. Esselstyn Both of them are incredibly aggressive as far as low fat. They go incredibly low fat, like down to 10% fat or even less, which is hard to get to. I don't think that's realistic for most of our patients, but that's what they do. And you can see there was actually documented improvement. So this was, again, purely a lifestyle intervention, purely a diet intervention, and we're actually seeing improvement in blood flow, reversal of the chronic disease plaques. Another area that lifestyle medicine makes a difference that's not talked about as much, but it is starting to get more press, is cognitive decline. So Dr. Dean and Aisha Sherzai, they've developed this thing called the Neuroplan, and it's basically applying lifestyle medicine to people with early cognitive deficits. And I want to emphasize here that this doesn't work with advanced Alzheimer's. Once you get a certain place down the road, it's hard to do that kind of reversal. But if someone's early on in a cognitive challenge, then applying this Neuroplan actually makes a difference. And you can see on their book, they said to prevent, and it should be sometimes reverse, because you can't always reverse, but sometimes reverse cognitive decline. This is another personal example of lifestyle medicine and skin health. We don't talk about skin health so much in the lifestyle medicine world because there's less case control studies that have been done around that. But this was a gentleman who came into my office with his leg looking like this. He'd actually had a spider bite several years ago. He had poor circulation in his legs. He'd struggled with obesity most of his life. And he'd been to a bunch of different doctors around the country. All of them said, this is just going to get worse and worse. So he came to our clinic. We told him go on a whole food plant-based diet. He again attended some of our groups and our cooking classes. He lost some weight. His hemoglobin A1C got better. And this is what his leg looked like just a few months later. It actually improved dramatically. And to me, the most exciting thing is he became way more functional too. So when he first came, his leg was hindering him from walking. So he had a hard time actually doing much walking at all. And now he goes out and he plays Frisbee golf, active, primarily because of his lifestyle changes. So one final chronic disease area that I wanted to talk about what was the concept of kidney disease. So kidney disease is one of the more expensive causes of health issues. And we haven't historically talked about lifestyle medicine reversing kidney disease. And we're still early on in that discussion, but it's gone along far enough that I think we really need to start including that in our discussions of the values of lifestyle medicine. So this is going back to Dr. Vermeulen, remember the physician from Samoa. These are some case studies of his where he's improving creatinine, improving glomerular filtration rate. Going to a more specific scientific publication. This is looking at healthy dietary patterns and the progression of kidney disease actually. And what it's showing is that the healthy dietary patterns, so the higher fruit and vegetable, legume and whole grain and fiber intake, and the lower red meat, salt and refined sugar intake, that decreases the advancement of kidney disease. And just as a reminder, kidney disease is incredibly expensive. If you look at your most expensive patients in your healthcare system, a high percentage of them have some type of kidney disease, especially when you're going to dialysis. So you can see here, it's a 10-fold increase as kidney disease progresses. So if you can stop the progression of kidney disease, and just stopping the progression is a pretty big win. But if you can actually reverse it a little bit, that matters. And again, as we saw in diabetes, as we talked about in cognitive change, and to emphasize here again in renal disease, the farther progressed it is, the harder it is to reverse. So someone on dialysis, the chances of moving them off dialysis into healthy eating or into no dialysis, that's not going to happen very much at all. But if you can get someone in stage 2 or even sometimes in stage 3 of kidney disease, you can frequently stop the progression and sometimes actually reverse it and improve it. Okay, I want to finish up my talk by talking about a few of the tools. So like I said, what I do primarily now is see patients. And what we've been doing is developing methods that show that we can actually achieve what we call the triple aim. The triple aim is we have high patient satisfaction, we have great clinical outcomes, and we have lower healthcare costs. So we're achieving that by applying lifestyle medicine in a primary care clinic. So how do we do that? Well, there's a variety of ways. We assess differently, we treat differently. We have a variety of programs and other supports. We think of patients differently in our patient care approaches, and then we're trained differently. So the providers in our clinic are all lifestyle medicine certified. So how do we assess differently? There's a lot of things we do, and I give a whole other talk on assessing patients. But just a couple examples. One is we do something called the lifestyle medicine vital signs. That means for those 4 pillars, nourishment, movement, resilience, and connectedness, we ask every single patient, every single visit, how are you doing in those? So we just do a 10-point Likert scale, and the patient will tell us, today I'm a 8 on nourishment, I'm a 6 on movement, I'm a 7 on resilience, whatever it is. Now, this is a bit of a subjective instrument, but I can tell you as a clinician who spends a lot of time seeing patients, it's incredibly valuable. So when I see where a patient's feeling they're at on this, it really makes a difference as far as how I interact with that patient. So if I find that they're really low on connectedness, it's not going to matter how well I treat their nourishment if I don't address the connectedness somehow. And you can apply that to any one of these 4 pillars. So this is one tool that we use as far as assessing patients. We also have a more detailed lifestyle medicine history that we do. It's all electronic based, and it's sort of a cascade. So drill in more. If they answer no, then we don't do that more detailed drill. Again, this is a whole other topic if we wanted to go into that more. So we also, I talked about assessing differently. We also treat differently. So one of the things we do is we give lifestyle medicine prescriptions, and those are all templated. So I gave an example earlier in the patient with high cholesterol. This will be another example. This is one of the most common prescriptions that we use. We call it our anti-inflammatory diet. So instead of giving medications, we'll give them this diet, and we get some good results from that. These are all high antioxidant foods. And so we just encourage them. We give them very specific amounts they're supposed to eat. And we don't prescribe, we prescribe food by the food name. We don't prescribe it by the vitamin category or the nutrient category. We say that we want you to have, kale and blueberries and broccoli, those kinds of things. We also frequently will do it for a time limited amount. People, if you ask them to do something for 2 weeks or a month, they almost always say, well, yeah, I can do that. If you ask them to do it for the rest of their life, they'll be very hesitant. But they'll do it for a few weeks, and then if they feel better at the end of those few weeks, they're more likely to continue it. So we also have a variety of lifestyle medicine protocols, and we apply those to any number of disease processes. These are all within our electronic medical record, so we can just press buttons and access the protocol and press more buttons and get the right care plan, the right set of lifestyle prescriptions for our patients. So we assess differently and we treat differently. We also have a variety of programs. So we have a variety of different groups. If you look at the lifestyle medicine movement around the world, a lot of it is heavily based on groups. So if you look at the British Society of Lifestyle Medicine, a whole lot of their work. They're known within the United Kingdom for their group work as much as for anything that they do as far as nutrition or movement or those types of things. So the idea of meeting together in groups, now that's obviously your culture matters a lot in that. So how you apply groups in the United Kingdom may be different from how you apply groups in Saudi Arabia. But I would encourage you, as you look at applying lifestyle medicine, to think about ways you can do groups. And groups can be there primarily for education. But one of my favorite ways of applying groups is for support. What we see in our patients is that generally when they're applying lifestyle medicine to their lives, they're going a bit counterculture. So the culture is taking them down this highly processed food, less activity path, and they're trying to go a different route. So they need people around them who are thinking the same way they are and acting the same way they are. And a group is a great way to do that. Plus, we all need accountability in our lives. We all have the tendency to go a particular way, but if we're checking in on a regular basis and telling people this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing. So we have support groups in our practice that meet every week, and we have patients that take advantage of that and check in with their support groups every week. There's also lifestyle medicine programs. There's this whole phenomenon called ITLC, or intensive therapeutic lifestyle change. And that's generally where people get together in groups, frequently in a residential setting. Although this is data coming from the CHIP program, where it's a community-based ITLC program. And one of the exciting things about this is if you look at any of these columns, so these are different studies done on the CHIP program. And if you look at any of these columns, there's fairly consistent results. So these are different populations, different ways of applying the CHIP program, but it's consistent results. And that's what any clinician wants is, if I apply this, will I get consistent results? So you can see, if you apply these ITLC programs, you can get fairly consistent results as far as lowering systolic and diastolic blood pressure, as far as losing weight, as far as lowering cholesterol, as far as lowering blood sugar. So we have these kinds of things available in our practice as well. And basically, you know, this is back to that case study. Traditional medicine would be using drugs and pushing orders, and it's sort of just a passive sick care, whereas we're looking for disease reversal. We're coaching, we're using motivational interviewing, a variety of different things that increase satisfaction. So if you look at the patients in our practice, we've studied the patients in our practice, and they do achieve that triple aim. So they have a very high net promoter score. They have great clinical outcomes, and we're achieving about a $4,000 per year decrease in their healthcare costs by applying primary care lifestyle medicine compared to traditional primary care. So just a few slides on the lifestyle medicine movement. So one of my privileges is to be the chair of the International Board of Lifestyle Medicine. This is the certifying body for lifestyle medicine. This board has been in existence only for 5 years. So we've had 5 tests so far, and you can see it's already around the world. So over 3,000 physicians have been certified. About 2/3 of those are in the US. So the US has been sort of the place this really got started, but it's all around the world now. It's in 6 different languages. 62 different countries have had people that are certified in lifestyle medicine. You can see the stars are where there's been exams. So there was an exam here in Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago, I think pre-COVID. Qatar's had several exams, but again, all around the world. And this has been growing very rapidly. Another thing that's been growing is lifestyle medicine education. So in the United States, we have something called the Lifestyle Medicine Residency Curriculum. This is a way of applying lifestyle medicine. It's a 100-hour curriculum that you can apply to a residency training program. In the United States now, 82 programs, 2,500, close to 2,500 physicians are in this lifestyle medicine residency curriculum right now. And again, this is something that's just taking off. So 4 years ago, this didn't even exist. So it's really growing rapidly. These are things that are available to Saudi Arabia. So if anybody has questions or is wanting to access us, just let me know, and I'm happy to help you access the curriculum. A couple final thoughts. We talked about how if you're a patient and you're applying lifestyle medicine, that's sort of counterculture. What we want to be doing as lifestyle medicine professionals is bringing change to the cultures that we're in. We have to reverse this progression towards, I'll say, Western foods, towards highly processed foods, this progression towards less and less movement, this progression towards more stress with our digital devices and all those kind of things. We have to be reversing that culture somehow. That's the real win. If we're really going to achieve the healthcare outcomes that we want, it's a public health approach. And to achieve the public health approach, we have to work together. We have to work as government, educational and healthcare institutions. We have to work with corporations, with religious bodies, with a variety of other both international and national organizations, and work with the lifestyle medicine movement as a whole. The lifestyle medicine movement is growing internationally. So this is we can do this as a whole team. So in summary, lifestyle medicine is a significantly different approach to healthcare from traditional Western medicine. We need to have that new mindset as well as a whole new set of skills. There's strong evidence that lifestyle medicine practiced comprehensively can prevent slow progression, and in some cases reverse a variety of high-cost chronic diseases. And practicing lifestyle medicine requires application of a variety of new components to current care systems. So again, thank you. It's great to be here, and I think we have a little bit of time for questions.
Dr. Thank you, Dr. Wayne, for this nice and rich, informative presentation. Finished on time. Thank you very much. Now we'll open the floor for the question. In audience, if anybody hearing us want to ask question, just raise your hand. الحاضرين معنا عن بعد عن طريق زوم، رجاء إذا في أي سؤال رفع اليد، سوف نفتح لكم المجال إن شاء الله للأسئلة. شكرا. أي سؤال؟ نبدأ بالدكتور صالح.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. Really, I've been following you and your Dean Ornish, Neil Bernard, all those very good, really accomplishing guys. And I think probably you need to give us something about the responsible physician committee or group or initiative, something like that. This is one issue. The other issue is that how much can we invest in behavioral change? The ways other than groups, how can we let people change the culture even in their families or the way they live? This is a behavioral issue. How are you addressing this issue? And I didn't hear you talking about physical activity. How is it there in your system? And the last thing, who pays for the patients? Who's paying?
Thank you. A good set of questions. So I'll start with the behavioral change person. So we have a behavioral change professional that's part of our practice, and she's very busy. She is involved in a variety of things, but one of the things that she does is she runs a health behavior change group. And in that group, she helps people understand why they make the choices they make and how they can maybe think differently and make different choices. So we all have things that drive our behaviors. Some of our behaviors are things that we're not proud of. And why would we do something that we're not proud of? Well, there's a reason, and helping to understand that reason, and then helping to, once you understand it, that's the first step towards changing it. So we have a variety of support. I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember.
Responsible physicians.
Yeah, so in the United States, the lifestyle medicine movement is growing very rapidly. We have our Lifestyle Medicine Society, the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, now has over 7,000 members. About 2/3 of those are physicians. So it's growing very rapidly. Just a few years ago, we just had a few hundred. And physicians are excited about lifestyle medicine because you're getting real results and it's scientific, right? So physicians like to be based on science. In our approach, the physician is the primary responsible person, but it's a whole team. So again, we have the behavioral health person, we have a dietitian, we have health coaches, we have a variety of support people. We have occupational therapists, a variety of different people that help us in applying our programs. The reimbursement for us, we do something called value-based care. That's really our sweet spot. So traditionally in the United States, it was what we call fee for service. So you provide a service, you get a fee. That doesn't work well in lifestyle medicine because fee for service encourages fast visits and encourages frequent visits. And you're almost motivated to keep a person unhealthy because if they're unhealthy, they'll see you and you'll get more reimbursement. Whereas if you're healthy, they'll stay away from you and then you lose reimbursement. Value-based care is the opposite. So you're paid more if the patient does better. So in our particular clinic, if the patient doesn't go to the hospital, if the patient doesn't see specialists as much, we actually get more. We get paid more. So that's something that's starting in the United States. It's not fully implemented, but we've been able to find Medicare, which is the senior population in the United States. Medicare does a lot of value-based reimbursement. And so that's really our sweet spot as far as reimbursement.
Payment and physical activity. Sorry, the physical activity issue.
So physical activity is a big problem in the United States, as it is, I think, here in Saudi Arabia. We do not have a exercise physiology. We have affiliations with gyms and a variety of things like that. We give a lot of exercise prescriptions. So we do encourage it. When I'm interacting with my patients around physical activity, I encourage them to exercise in groups or with someone other person. I know for myself, if I schedule my exercise to be done with someone else, I'll do it because I want to be responsible. If I schedule my exercise to do it by myself, about half the time I do it and about half the time I don't. So it's an important component. It's one of the 4 core pillars, and we do apply that regularly.
Thank you, Dr. Wine. I think we have another question from the online audience. One of them raising his hand, Dr. Rabini. Are you hearing us? Please open the question for Dr. Rabini online. Dr. Rabini, go ahead. Ask a question, please.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Main. This is Dr. Rabbani Tariq from Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine. It was, as usual, an excellent presentation from your side. I have just one query that I wanted to ask, and I would like to have your thoughts on that. And that's basically, what are your thoughts on how come the countries, whoever are collaborated with the different sister organizations of lifestyle medicine, how can they come together and proceed on incorporation of lifestyle medicine in the mainstream medicine curriculum? Having said that, I know to a large extent, US is a pioneer and leading in that direction. But how can we concurrently proceed to bring this lifestyle medicine in the mainstream medicine curriculum? Thank you.
Thank you, and a great question. So there is something called the World Lifestyle Medicine Council. The head of the World Lifestyle Medicine Council is Rob Lawson. He's from Great Britain. I believe he's speaking at this conference a little later on online. The executive director of the World Lifestyle Medicine Council is based in Lithuania, and you can write her. I don't have her contact information, but if you're interested in it, I'm happy to find it for you. But you can write her and she can give you the guidelines for how lifestyle medicine societies. I believe that Saudi Arabia is interacting with that World Lifestyle Medicine Council right now, and that there's a development of an affiliated body with that. As far as working with traditional medicine, we are doing that in the United States. So we're in the process of getting our certification recognized by the American Board of Medical Specialties, so that we would be recognized the same way as OBGYN or surgery or pediatrics or any other specialties recognized. There's been a lot of progress on that also in the Philippines. They've made a lot of progress as far as being recognized, and a variety of other countries around the world. Brazil is another country where there's been a lot of progress, and I think Dr. Slay from Brazil will be talking in this conference later as well. So it is something that's evolving and developing. Each country has to do it separately because everyone has different set of rules and regulations. But this World Lifestyle Medicine Council can help you. It can give you guidelines, and there's specific benchmarks to achieve to World Lifestyle Medicine Council. You can be a level 1 through a level 5 member. So as you gradually improve your approach to lifestyle medicine within your country, you gradually sort of raise up. So I think there's only 4 maybe countries that are at the highest level right now, but I don't know the total number, but there's 60 or 70, I think, that are in some of the lower levels.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for this very informative and practical and promising talk, actually. My comment regarding the portfolio diet and sterol, that it's really effective with dyslipidemia, as you mentioned before, but most of us as physicians were not using it. But in my clinic, I tried with dyslipidemia patients. It's really very effective with the patient. And I agree with you with multi-sectorial team. It's lifestyle never ever can work alone. We have to have a team in the clinic, and this need a lot of intervention from government. 2 things: anti-inflammatory diet. It's using as under functional medicine, or it's kickstart with the patient, or what's really the implication for that? The second question regarding the SOMA experience called SOMA, right? Some experience that, as you mentioned here, it's 83% improvement and reversal for diabetes. So if you can give us more clue about that, or how we can reach details for that, because it's really very effective and within only 3 to 6 weeks, as you mentioned. So if you can give us more about that, and thank you so much.
Yeah. So, and thank you for your talk too. I enjoyed your case studies. It's fun to see real life examples of this disease reversal in patients. It's hard work, but you can get there. And we're not successful in all of our patients. My experience is about 20% of my patients, I'll get amazing results, like some of the case studies I get. About 20% of my patients really don't respond. They're not interested. The middle 60%, we can generally get some results. Those are the ones that we're gradually trying to bring along over time. So as far as functional medicine, if you remember that triangle, functional medicine was sort of that middle thing between the top 2 and the bottom 2. I've got a little bit of training in functional medicine. One of my challenges with functional medicine is that functional medicine is sometimes not as evidence-based as I like to see it. So be using animal studies or smaller case control studies to indicate the treatments that they develop. And I think sometimes that's not good enough quality evidence. I also feel a little concerned about the amount of supplements that an average functional medicine practitioner, at least in the US, will use. And I think that there's a place for supplements, but again, you have to be evidence-based, and a lot of the supplements, there's not strong evidence behind them. So I'm supportive of functional medicine, but a little bit cautious about it as well. One of the things that comes up that was talked about earlier is, sometimes functional medicine will go towards, different dietary approaches. So I outlined the traditional lifestyle medicine approach. I do believe that different patients need different approaches. And I've certainly had some patients on low carb diets that do really well. But my experience is the benefit of a low carb diet is actually that it's a whole food diet, right? So when you go low carb, what most people are doing is they're taking out these processed grains and taking out really simple carbs is what they're taking out. So you can just go SOFAs free and sort of achieve that same thing. So your other question.
Some experience.
Somewhat?
Your experience on Pacific, I think, she's asking about here. Your experience. The heart Samoa.
Oh, Samoa, the Samoan village?
It's difficult to pronounce. Samoa, yes.
And what was the question again? Oh, so how did he get 82%? So he achieved cultural change. That's the difference. So in Samoa, you have your village chiefs or your village leaders, and people respect them and are very, people are very willing to do what the village leader recommends that they do. And it's a fairly contained, large family unit. So he went to those village leaders and he convinced the village leaders this is the right thing for your community, for your family unit. And so then the village leaders told everybody, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go whole food, plant-based, and everybody did it. That's how they achieved. And in different cultures, different people, diabetes is driven by different things, right? But in Samoa, a lot of the diabetes is driven because people are overweight. So it's a classic type 2 diabetes. And the classic type 2 diabetes related with obesity is more likely reversible than someone that comes in who has type 2 diabetes, overweight and those kind of things. I mean, if you look at the Indian subcontinent, Southern Asia continent, a lot of diabetes there with less overweight. So it's a little different challenge. Nutrition still matters a lot, but it's a little different challenge.
One last, excuse me, Dr. Ayman, we have another question. Because we want to hear from the. One minute, please, make it short.
Hello, how you doing, Mr. Zain? My name is Ahmed Saig. I'm a general practitioner. And my question is that since Saudi Arabia and the United States have both kind of similar culture that of consuming food. So what is actually that the way or the method that you use in convincing of changing eating food, since United States population has a trend of eating, let's say, junk food, and in Saudi Arabia we have a lot of fatty food here also. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
So it's a great question, and it's one of the biggest challenges is encouraging someone along a healthier food journey. So we use all kinds of tools, but I will say from a health behavior change perspective, the things that I like to think about motivational interviewing, where we're encouraging the patient to set the agenda, encouraging them to choose what they want to do. I think about positive psychology, where we're giving them a lot of positive feedback, and encouraging them to build on their strengths, the things that they enjoy doing anyways. And then I also think about cognitive behavioral therapy, where we're choosing a very small specific step that changes how they think and changes how they apply. So in most of our patients, we're doing these multiple small specific steps, one step at a time. So that's sort of the behavioral tools that we use. And then we do try to create that healthy food culture connected with our clinic. So we have lots of groups, we have cooking classes, and we have stories, examples of people who have done it. So when you can have a bunch of stories saying, well, they did it and this is what they achieved. And in fact, when I talk with my patients, I will frequently tell them the story of another patient because that makes them think, oh, well, this actually does happen. That story I shared about the man who lowered his cholesterol, I share that story with patients as well, because they think, oh, in 3 weeks it changed this much. Well, maybe I can do that. And this diet, maybe I don't like it that much, but I can at least try it and see what happens with me. So those are sort of the behavioral things, and then try to change a little bit of culture immediately around you, and a lot of stories. And science too. I mean, we can show them the science if they're interested in that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wayne. This is a very nice, rich, informative presentation. A lot of questions. Sorry, Dr. Ayman, sorry for all people want to ask, but we have to end now at this limit. Another session, inshallah, next session will be started now. Thank you very much.
And I'll just say, I'm happy to talk with anyone afterwards as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bandar Saad Al-Baghawi, Medical Surgical Department in Nursing College. I am working currently as Dean of College of Nursing, University of Hail. Very happy to be with you, and I am honored and thrilled to be with you. Thank you for Dr. Farhan and for everyone who's working in this conference. Let me share just a little message with you. The first message, which is, you can consider it not good or bad news. We don't have lifestyle nursing. But the good news, we have primary healthcare nursing. And this is, alhamdulillah, in our College of Nursing, University of Hail. And we are one of the university around Saudi Arabia who initiated and started this program. And I am sure they will take the responsibility to initiate and implement the principle of lifestyle in a nursing profession. Let me start our session to introduce our wonderful speaker, Dr. Saud Al-Omar. Dr. Saud is going to talk about the antidote to provider burnout. So it's very critical topic, and he will mention the lifestyle medicine professional burnout. He is currently working as a pediatric adolescent medicine consultant at King Abdullah University, Princess Noura bin Abdurrahman University. He is the manager of and founder of the Trainees of Wellbeing project, and he is the chairman of Saudi Commission Advisory Committee for Trainees Wellbeing and a member of Evolution Committee. So let's welcome Dr. Al-Omar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to talk about on this first national or international conference on lifestyle medicine. Actually, usually I'm talking about such a topic. My interest maybe started long years ago. Let me start with a story. In 2010, early in my fellowship training in Vancouver, there was a very stressful family issue that was happening here in Saudi Arabia. So I was obligated to come back. It was like after 3 months of starting the training there. الوالدة الله يرحمها, she was sick at that time. I talked to my the program director, talked to him over the weekend. Karen, this is Saud. I have emergency. I have to go to Saudi Arabia back. What shall I do now about my vacation? What about my training? He said, go, go, go. Just book your flight now and go. I said, for how long? He said, don't worry. Maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. Don't worry. We will we'll give you again after you come back. You will just compensate for this time. When I went, maybe I stayed for 1 week, then I extended for another week. I talked to him. He said, "Don't worry at all. Stay even 3 months. Don't worry at all about your training." And then he said, "Can you please send me the location of your house in Vancouver? Just I would like to go to see your family if they need anything. I know you are new here, your wife, your kids, just to help them if they need food, if they need anything." This kind of support was like, it was touching. It created a lot of gratitude and loyalty to this institute, with this program director. He was actually the program director and the chairman. السلوك هذا خلق عندي، عمق عندي الامتنان، الولاء، السبورت الإنساني. ما تربطني به أي علاقة، لا علاقة نسب، لا علاقة قرابة، لا لغة، لا دين، لا، فقط رابط الإنسانية والسبورت للتريني. When I came back صراحة I was يعني just ممتن جدا للشخص هذا، للمكان هذا. I was just putting more efforts to أثبت إني يعني رد جزء من الجميل والامتنان للشخص هذا. I realized that a workplace environment is very important, because sometimes we go through such stressful situations that happen to every one of us. So we need our culture, our environment support staff. So always the question, is it luxury or necessity? And when I came back from Vancouver in 2012, I was, let's say, the supervisor of medical interns for like 3 years. I was very close to them. I'm hearing a lot of stresses for them, for their exams, for the acceptance in the program. Then also I became a program director of training of the resident. Again, they have some behavior that we think it is like kind of negligence, or they are not interested in their program, but actually they were suffering of some mental health issues that need to be addressed, and we need to help them. So the question came to my mind, is it luxury or necessity? Do we need it or not? Those are some objectives of this talk. Just to talk about the well-being concept, burnout definition, what are the stress impact on health, on the healthcare provider, on the institute, and on the healthcare provider. Well-being terminology، يعني كنت أبحث عن مصطلح أو ترجمة قريبة لل-well-being. I think, just this is from my perspective, what is the most يعني close terminology to well-being? I thought it is العافية. والسبب يعني في ترجمات كثيرة، الرفاه النفسي، الصحة الشاملة. But I think the most important or the most close translation to my heart is العافية. والسبب ورد ذكر العافية في أحاديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في أكثر من 52 موضع بمختلف التسميات وبمختلف السياقات. جاء رجل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال: يا رسول الله، أي الدعاء أفضل؟ قال: سل ربك العافية والمعافاة في الدنيا والآخرة. أتى مرة ثانية في اليوم الثاني سأله نفس السؤال فأجاب نفس الإجابة. في اليوم الثالث نفس السؤال، وقال في اليوم الثالث: فإذا أعطيت العافية في الدنيا وأعطيتها في الآخرة فقد أفلحت. حديث آخر العباس بن عبد المطلب أتى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وسأله نفس السؤال: يا رسول الله علمني شيء أسألك. قال: يا عباس سل الله العافية. جاء مرة ثانية الثالثة فقال: يا عباس يا عم رسول الله سل الله العافية في الدنيا والآخرة. ما سئل الله شيئا أحب إليه من أن يسأل العافية. سأل الله العفو والعافية في الدنيا والآخرة. إن لم يكن بك غضب علي فلا أبالي، غير أن عافيتك هي أوسع لي. من أمسى أو أصبح معافى في جسده آمنا في سربه عنده قوت يومه فكأنما حيزت له الدنيا. اللهم اني اسالك العفو والعافيه في الدنيا والاخره. دائما نقول للناس الله يعطيك العافيه، الله يلبسك العافيه. لما الواحد يتعب يزين العافيه. مفهوم العافيه مفهوم واسع وشامل. This is R2. She was excellent president. All in R1 evaluation was outstanding. In R2 start to drop her performance, relationship with other colleagues, with her patients start to drop. She was doing intensive rotation. All this is a real story. All these symptoms increased, so asked to drop the rotation but refused by her program director in the ICU. She missed 2 days. She missed assessment of a sick patient. Then ICU consultant talked to her. He said, "I think your level is less than entire level. You are not responsible, not committed. You might repeat the rotation." Nobody sat with her. Nobody talked to her. What's wrong with you? What's going on? She found to have severe depression and she came to ER with suicidal attempt. Mental health, it's defined as a number of ways. It is more than the absence of mental disorders. Well-being, definition by WHO, it's a state of mind in which an individual is able to realize his or her own ability to cope with normal stress. الستريس موجودة في حياتنا، لكن how to cope with it, how to overcome these stressors and to function and to be productive. Mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, stress, and co-worker in the broader community. Those are, I don't know if you can see the numbers. But for the prevalence, this is before COVID-19. It is estimated that at any given time, تقريبا 450 million people are suffering from some form of mental or brain disorders. 121 million suffer from depression, 37 from Alzheimer's disease, 50 million from epilepsy, 10 to 20 million people around the world have attempted suicide. 815,000 committing suicide every year. 24 million they are suffering from schizophrenia. طيب, in workplace it was found that 18, this is also again before COVID-19 era, 18% of employees found to have evidence of mental health disorders that impaired their work in the last previous 30 days. So burnout, التراقب الوظيفي, التراقب المهني, التراقب النفسي, أيا كانت الترجمة, it has 3 dimensions. Emotional exhaustion, feeling low personal accomplishment, ما هو قادر على إنجاز المهام, ما هو قادر على يعني تحس إن المهام دائما متراكمة, تحس إنه ما هو قادر على ينجز أي حاجة. Depersonalization of the patient. This is يعني في a lot of definition, يعني ممكن نستعرض 1 or 2. It is special type of job stress, state of physical, emotional or mental exhaustion combined with doubt about your competence and value for work. حتى قيمتك في العمل ما أنت قادر يعني تقدر قيمتك في العمل أو قيمة عملك كممارس. It was first applied to healthcare worker by Berger in 1974. البيرن اوت هو العكس تماما للانجيجمنت. الانجيجمنت يكون واحد متحمس جاي حريص على الدوام، حريص على اخذ مهام اضافيه يعني on top of their career. لكن البيرن اوت احتراق الوظيفي تلقى لا العكس. يعني زي ما نقول يعني بالعام تلقى الصباح جاي يدف نفسه دف، يسحب نفس السحب للدوام، ما هو قادر ما هو قادر يعني. وهذه دائما نشوفها وكثير نشوفها مع المتدربين. تلقاه على بدايه التدريب يعني يمكن R1 لسه بادي متحمس في البرنامج، بعد 5 شهور 6 شهور 7 شهور we start to see them dropping their motivation. How big it is في اختلافات كثيره في التعاريف، استخدام معايير كثير، لذلك نشوف دائما الريزلت is different than في دراسات مختلفه. يعني بعض الدراسات تعطينا مثلا 60 or 70%، بعض الدراسات تعطينا 40 or 30%. It depends يعني في many factors. لكن also the definition of burnout and the use of a scale of certain scales makes difference. Again, this is before COVID-19. يعني يعتقد ان half of US physicians experience substantial symptoms of burnout. The warning thing that daily there is one physician in the state commit suicide, which is more than the general population. Locally في دراسات كثيرة تقريبا they are ranging from 25, 30, 35% إلى بعض الدراسات تقول إلى 80%. There is burnout among healthcare workers in Saudi Arabia. What are the causes? It is imbalance between job demands and resources. ايش الريسورسز اللي عندك؟ your culture، شخصية الشخص، job control and autonomy، relationship، social support، administration support. وهذه شفناها في الجائحة كيف قد ايش الادمنستريشن they are supporting their staff. meaning of work يعني استشعار قيمتك في العمل، قيمة ممارسة خدمتك للناس، قضاء حوائج الآخرين. Demands, excessive workload, administrative burden, workflow interruption, patient factors, and others. طبعا this is a list of some causes. يعني I don't think because of the sake of time we don't want to go through all of them. In COVID-19 also there are some reasons like pathogen exposure, shift overload, other major change in the work organization, the rotation of station of some certain services, increase supervision and regulation, reduce autonomy for healthcare worker and their time with patient. Shortage of personal protective equipment. يعني في بداية الجائحة سمع عندهم نقص في personal equipment materials, excessive responsibility, constant risk of complaint and others. Ethical dilemma, major or moral injuries, the pain of losing a patient and colleague, the risk of infection for themselves or their families. يعني يعرف في بداية الجائحة كان في مجموعة ما عاد سكنوا عند أهلهم، صاروا أخذوا شقة، بعضهم صارت الناس تتحاشى أن تسلم عليهم، أو اللي يعني تلقى أول ما رجعت الصلاة في المساجد ما تسمع أحد يكح أبدا. كان بالعادة يعني ما شاء الله الناس تكح، أي واحد يكح هذا متهم، فتلقى كاتم، فالناس خايفه لا احد يعطس لا احد يكح، اسمع فيك شيء خليك بعيد. حتى احنا يعني لما يعرفون انك تبع طبيب ولا في المستشفى الناس تبدا يعني يكون تتجنب نوعا ما. This is summary of some energy drains, factors, consequences like يعني you can see life-threatening situation, pathogen exposure, shift overload, reduce immunity, little time with patient, high workload. ايش الناتج؟ poor sleep, anxiety, depression, sometimes alcohol use, substance abuse, suicidal ideation. هذه بعض يعني excessive workload، بعض long working hours, definitely work politics مهمة. وأيضا الإلكترونيك health records، الملفات الإلكترونية واستخدام التكنولوجيا. Yes, it is a good. لكن again هو shifted our time as a healthcare worker عن المرضى الى الماشينز، وصرنا نقضي وقت اطول، وبعض المرات يكون في اشكاليه في النت، في اشكاليه في بعض الاجهزه. We are spending a lot of time. Work family بالذات لما كان العمل عن بعد ما عاد صار في حد فاصل بين العمل والمنزل. يعني في الدوام تخلص 4:30 طالع، في البيت لا، بعض المرات تجيك اجتماعات بعد العصر بعد المغرب، يجيك بعض المهام ايميلات ترد عليها، فكان فيه overlap between work and family time. هذه factors they lower rate of burnout, family life satisfaction and connectedness, having mentor for young physician who served as a career role and model, feeling being treated fairly at work. Age, burnout levels in physicians tend to decrease with increasing age because possibility due to the more idealistic and empathic approach in younger physicians. كلما صاروا more empathic sometimes they suffer more. هذه بعض السيمبتومز physical و emotional و behavioral. We need to protect the workforce that serve our clients. يعني إذا كان نص الممارسين تأثر definitely نص البيشنت راح يتأثرون. What are the common psychological impact? We systematic review on 13 studies by PABA in 2020 with more than 33,000 participants found that they had depression at 20, almost 23, anxiety 23, insomnia 20 or 39. Dr. Arafa in 2021, some study, he did a study in many hospitals in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. They found depression is almost 70%, anxiety 59, stress 56, and 37% they have some sleep issues where they sleep less than 6 hours. Again, Dr. Anazi and colleagues, they reported high level of anxiety, almost 68%. This is another study. What again, the consequences, it affects the quality of care and risk of malpractice and decision also will be affected. They may not be able to provide high quality healthcare services, take more unnecessary tasks, pay less attention to details, conversely exposure to adverse event and recognition of poor quality. Patient care, البيشنت كير راح تتاثر، تعاطفك مع المريض راح يتاثر، الوقت اللي تقضيه مع المريض راح يتاثر، يصير في بعض المرات some violence، في miscommunication, decision making also. Major medical error reported by surgeons strongly related to degree of mental quality of life. بعض الدراسات يعني تقول ان كثير من اجازات الغياب يمكن 35 إلى 45 كان سببها mental health وليست اسباب اخرى. They lose 5 to 6 million working day annually because of this absence. يعني مثلا ال productivity تأثر بالشكل التالي. Depression resulted for one person is for each employee. Heart disease 42, back pain 39, الأزمة 21. Schoenfeld also estimated الcost على المنشأة كم بيأثر عليها عن طريق طبعا organization cost replacing them, decrease the productivity. They found أن تستبدل طبيب واحد يكلف المنشأة من 500,000 إلى $1 مليون for replacing a single physician with invaluable training and experience. Also, they reported 30% reduction in work effort for each 1 point increment in the burnout. كل ما ارتفع البيرن اوت نقطة بس واحدة راح يقل ال work effort by 30. It is a critical, burnout is a critical issue, generate insufficiency in the healthcare organization. Why we care. برنامج جودة الحياة في رؤية 2030 يركز على جودة الحياة للمواطن، يركز على جودة الحياة للممارس. We need to improve patient satisfaction score, increase productivity, improve patient quality of care. الممارس الصحي عملة نادرة, so they are precious resources, should be assisted to work at top of their license and the training. حقيقة many professionals are reluctant to acknowledge that they have a problem. الإشكالية الثانية دائما نسمع أبطال الصحة أبطال الصحة أبطال الصحة. صحيح أنها تدعم يعني بشكل مؤقت لكنها برضو تضع حاجز ان الشخص قد ما يطلب مساعده، قد يحس انه قوي او فيه نوع من الحرج والوصمه، لازم بالذات في المجتمعات اللي فيها وصمه. فانتم ابطال الصحه، ابطال الصحه، طيب ما اتعب، ما اطلب مساعده. ف it might create some barriers, especially in the context where the mental health is still perceived as stigma. طبعا healthcare workers they tend to hide their difficulties due to perceived stigma associated with mental health as well as the fear of impact on their career. في بعض الاكسبيرينس ناشونال وانترناشونال من مؤسسات عملوا على بيئة العمل. مثلا في ستانفورد they have well-being program وعندهم they assign a chief wellness officer. Massachusetts groups they call the physician burnout is public health crisis. جونسون جونسون عندهم برنامج من سنوات طويلة و they saved almost 250 مليون ما بين الفترة ما بين 2002 و 2008. Intel also they have another program. عندنا في المملكة مثلا هيئة سوق المال، مصلحة الزكاة والدخل، أيضا الهيئة السعودية للتخصصات الصحية عن طريق برنامج داعم، وهو برنامج psychological support للمتدربين، للممارسين، للمبتعثين. anyone who thinks he needs he can go إلى الويب سايت ويدفع الويب سايت، يدفع الخدمات الإلكترونية، خدمات الممارسين أو المتدربين، يطلب الخدمة very confidential free of charge. يتصل عليه أحد الزملاء psychologist and they can communicate with him or with her. How to address individual level. أولا استعانة بالله سبحانه وتعالى، استذكار نعمة الصحة، نعمة العافية، نعمة الوظيفة، ابتعاد عن السلبيين كثير اللي في العمل، دائما يذكر الأشياء السلبية في العمل. try to our best to يعني نبعد قليلا عنهم. تذكر من قيمتك كممارس متدرب، خدمتك للآخرين. This is the meaning at work. زيارة المرضى. connect with others. be active. take notice. mindfulness, meditation. العطاء. to give others بدون أي توقع للرد من الآخرين. العطاء فقط للعطاء لوجه الله سبحانه وتعالى من دون البحث عن أي مردود. keep learning. optimal nutrition, avoiding ingestion of some toxins, balanced exercise, 30 to 60 minutes a day, good sleep, especially sleeping at night, 7 to 9 hours. Healthy supportive relationship, which is very important, سواء في داخل العمل أو حتى خارج العمل. Meaning purpose, connection with something greater with the individual self. Organization level, adopt a blame-free environment for sharing experience and advices. More broad involvement of others like nursing. يشاركون في psychological support team. يكون في support team داخل المنشأة confidential، يقدر الواحد يتصل عليه بأي وقت، لكن يكون الناس ترين، أقدر أتواصل معهم أو أكلمهم إذا عندي أي مشكلة، ربما بعضهم مر بمشكلة مشابهة. Safe area to withdraw quickly from stressful situation to get peer support. Limitation duration of the shift. Adequate planning and social support. Also involving the healthcare worker in the development, implementation and testing measure against burnout. Culture change needed for the stigma. Sharing responsibility allow also to reduce work-related pressure that may lead to burnout. Let's say happy organization is a successful organization. And that's it. Thank you for your listening.
السلام عليكم. الله يكتب أجركم يا دكتور. 70% burnout. Very huge percentage from all health workers who are suffering burnout. So we'll give the space now for a question, and we'll start with Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saud. Mohammed Al-Mansour, King Saud University. سؤالي, my question is about, what about the family of the practitioners? So we have, you have a lot of great efforts for the practitioner themselves. But what about their family? They are the first one who gonna suffer. So is there any program to well-being of family or the close relative to the?
Yeah, this is very
Thank you.
important. Yeah, very important question. I think some of the organization يعني مو على مستوى الهيئة بس في there is also we extend داعم for the employee في موظفي الهيئة هيئة التخصصات الصحية and their families. So some organization definitely they extend such services also to include the family members to be part of this program. Sometimes to share them with some social activities or even support. Sometimes if we have like my partner or my father or my kids, they have some issues. I can also because you know يعني لما يصير مشكلة عندي في البيت definitely في كثير من الناس ينعكس أثرها. Definitely extending such a program to involve family is very very important.
Thank you, Doctor, for this very informative and practical talk. Actually, حديثك ذو شجون الصراحة لنا كلنا يعني كphysicians trainees and one day that a resident اللي she was يعني suicidal attempt, which is yes, this has happened. Just I want to make like light on two things. Usually you are saying that healthy lifestyle, as Dr. Saleh always saying, it's related to productivity, as also you are showing here. And really, if the physicians have burnout, we have a lot of sick leaves. Like you show more than millions of days that sick leave. The cheapest service we can give is stress management session. And we can do this, I think, on level of a student even. Because we know by studies the health worker, the most maybe employee have this risk of burnout and stress. So why if we didn't engage this training during the student stage and resident stage as part of training to empower the resident itself, empower the intern, empower the student. Once you have a stressful situation, how you can deal with that stress. It's very achievable techniques. We can do training. For me, I have a special training in EQ and coaching to overcome my own stress and my trainees. But I think we have to have like a special training for mentors, for everyone, for stress management. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are working في الهيئة على train of the trainers, which is a program taught a program on well-being, how to communicate, how communication skills, psychological safety, طبيعة العلاقة ما بين المدرب والمتدرب and among the trainees. يعني لما يجيني واحد من المتدربين مثلا صار ما يحضر الصباح، بدل ما أنا أطلع له warning letter just to sit with him, maybe he is depressed or have some social issues or some and also we are working on online module which is self-centered learning and assessment for the common يعني problems or issues that they suffer like bullying, communication skills, stress management. We are working on that. إن شاء الله يعني it will be لها ريفيجن قادم باذن الله. ممكن ان شاء الله خلال اشهر تكون موجوده على منصه الهيئه بحيث ان اي متدرب يقدر يدخل عليها وبشكل تفاعلي بحيث انه they can help themselves على الاشياء at least at the beginning. yeah.
السلام عليكم. هلا دكتور، معكم لميا السبعوب، اخصائي نفسي. ودي أسأل سؤال وتعليق دكتور. أول شيء أشكرك على المحاضرة الرائعة، لكن قبل فترة قريبة أطلقت هيئة التخصصات حملة اللي هي ممارس عن 1000 ممارس، وكان الهدف طمأنة الناس إنه ترى الممارسين اللي يعني الموجودين المرخصين يعني يخضعون لمعايير دقيقة وعالية، وهذا شيء رائع تشكر الهيئة عليه. لكن اللي حصل بعدها أطلقت إحدى الزميلات مقالة صراحة عميقة جدا. قالت الزميلة اسمها هاجر القايدي وهي organizational psychologist، فكانت تنتقد العنوان إنه أو عنوان الحملة إنه ممارس عن 1000 ممارس، وكانت تقول في ضمن مقالتها إنه ما تعتقدون اننا احنا كذا نزيد الحمل على الممارس؟ يعني احيانا وش اللي ابي اوصله، ان احيانا احنا في القطاع الصحي نكون مسؤولين عن احتراق بعض، باننا نحمل الشخص مسؤوليه بزياده، ها تراك انت ممارس عن 1000 ممارس، يعني لازم ما تخطئ، يعني لازم يكون ادائك رائع، يعني فهي دعوه لعلها دعوه لانه يصير الخطاب فيه كومباشن اكثر. وبنفس الوقت سؤال انه ما تعتقد اننا فعلا نتحمل مسؤوليه الاحتراق بالاضافه لمهام العمل والعوامل الكثيره اللي مذكوره في الليترشر؟
بالنسبه هذا يمكن خارج عن يعني مجالي اللي هو الحمله اللي عملتها الهيئه ممارس عن 1000 ممارس، ما عندي اطلاع تام عنها. انا فقط يعني مسؤول فقط عن برنامج داعم، لكن بعض العبارات زي ما قلنا تضيف حمل اكثر على الممارس، زي ابطال الصحه تضيف حمل كاني انا يعني محصن ضد ستريس، كاني ما اتعب، كاني ما اوصل لاحتراق وظيفي، وهذا فعلا يعني ما يعني بارت از كوجنيتيف اوفرلود على الممارس، انه يا انت قوي انت ما تتعب، حتى لو اتعب يرون اني فيه ضعف، وكيف انت تتعب وحنا نستند عليك وانت الطبيب وانت القوي. فاتفق تماما معك، لكن الحمد لله انا ما عندي اي صراحه يعني سمعت عنها مثل اي شخص اخر، لكن ما ادري بالضبط ايش التفاصيل.
يعطيك العافيه دكتور. Give a space for one more question.
دكتور صالح.
شكرا دكتور سعود، حقيقة عرض مرة مهم وقضية خطيرة. سؤالين أو تعليق سريع. حقيقة أنا يعني إحنا ممارسين واللي بيسمعونا عن بعد الآن يحتاج نصيحة. حقيقة أنا ليس تحيزا للمشي، لكن المشي من الرياضات التي لها وضعها الخاص فيما يتعلق بتخفيف الضغوط، تحسين طريقة التفكير، الإبداع في العمل، الإنجاز، بما في ذلك أن تكون عندك زي الصمام حق قدر الضغط. المشي بالذات مش الرياضة. النادي قصة مختلفة، ولعبة كرة القدم ولا مش عارف ايه قصة مختلفة. المشي مرة مختلف في تفاصيل. سؤالي لك، على أي مشروع من المشاريع اللي حصلت في السعودية أنت مطلع على التقييم والأثر اللي بيصير، سواء هو في هيئة السوق المالية أو هيئة التخصصات الصحية؟ كيف تقاس وإيش الأخبار، كيف الأثر وهكذا؟
تقصد الأثر البرنامج ولا المشي؟ طبعا لا يحتوى مالك في المدينة، نتكلم عن المشي. لكن تأثير المشي كان فيه مجموعة أيضا من المتدربين، وفيه مجموعة من الهيلث كير ووركر بدأوا مشروع المشي، كان أعتقد في حي السفارات، وكان فيه مجموعة معهم، كان الإمباكت رائع. عندنا في جامعة الأميرة نورة أنشأنا جروب صغيرة، ويمكن أول سيشن للمشي بعد الإمباكت للبرامج هذه رائع جدا. يعني الساتسفاكشن ريت الهيئة، يعني ما حصل لي أنا أعرض لكم الأشياء اللي فيدباك. الساتسفاكشن ريت للي استفادوا من الخدمة 97% أو 98. عشان نكون دقيقين، 2% كان لهم ربما طلبات أخرى خارج سكوب، يعني يقول والله مثلا أنا عندي نقل، عندي مشكلة إدارية، هذه إحنا ما نتدخل فيها. لكن كساتسفاكشن ريت كانت عالية جدا ولله الحمد. حتى في هيئة سوق المال أعتقد أنهم، المال اطلع في هيئة سوق المال لكن أعرف زملاء هناك أخذوا أفضل بيئة عمل كذا سنة متتالية على منطقة، على المملكة، هو العاشر على منطقة الشرق الأوسط. فتبنوا المشروع هذا وأثر كثير على إنتاجيتهم وعلى ولائهم على المنظمة. نعم، فتأثيرها جدا جدا رائع، بس يعتمد على كيف تؤسس البرنامج، كيف ومن الهيرز اللي معك، وايضا على اقناع الستيك هولدر تو بي انفولد من البدايه. فهذه مهمه طبعا. قضيه الفيزيكال اكتيفيتي والمشي هذا بيلر مهم جدا، لكن قد تحتاج بعض الموافقات، ان تكون مثلا في مضمار مشي، في ترتيب معين داخل المنشاه. ومن الاشياء يعني كنت انا اقترحها يكون فيه مضمار مشي او حتى جيم، بس جيم تكون قريبه يعني للموظفين، ما توديني جيم بعيده كيلوين ثلاثه، بيروح الوقت علي وانا رايح جاي في وقت البريك حقي. لكن ديفينتلي المشي من الأشياء الأساسية والضرورية جدا تحقيقه العمل.
نشكر الدكتور سعود على هالمحاضرة الجيدة. بس أنا بذكر المشي كان لي تعليق بسيط على أن 2011 سوينا أول ماراثون نسائي في جامعة أميرة نورة في النادي حقهم، لأنه كان أكبر مكان تقريبا في الرياض مسموح فيه للنساء. وكان هذا المشي بموافقة مقام السامي. فتصوروا يعني التعب اللي سويناه عشان تجيب الموافقة. يعني الحين ما شاء الله الأمور تغيرت، الأشياء اختلفت من 2011 إلى الآن. فبس هذا تعليق على موضوع المشي وأهمية المشي. من هذاك الوقت الواحد يعني شغال عليه كنظام physical activity.
شكرا.
آخر سؤال.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية دكتور. معكم رنين إسرائيل من جامعة تبوك، تخصص ابتكار واختراع. سؤالي لك دكتور، هل لديكم أعمال مع الأطفال والمراهقين لنشر ثقافة الوعي بنمط الحياة؟
كبرامج لا، لكن ويدو التثقيف في داخل العيادة كنا تخصص لطب المراهقين. فديفنتلي يس وي دو الاويرنس والاديوكيشن داخل العياده، لكن كبرامج ستراكشر لا يوجد.
طيب يعطيكم العافيه دكتور. Thank you for the fruitful and informative presentation. I think everybody enjoyed that presentation. Now we'll move and go with Dr. Dania Hussein Al-Jarudi. She's with us here, and she's going to discuss, if I am right, microblooming. And she is currently working as a consultant in obstetric and gynecology, reproductive endocrinology, infertility, and gynecological endoscopic surgery at Women Specialized Health Hospital, King Fahd Medical City, and she's executive director of the research center at King Fahd Medical City, Riyadh. Everybody welcome Dr. Dania.
Thank you. You know, I was supposed to talk for maybe more than 30 minutes. I know you're all tired. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wa-salatu wa-salam ala Rasulullah. So my talk is today a bit different. It's about something different, and you know, like it's called the invisible us. So what is the invisible us? So the invisible us are the human are mostly microbiomes, where there are over 100 trillion of them. Microbiomes outnumber our human cells 10 to 1, and the majority are in the intestine. So the microbiome is actually defined as the community of bacteria, the common cell microbiota that colonizes all mucosal sites in our body. So microbiome is a term that describes the genome of all the microorganisms, symbiotic and pathogens that live in and outside of us. The gut microbiome is comprised of the collective genomes of microbiomes inhabiting the gut, including the bacteria, archaea, viruses, and fungi. So it is the genetic material of all microbiomes, which is fungi, protozoa, viruses that live in and inside the human body. The number of genes in all the microbiomes in one of the person's microbiome is 200 times the number of genes in the human genome. So it might weigh up to 5 pounds or 2 kilograms. The bacteria in the microbiome help us digest our food, regulate our immune system, protect us against other bacteria that cause disease. And they actually produce some vitamins which are good for us, like vitamin B12, thiamines, riboflavin, vitamin K, and which is needed for coagulation. So the microbiome was just, just recently recognized in the 1990s As you can see here, the microbiomes are all over the body, in every organ, in our oral cavity, and in the intestine, in the large and small intestine. And as you can see, it contains more than 100 trillion microbiomes from over 1,000 species. And these are different species: Lactobacillus, Bacteroides, Clostridia, E. coli, and so forth. So the highly dynamic GI microbiome rapidly matures from Actinobacter-dominated composition soon after birth. And this is very interesting. And I like this because this is my specialty in obstetrics and gynecology. If you were born vaginally, it's different than if you were born by cesarean section. So it depends on the way we're born. So the human microbiome, why is it important to our health? Because this has been linked to different diseases such as anxiety, diabetes, and so forth, which I'll just touch on quickly. So the fact that the human microbiome market is projected to be over $1 million by 2027 is the reason why we need to talk about this and see what is it, what's different in that. So the diverse consortium of bacteria, archaea, fungus, protozoa, viruses, and their collective genome found on and without the body, within the body, comprises the microbiome, and it makes a vital contribution to our system, to the metabolism, to the gut, to our immune system, and to our neurodevelopment. If we look at this in numbers, the microbiomes are over, as I mentioned, 100 trillion. There are more than 10,000 species in our bodies. And 100 to 1 is our genomes, and it makes 90%, it's responsible for the diseases that we have. So our Prophet ﷺ said that the stomach is the tank of the body, and the veins go down to it. When the stomach is healthy, the veins come back in a healthy condition, but when it is in a bad condition, they return diseased. So, بيت الداء المعدة, we always say. So both inside and out, our bodies harbor a huge array of microorganisms. Bacteria are the biggest players. We also host single-cell organisms, which are called archaea, as well as fungus and bacteria and others. So aren't microbiomes or microbes supposed to be dangerous? It's funny because some of them are good and some of them might lead to some diseases. Other key roles of the microbiomes include programming our immune system. We provide nutrients for our cells and prevent colonization by harmful bacteria and viruses. Where do we get our gut microbiomes from? It is thought that we are sterile when we're in utero. As I mentioned earlier, there are two hypotheses. Either we are born, because of our mom's sterile environment, and some people say that we develop the bacteria after vaginal delivery. So during pregnancy, a mother's microbiome shifts apparently to optimum mix of for offsprings. If you're not born by vaginal delivery but are born by cesarean section, the things start changing and your microbiomes are different. So studies have suggested that these differences could be one of the reasons why babies born by cesarean section have a higher risk of conditions, including asthma. So the two hypotheses that have been defined are the sterile womb hypothesis or in utero colonization hypothesis. Some people say that the womb is sterile and the fetuses get the microbiome after the vaginal delivery. And some people say that, in utero colonization happens from the oral microbiota of the mother and the intestine. So if in utero, if you're, from the sterile hypothesis, vaginal delivery, then the babies get the microbiomes from vaginal delivery. If from cesarean section, they develop it from the cesarean section, scar or the skin after. So the placental microbiome was the most similar to mother's oral microbiome, but less alike to maternal gut. So most of the people say it's probably that, they get colonized from the mother. So gut microbiome, it changes quickly over time. As you can see, we're shaped by the breast milk. What do we eat? What do we drink? How do we move? What is the surroundings around us? And at birth, this changes depending on diet, stress, our environment. And as you can see, the microbiomes over time stabilizes at the age of 2 years. So it seems like microbiomes are everywhere. How many are we talking about? We said it's a lot, like it's over 1 trillion. Holobiont, what is that? It's a term that reflects our intimate and codependent relationship we have with our microbiomes. Are microbiomes the same in my gut as on my skin? What do you think? Is it the same on the skin as is on the gut? No. So different parts of the body, the skin, vagina, and gut all have different microbiomes. So also microbiomes does not differ from the skin to the gut to the oral cavity. It also is different from one person to another because of the food that you eat, of the, like exposure to your environment. So there is disagreement between two different people. So we're not the same. That's why we say, like if you eat, let's say ice cream, maybe I will develop a different reaction than yours because we are colonized differently. We are exposed to different environments. So many factors influence intestinal microbiota, including hygiene, diet, our geographic location, and our genotype. So as we mentioned, like the fungi, the protozoa, the viruses, at least 800 different bacterial species could be isolated in our gut. There is something else called a virome, which is a different, like virus-like particles in our gut. On average, 1 gram of stool is estimated to contain at least 109 virus-like particles or 109 bacterial cells. So the microbiota composition is dynamic and it continues to change depending, as we said, what do you eat, what do you move, how do you move, your lifestyle, your health state, your antibiotics consumption, your treatment. So for example, if you get to have antibiotic for 3 weeks, this leads to a dramatic reduction in the amount of your gut microbiota and leads to disease. So the impact of microbial pathogen and their strategic treatment on microbial dysbiosis. Dysbiosis means the imbalance in our gut. This leads to, the disease. If we want to classify microbiomes, we can classify them according to type, distribution in the body, or the role that they play. So if we look at the type, it could be bacteria, virus, fungus. If it's distributed, it could be in the gut, in the oral cavity, in the nose, in the vagina. If we're looking at the role, whether it is pathogenic or not pathogenic. So the microbiome can be classified according to their type, distribution, and effect on health. How can it affect us? It depends on what are we eating, how we were born, were we born by normal vaginal delivery, were we born by cesarean section, what type of food are we consuming, what is the environment around us, is it inherited? Do the family members have inherited diseases? What lifestyle? Do I smoke? Do I drink? Do I eat healthy? So all of these factors lead to the microarray of the array of different diseases, such as diabetes, gout, obesity, liver disease, women's problems, and so forth. So these definitions are meant to familiarize us with different concepts. So many people use it interchangeably: microbiomes, ribosomal genes, OTUs, metagenic, metabolomic, diversity, richness. All this refers to the problems of microbiome. So as I believe, yes, it does. Changes in the GI microbiomes are associated with diseases in humans and animals, including asthma, inflammatory bowel disease, cardiovascular disease, neurodevelopment. As you can see here, this is affected but from our infancy until our childhood. And so we cannot go without talking about COVID and microbiomes. Yes, COVID has been linked to microbiomes. This was confirmed during the present COVID-19 pandemic. There was a correlation between infection of COVID-19 and alteration of the fecal microbiome. And there was a modulation of gut microbiomes. They have treated some people with some probiotics, and they found that the COVID-19 has really improved. So these effects are attributed to the direct modulatory effect of diet on our microbiota. And this has been postulated by different immunological mechanisms. So gut microbiota can influence the immune response, and it can affect our disease progression. So what does microbiome have to do with health? The microbiome is essential for our health and immunity and nutrition. So the bacteria living in and on us are not invaders, but some of them are good. Autoimmune diseases such as asthma, rheumatoid, muscular dystrophy, sclerosis, fibromyalgia are maybe linked and has been proposed to because of microbiomes. So the gut microbiome is different between obese and lean twins. This has been studied. So obese twins have a lower diversity of bacteria and higher level of enzymes, meaning the obese twins are more efficient at digesting food and harvesting calories. Obesity has also been associated with a poor combination of microbiomes in the gut. So the microbiota gut-brain axis in neuropsychiatric disorder, there has also been published studies that links also the problems in the gut with the problems of the microbiota. You know, due to time, I'm just going to skip to gut microbiota and brain function. This has been linked to anxiety, depression, and other autism, other brain diseases. So many recent studies over the decade has played an important role in recognizing the importance of gut microbiota in the brain. What about oral microbiota and the disease? If there is anything wrong in the oral cavity, such as periodontitis, pre-implantitis, caries, this is also linked to our microbiome. There is also an imbalance of microbial flora that can contribute to our, like diseases such as diabetes or rheumatoid or whatever. So also in the GI, there has many publications that have really linked the diet and our habitual changes to diseases such as asthma, type 1 diabetes, cardiovascular disease. And as you can see, the development of gut microbiome changes from pregnancy to birth until our adulthood, depending on what we eat and how we live. Microbiomes in respiratory health and disease. This also has been studied, and they have looked at respiratory microbiome is dominated by the same phyla as the GI microbiome, including different microbiomes, and they have found that this, if it is disrupted, this can lead to respiratory disease. What about vaginal microbiomes and its relationship to behavior, sexual and sexually transmitted disease? Yes, because as you know, the vagina has a defensive mechanism. If this balance is changed, this might lead to pelvic inflammatory diseases, sexually transmitted diseases, miscarriages, and prematurity. And like there are different groups of microbiomes that protect the vaginal health. If there is any disruption from this at an individual relationship, community, societal level, this will disrupt the microbiomes in the vagina and will lead to different diseases. So diet plays an important role in shaping the composition of the gut microbiota. Dietary fibers are good source of microbiota, accessible carbohydrates, which provide the host with energy and improves our intestinal health. Prebiotics have been studied in the context of modification of human gut. That's what we've mentioned earlier. Eating fibers and healthy diet is very important. The role of probiotics as well is defined as live microorganisms. When administered in adequate amounts, confer a health of benefit on the host. In the intestine, the probiotics will help in like relieving or treating different diseases. Fermented food for probiotics such as cultured milk products, yogurts are enriched in probiotics. Sometimes it is very helpful in reducing the counts of some microbiota. So as you can relationship between the microbiota, the immune system, and the development of disease. So the framework for human and health and disease. So, like this is a triad of microbiomes, our social, physical environment, the way we eat, the way we live, and our immune system. If there is any disruption of that, this will lead to a certain disease. And as we said, this framework is distinct because there is an overlap between our health, environment, and the microbiome. So if you can see here, this is a list of diseases that have been treated by probiotics, like asthma, diabetes, sickle cell, and so many studies have been published to see how we can treat those if we look at the microbiomes and treat it accordingly. So if you can see if there is a relationship between your adulthood, your early lifehood, your like parenting style, your social life, your gut microbiomes, all this will lead to a better health. Or if it is disrupted, it will lead to increase in morbidity and mortality. And finally, it suggests where social and population health scientists are best positioned to contribute to microbiome research. We need to focus on possible pathways between social conditions and the gut microbiome. So the influence of microbiota on our health is underestimated. So various infectious and non-infectious disease can, be induced by disturbances in the composition, prevalence, and vitality of the microbiota. Manipulation of external factors such as the nature of our diet, how do we eat, how do we live, can re-establish the balance among microbiota, and we can prevent, serious disease. So the role played by microbiota in health and disease was highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Nutraceutical, non-pharmacological, therapeutic, and prophylactic approaches could reduce the mortality rate, the disease, and serious complications. The use of probiotics, dietary supplements, and microbiota can help, better individuals and reduction in disease. So the future, maybe we need to look in details on what are the microbiota, what are the problems that we have, what type of viruses, bacteria each of us harbor, and we need to learn from other studies, preferably through randomized controlled trials, to look at the effects of prebiotics, probiotics, and the intestinal microbiomes to have a longer, healthier, and inshallah, better life. Thank you so much. I know it's the end of the day. I just wanted to conclude and give you just a highlight of the importance of learning a bit more about the microbiome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jarodi, for the comprehensive and rich information about microbiome. I am right now. And if you have any question, the mic is yours. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Dania. I have a question regarding the prebiotic and probiotic. Can you elaborate the difference, and did you recommend it from which age, and how about the pregnant ladies? The probiotics are actually, microorganisms that, are natural bacteria that sometimes are, found in certain foods. Yogurt, kefir, certain, diet, dairy products. The prebiotics are the fibers actually, which is present in vegetables, certain legumes, and certain foods. Some people provide them in supplements, and they, they have been studied and they have been found to reduce, harmful bacteria or viruses that might affect our microbiome, the natural microbiome. For the pregnant lady, you recommend it for them to continue on it? It's basically, if you eat healthy, as have been mentioned, really trying to focus on fibers, legumes, healthy food, healthy meat, reduce your, intake of red meats, and, try to focus on healthier food rather than foodborne, as have been mentioned, food that is really not beneficial to our health. I believe it would help it really much better. Now it is over the counter as a tablet available. There is, yes. Is it okay? No risky for the pregnant? Are safe to be ingested by pregnant women, yes. But I would recommend myself, replace it with healthier food.
Any other question? Any question from online? Raise your hand, please. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dania, for this very informative talk, actually. My question regarding, as Dr. said, it's over the counter. And most of patients already, they came with the tablet and tell you how many doses can I take per day. It's safe to be taken by, for example, kid 5, 6 years old. This is one thing. The other thing is related to COVID. You mentioned there is a relation between COVID and gut. So it's safe to be taken, for example, extra amount of probiotic with COVID patients or something?
This has not been studied very well, but what they have mentioned in their, different studies is that they looked at the stool of certain patients and they have analyzed it, and they found that there is, COVID-19 in the stool. And when they looked at the different pathogens from different stool, different patients, they found that there is a disruption of the microbiota or microbiomes in the stool of those COVID patients, and and those who had really disrupted microbiomes, those who like got worse, and they were admitted to ICU because of COVID, and those who had a good balance of their microbiomes had done very much well. And they have found that even if your stool has this, disruption or dysbiosis of this microbiome, your COVID-19 will be worse. And it is related maybe to their diabetic status, asthma status, other chronic diseases. So about the over-the-counter, I don't prefer that. I prefer that we treat our patients with healthier food. I believe in healthier food prescriptions. I don't believe over-the-counter probiotics or prebiotics are an alternative. I don't believe in supplements. I believe our food, contains everything. We really need to find it in our food. I don't believe in supplements. I don't believe in probiotics. I don't believe in processed food, canned food. I prefer that we get our nutrients from healthier fruits, diets, vegetables. That's what I tell my patients, and they really, really do very well.
Actually, I agree with you with that, but there is some patient like celiac disease, they are on gluten-free diet, they cannot take fibers, cannot take all these things. So they have to take some conditions you have to give over the counter. So if you have to give, how many, there is a limited dose, for example, per day, or there is specific age to be started on?
I don't prescribe it, and I don't know about my, probiotics or prebiotics. I know that the gut microbiomes get affected by the food we eat. As I told you, I'm not a believer of supplements or prebiotics, probiotics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, one question here. This will be the last question.
There is a product in the market called the Actimel by Al-Mara'i company. I'm not sure if you are familiar with it.
What is it?
Actimel.
Actimel?
It's a probiotic.
Yeah.
And this is, you take it once a
Actimel.
week in the probiotic.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard about it. My children do drink that Actimel, but I'm not sure if there were trials. As we go by evidence-based, but I'm not sure if this has been proven by evidence-based. I didn't see any literature on it, but they assume that it would help.
Yes.
But some dairy products are, fermented products or kefir or yogurt or, different products might not be good to you, but it might be good to me. So it depends on our gut microbiomes. That's what we're talking about.
It's a natural product, not a tablet.
Yeah.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا دكتورة. Thank you so much for the precious presentation. I see some faces who are looking for prior time and break. So let's go for break now and come back at 1:15.
start. Please all start now. السلام عليكم. مساء الخير جميعا. تستمر البرامج مؤتمر حائل الدولي لنمط طب الحياة. والآن مع حنبدأ الجلسة الخامسة with first lecture with organization staff and will be time for action and reward and benefit with senior psychologist Lamia Al-Saqoub. She has a master degree in clinical psychology from University of San Bernardino, UK, and she has a bachelor degree in psychology from King Saud University. She works now in the private sector. Welcome, دكتورة.
السلام عليكم. شكرا دكتور مصلح على هذه المقدمة، وأنا سعيدة بتواجدي بين الأهل والأحبة في حائل. I will be talking today, inshallah, about organization staff well-being, time for action, reward and benefit. بس في مشكلة الريموت. أيوة. تمام. At the first I will be mentioning some definitions. ما راح أطول فيها إن شاء الله لأنه تطرق لها الدكتور سعود قبل. Aspects of well-being, and then I will talk why it is important and how to promote well-being in workplace. Lastly, I will be glad to present some local experiences in workplace or organizational well-being. اوكي. سيليغمان في تعريفات كثيرة جدا. أحد التعريفات كان تعريف سيليغمان لها، عرف ال well-being as people positive evaluation of their life, satisfaction and meaning، وقال إنه هذا الشيء ممكن يكون نتاج ال fulfillment of ال mental and physical needs. In regards to staff well-being, it's the part of employees' overall well-being that is perceived to be determined by work and can be influenced by workplace intervention. الترجمات مختلفة ومتعددة عن well-being. في أحد ترجمها على أنها الصحة، العافية، السعادة. كان تبرير وتحليل الدكتور سعود منطقي جدا عندما بررها على أنها أو شرحها على أنها العافية، ولكن الأكثر شيوعا هو الرفاه أو الرفاهية في بيئة العمل. مشكلة الترجمة للرفاه أنها تعطي انطباع كأنها شيء luxurious أو كأنها شيء يعني إضافي، مو كأنه شيء أساسي، وبعد شوي بنشوف ليش هي شيء أساسي. بس قبل ودي أمر على بعض الأسبكتس of الويل بينج له جوانب كثيرة ومتعددة. جورجيني سوى literature review جميل وعرض الاسبكتس او الجوانب المختلفه للويل بينج او البحوث اللي تناولت الجوانب المختلفه وكيف ممكن ان الواحد يعززها. على سبيل المثال لما نتكلم عن الفيزيكال هيلث مو بالمقصود فيه بس انه والله بيئه العمل تكون صحيه والبيئه الماديه تكون جيده، وانما الواحد يبعد أو يأخذ خطوة أبعد من ذلك في أنه مثلا يوفر أماكن للرياضة، أماكن لممارسة الأنشطة المختلفة. هذا على سبيل المثال. بالنسبة للمنتل هيلث مثلا أن المنظمات يكون عندها تدريب على stress management, mindfulness courses أو training، حتى relaxation يعني opportunities to the employees. لما نتكلم أيضاً عن البريفنتيف كير مثلاً الوقائي، فعلى سبيل المثال أنه توفير الفاكسينيشن واللقاحات في أماكن العمل. هذه بعض الأمثلة. طيب، وأيضاً قال فيه جوانب مثل الساتسفاكشن واللويالتي، أيضاً هي أحد جوانب الويل بينج، مثل أنه مشاعر الشخص الإيجابية تجاه عمله. طيب, another way to look at it is the way that American Psychological Association presented it. And the American Psychological Association هي جهة ذات موثوقية عالية مو بس للعلوم النفسية وإنما للعلوم ذات الثقة. عرضوا موديل للويل بينج وقالوا إنه عشان تحقق الويل بينج مهم إنك تهتم بالwork life balance، بالemployee involvement والemployee recognition، الemployee growth والhealth and safety. وقالوا إنه الأساس أصلاً إنك تركز أيضاً على الحوار الكوميونيكيشن. ومهم جداً هذا الموديل. ليش؟ لأنه ترى في كثير برامج تدعم الويل بينج بأماكن مختلفة لكنها تتجاهل هالعنصر الأساسي اللي هو الكوميونيكيشن. لما تتجاهل الكوميونيكيشن ممكن انك انت تبذر جهد واموال طائله في شيء مو هو اللي يبغونه الموظفين. وخليني أضرب لكم مثال على دراسة كانت دراسة كيفية qualitative study. مسكوا موظفين وقابلوهم قالوا لهم ليش أنتم مو قاعدين تستفيدون من برامج الويلبينج في مؤسساتكم؟ فكانت الجواب إنه أكثر شيء نفتقده الكوميونيكيشن. قالوا إحنا ما نبي كل هالأموال اللي قاعدة تدفع بالبرامج اللي على بالهم أنها تدعم صحتنا العامة والنفسية، ولكن يهمنا على الأقل إنه يصير في تدريب على الحوار. أني أنا when I ask my boss يعني a question and I get to know as an answer, it's okay, but at least to know why and to know that it's temporary. فقالوا هذا يعني وهالشيء للأسف يفتقد في الكثير من الجهات. طيب, الأمريكان Psychological Association عندهم Psychological Healthy Place Awards، عندهم مسابقة سنوية تشترك فيها يعني ممكن أي جهة من قطاع خاص ولا حكومي بأمريكا ولا كندا، ويتسابقون على أنهم ينالون تصنيف كأنهم الأفضل في Psychological Healthy Workplace. وبس هم يعني ما يهتمون بس على الجوانب النفسية، حتى الجوانب الأخرى، لكنها اسمها صحة نفسية لكنها تهتم بجميع الجوانب. طيب ليش هي مهمة؟ ليه احنا نقول الويل بينج بالاورجنايزيشن مهم؟ لأنه هو أحد الجوانب اللي تتأثر فيه اللي هو ستريس. وش اللي يصير طيب إذا زاد ستريس؟ تقل البرودكتيفيتي، تزيد العرضة للديفرنت mental و physical illnesses، ففعلا يكون في تأثر حتى على المنظمات. ندعو المنظمات أنها تأخذها بجدية أكبر. طيب في عبارة حلوة تقول no business wealth without workers health، وهذه تدعو إلى أنه أهمية أنه استثمروا بصحة موظفينكم. لا تتوقعون أنه والله تبي تكلف عليكم، لا، هي تبي تعود لكم إن شاء الله بمردود إيجابي جيد. طيب خلوني أتكلم عن نقطة أنه employee well-being makes business sense. إذا المنظمات خايفة أنها تكلف عليها مادياً، لا، هي بالحقيقة توفر. أوكي، بتكلم عن المنتل هيلث as a example، لكن الأمثلة كثيرة جدا في هذا المجال، لكن كمتخصصة بالصحة النفسية بضربها كمثال. وأتوقع زميلاتي وزملائي اللي تكلموا مثلا عن السمنة وعن التغذية وعن جوانب مختلفة كلها ممكن يعني تدعم بعض، إنه مهم إنه الاهتمام بجوانب الويل بينج. لو سألتكم which of the following is the most likely work-related issues for someone with mental health problems، للأسف difficulty concentration, lack of patience, taking longer to complete tasks، أو difficulty in multitasking، جميعها. والهدف هنا مو بزيادة الوصمة، وإنما إنه نقول إنه فعلا ترى تتأثر الجوانب النفسية، فعشان كذا إنه مهم إن ندعمها. طيب depression interferes with a person's ability to complete physical job tasks about 20% of the time and reduces cognitive performance about 35% of the time. فهذا الاكتئاب هو خرج عن إرادة الواحد، لكن إحنا ممكن ندعم الأشخاص لأنهم فعلا يعني يتشافون من مختلف المشاكل اللي يمرون فيها، وبالتالي صحتهم العامة وعملهم يكون أفضل. أيضا depression and anxiety have a significant economic impact. The estimated cost to the global economy is $1 trillion per year in lost productivity. تخيلوا قديش ممكن إنه يصير في تكاليف نتيجة الاكتئاب والقلق على سبيل المثال، وفي كل دولار يصرف في العلاج النفسي بيصير في عائد $4 in improved health and productivity. طيب خلونا ناخذ بعض الأرقام الخاصة بمجتمعنا. هذه الأرقام طرحتها السعودي ناشونال منتل هيلث سيرفي عام 2019. قالوا إنه the lifetime prevalence of any mental disorder is 34%. فطبعا وقتها لما طلعت هذه الإحصائية شوية أثارت يعني جدل وضجة، وشلون يعني كل واحد من 3 مريض نفسي؟ لا، ما هي كذا، هي فرصة إن الواحد يتعرض. نعم، كل واحد من 3، وهذا الهدف منها ترى مو بأننا نقعد نوصم الناس ولا نشخصهم، ولكن ننتبه أن في حولنا كثير ناس يعانون، فكيف ممكن ندعمهم. Most prevalence was anxiety disorders بنسبة 23، هذه الإحصاءات السعودية، والmajor depressive disorder was 6%. طيب the Saudi National Mental Health Survey also revealed أنه للأسف فقط 17% of psychiatric disorder, severe psychiatric disorder receive any treatment. بينما تخيلوا أكثر من 80% من الناس اللي يعانون من اضطرابات نفسية شديدة لا يتلقون أي علاج. فهذا يخليني أرجع وأكد وأكرر على أنه ترى في ناس كثير حولنا يعانون، لازم ندعمهم، سواء قالوا هم طلبوا هذه المساعدة ولا من واجبنا كأشخاص وكمجتمعات أن ندعم بعض. طيب steps to organizations can take to spot and manage mental health issues. أول شيء prevention, identification، بعدين action. البريفنشن كيف تصير الوقاية؟ تصير الوقاية بتوفير يعني مصادر الدعم المختلفة. لما نتكلم على مستوى الأورجنايزيشن ترى ما نتكلم بس إنك أنت توفر لهم بيئة داعمة نفسيا، ولكن أيضا مثلا توفر أماكن إنه ممكن يمارسون فيها الرياضة، أماكن حتى إنه يجدون فيها خيارات أكل صحي، فكل هذه تدعم بعض. الايدنتيفيكيشن يعني مو بهدف الناس إن نقعد نمشي ونشخص في منظماتنا أو في جهات عملنا، ولكن الايدنتيفيكيشن ممكن يكون من خلال أن نتعرف أنه والله هنا في هذا الشخص يبدو أنه يعاني أو يحتاج للمساعدة. طيب كيف هذا ممكن يصير؟ على سبيل المثال المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية عندهم برنامج اسمه Mental Health First Aid. طيب برنامج المساعدة النفسية الأولية. وش يسوون؟ يعرفون الأشخاص، ممكن إنه الواحد إذا راسلهم وطلب منهم إنهم يعني يبعثون أحد من المرخصين، مدربينهم المرخصين، ويقدم للمنظمة دورة مدتها 10 ساعات تعريف بالاضطرابات النفسية وكيفية التعامل معها من قبل غير المكتفيكيشن. وهذا يعتبر أيضا جزء من الأكشن. ومن الأكشن أيضا أنك أنت فعلا توفر لهم مصادر للمساعدة زي مثلا الدعم الطبي أو النفسي سواء في داخل المنظمة أو خارجها إذا ما تقدر المنظمة أنها توفره في نفس مكان العمل من خلال مثلا التأمين. طيب what COVID has done to our well-being. الحقيقة أنه سوى الكثير. غالب الناس تأثروا، خلينا نتكلم عن 80% من الناس تأثروا وتأثرت صحتهم العامة والبينج في مكان عملهم. لكن هو سوى شيء واحد جيد، صار مو بشيء واحد يمكن له جوانب يعني مختلفة، لكن الشيء الجيد انه الاورجنايزيشنز والبينج ترى موضوع مطروح من زمان يعني من 20 سنة وفيه كلام، لكن ما أخذ بجدية إلا السنتين الأخيرة مع كوفيد. هبت الأماكن المختلفة لدعم يعني موظفينها نفسيا ودعمهم من جميع النواحي الويل-بينج لأنهم أدركوا أهمية هذا الموضوع. الأغلبية هذا يعني هو صراحة سيرفي سووه بهارفارد بزنس ريفيو أكثر مما أنه دراسة دقيقة على ما يبدو، ولكنها العدد كان جيد. 1500 شخص من 40 دولة، 80% منهم قالوا أنه فعلا أثر كوفيد على الورك بليس والبينج، وكان أكثر شيء أنه والله زادت لأنهم عانوا نفسيا والإنكريز جوب ديماندز أند هوم لايف تشالنجز. وبالنسبة للي لا والله وجدوا أنه الأثر كان إيجابي من ناحية الويل-بينج، قالوا لأنه it reduced commutes and having more time to focus on health. وإذا لاحظنا حتى الأثر الإيجابي هذا ترى ممكن تطبيقه في مكان العمل من خلال مثلا المرونة في تطبيق العمل، مثلا يكون جزء منه في البيت أو ساعات عمل مرنة، وأيضا بالنسبة time to focus on health. طيب إذا نقلنا الاهتمام بالهيلث من المنظمات فأكيد إنه بيصير الموضوع هذا أفضل للجميع. طيب هذه أمثلة لمبادرات، يعني الأمثلة كثيرة ولكن هذه أمثلة لمبادرات. مثلا اليمين من مبادرات قسم الصحة النفسية بالحرس الوطني، واليسار كانت من العسكري مبادرات لدعم الصحة النفسية والعامة للموظفين. والجميل إنها بس ما كانت بس تستهدف الموظفين وإنما أيضا أسرهم بالإضافة طبعا لعموم الشعب. طيب how to promote well-being and tackle the causes of work-related mental health problems, getting senior leaders on board. ترى إذا اهتمت القيادات العليا بالموضوع سهل الموضوع جدا، سهل تيسير الموضوع، لكن إذا ما آمنه يصعب شوي. ولكن على الجميع يعني إنه تتكاتف الجهود حتى لإقناعهم، وعادة إن شاء الله إنه بيصير الموضوع يعني يسير إذا أعطوا يعني الدراسات الداعمة الكافية بهذا الخصوص. Raising awareness of mental health and well-being، كل ما رفع الوعي صار الموضوع أيضا أسهل. Involving staff and dialogue in decision making و two-way communication، وهذه اللي قبل شوي تكلمت عنها إنه في ناس قيموا برامج الويل-بينج بمؤسساتهم إنها مو بجيدة. ليه؟ لأنها ما ركزت على التواصل. فحنا اي نعم نستعين بالدراسات الخارجيه ونقول والله هذا الليترشر قال كذا، بس بنفس الوقت نسال موظفينا، نسال ناسنا انتم وش اللي يهمكم، وممكن يكون عن طريق سيرفيس ترسلها المنظمه تعرف فعلا الحاجه بيست عن اللي هو انتم تشوفونه كاداره وبيست على ما يطلبونه هم ك يعني اعضاء فريق عمل او كموظفين. الورك لايف بالانس مهم ايضا يكون من خلال المرونه في مثلا ساعات العمل، هذا بالنسبة للمنظمات كيف تسوي. طيب ومن خلال أيضا برامج اللي تدعم اهتمام الشخص بالأمور الأخرى خارج منزله. learning and development أيضا يعتبر من promoting the well-being، لأنك أنت ترى إذا زدت تدريب وتعليم موظفينك حتى لو في تخصصهم فأنت تزيد حتى الريزيلينس حقتهم، تزيد حتى صلابتهم وقدرتهم ومناعتهم النفسية في تحمل الضغوط، لأنه يكون أكثر ثقة بقراراته وبقدراته. positive working relationship and social activities، وهذه الحمد لله كثير من المنظمات قاعدة تتجه إنه فعلا يصير في social club بالأماكن، إنه والله يسوون موظفين أشياء سواء policies and practices that support staff well-being. هذه مهمة جدا، يعني انه يكون في سياسات واضحه، مثلا انتي بولينج، انتي هراسمنت، او حتى البوليسيز ترى ممكن مو بانها تتطلب اشياء عظيمه، ترى ممكن شيء بسيط، يعني مثلا تقول اللانش اور هذه تصير من حق الموظف. حنا وش تضيع اللانش اور فيه؟ في اجتماعات، في ساعات تعليميه، لا احنا بنحطها باللانش اور عشان يصيرون موجودين عشان هم ما يجون بدري. طيب هي من حق الموظف انه يستمد طاقته فيها، ممكن تكون لي to socialize طيب training for line managers، في كوت حلوة مرة قريتها يقول لك people quit bosses they don't quit jobs. يعني كأنه أثر المدير المباشر مرة قوي على الأشخاص لدرجة أنهم ممكن يتركون وظائفهم بسبب الرئيس وليس بسبب الوظيفة ومتطلباتها. عشان كذا تريننج لهم ترى أحيانا يكونوا ممتازين في عملهم هم في تخصصهم، لكن مثلا يفتقد مهارات التواصل ولا الحوار، ولا يفتقد مهارات التعامل مع الضغوط. فأنت إذا مرنت فأكيد هذا بينعكس على الموظفين والمنظمة. internal and external support pathways زي ما قلنا إنه يكون في مصادر دعم في داخل المنشأة وخارجها. طيب احنا الحين قاعدين نتكلم في صف الموظف كثير، مع أن قلنا إنه لا والله ترى بيعود ماديا أيضا على المنظمة، بس خلونا نشوف متى ممكن تستفيد المنظمة، خلال كم؟ هل الأثر يبان على طول ولا ياخذ وقت؟ غالبا يبان على طول in few months بأشياء بسيطة، يعني والله نشوف أن روحهم صارت يعني أحلى مع بعض، stronger team spirit, closer engagement. ولكن خلال سنة سنتين يتحسن الوضع، يتحسن البرودكتيفيتي، تصير البوزيتيف ايمج حقت المنظمة تظهر أنه والله نسمع هذا المكان جيد للعمل، وأيضا يصير في حتى يرتفع الوعي الصحي عند الأشخاص، ويصير في greater satisfaction. ما يصير مؤقت إنه والله سوينا اليوم شيء كذا حلو، لا يصير فعلا أعمق. طيب خلال 3 إلى 5 سنوات تكون less workplace injuries. ليه؟ لأنه workplace injuries عادة تاخذ وقت، يعني مثلا من تراكم ضغوط، غالبا من تراكم ضغوط، يعني حتى الأمراض المزمنة تصير يعني ضغوط متراكمة إذا يعني نحينا الجانب الجيني في الموضوع. فتكون خلال 3 إلى 5 سنوات ممكن الإصابات بشكل عام أقل، ممكن الأمراض والغيابات أقل، وأيضا يصير فيه عوائد التدريب والابتعاث اللي كانت المنظمة تشتغل عليه خلال السنوات اللي قبلها. طيب how to look after your well-being at work. ما ينفع بس نقول والله المنظمات يلا اهتموا بموظفينكم وانتم اقعدوا ارتاحوا. جزء من المسؤولية، أساس المسؤولية تقع على عاتق الفرد نفسه. establishing and maintain a good work-life balance. ترى هذا ممكن يصير بأشياء بسيطة، يعني ممكن أنك أنت تتخذ قرار أني أنا بخلص شغل stop before you stop. إذا دوامي يخلص 5 أنا بخلص شغل، مو بسالفة أطلع، لكن أخلص شغل 5 إلى 4 عشان إذا اضطريت أقعد شوي زيادة ما أصير أنا قعدت يعني أخذت من وقتي الخاص للشغل. طيب take a proper lunch break. زي ما قلنا تحرك، مو بشرط انك اللانش بريك تكون كلها يعني اكل، ولكن نستفيد منها بانك تستمد طاقتك وتهتم ب your well-being. take a holiday. manage stressful periods at work. طبعا ما يخلو مكان عمل من فترات ضاغطة، فحلو الواحد يكون واعي انه والله هذه الفترة هي ضاغطة، طيب انا وش اقدر اسوي عشان تعدي هالمرحلة؟ وش اقدر اسوي؟ إذا أنا قاعد أسوي من الأساس أشياء فهنا أزيدها، وإذا أنا ما سويت من أول أشياء أستحدثها. يعني مثلا practice mindfulness more, relaxation, breathe، تحرك. فانتبه لنفسك وبنفس الوقت خليك flexible. يعني أنت عارف أن هذه الفترة ضاغطة، فأنا مو مضطر أني أنا أشتغل بنفس الجودة، أحاول، لكن إذا صار في تقصير ما ألوم نفسي عليه، وتفهم أنه نتيجة الظروف وليست نتيجة تقصير ذاتي. وبريك اب sitting times get moving. نتحرك عشان الدكتور صالح ينبسط، نمشي. getting moving. ترى الموضوع هذا مطروح من زمان، يعني تخيلوا من خمسينيات القرن الماضي من 1950 لاحظوا انه سواقين التاكسي في لندن معرضين يعني دبل الناس الثانيين الى انهم تجيهم هارت اتاكس. ليش؟ لانهم يقعدون فترات طويله. وايضا الانكتيفيتي، قله الحركه، صنفت على انها رابع ريسك فاكتور للوفيات جلوبالي، للوفيات عند الادلتس، عند البالغين. طيب ايضا get help at work. اطلب مساعده وخليك صريح في طلبها، التلميح لا يجدي نفعا، وخليك مؤدب ومباشر في طلب المساعده، فوض كنوع من طلب المساعدة. build positive relationship with others. إذا التفتنا للفترات الضاغطة من حياتنا نبي نلقى أكثر شيء يمكن ساعدنا على تخطيها الدعم الإيجابي من الأهل والأصدقاء والأحبة. فأنت احرص على علاقاتك عشان نفسك وعشان الآخرين، بس أيضا لأنها فعلا تساعدك وتساعد your well-being خاصة بالفترات الضاغطة. طيب بتكلم الآن عن local experiences. طبعا حكومتنا الرشيدة أولت أهمية بالإنسان ككل بكل أجزائه، وهذا يتضح من رؤية 2030 وبرنامج جودة الحياة، وأيضا من الأشياء اللي ذكرت أصلا لما تطلع على الوثيقة حقت 2030 إنه the happiness and fulfillment of citizens and residents is important to us. This can only be physical and social well-being at the heart. ففي فعلا إقرار بأنك أنت مهم ككل كإنسان. طيب أحد اللوكال اكسبيرينس طبعا اللي بتكلم عنها النماذج الموجودة في بلدنا الممتازة كثير، ولكن هذه بعض الأمثلة. في برنامج اسمه Periodic Measurement Project for Job Engagement. هذا البرنامج one of the projects of the Motivating Work Environment initiative carried out by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. هذا اللي سووه وزارة الموارد والتنمية البشرية، سووا برنامج اسمه قياس الدوري للارتباط الوظيفي، وصاروا يخاطبون الموظفين في الجهات الحكومية والشبه حكومية لقياس الارتباط الوظيفي، اللي هو يعني انعكاس حقيقي لاهتمام الجهات بالويل-بينج حق موظفينها. وكانوا اللي فازوا السنة اللي فاتت هيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس. طيب another local experience stress management clinic بجامعة الملك سعود، يعملون بالتعاون مع ال Occupational Health and Safety Department. في البداية الهدف إنه to support staff and also لتغذية الريسيرش في مجال الويل-بينج، بس الأساس to support staff. طيب في البداية صراحة كان الإقبال ما هو بشديد. ليه؟ لأن الناس متخوفين إنهم يزورون أحد في مكان عملهم، لكن لما صار فيه رفع للوعي وصار فيه محاضرات ودورات تسويها العيادة، صار فيه تعريف فيها أكثر، وبنفس الوقت كانوا اللي يقدمون الخدمة في هذه العيادة قالوا للموظفين اسمعوا ترى النوتس اللي يكتبونها السايكاتري cannot be accessed unless by a psychiatric consultant. فتطمنوا انه اوكي يعني هي السريه المفروض انها اساس، بس على الاقل في البعض ممكن يتحرج اني انا اروح يعني بمكان عملي الزميل، لكن اذا عرف انه والله cannot be accessed الا من خلال psychiatric consultant فكان هذا يعني سهل الموضوع لهم. طيب أيضاً التجمع الصحي الثاني في الرياض مدينة الملك فهد الطبية عندهم عيادة ويل-بينج، هي حديثة نسبياً، لكن صراحة سوت شيء ممتاز فيما يخص مراعاة جانب السرية. وش سووا برنامج خاص كودينج سيستم مختلف، فأصلاً ما حد يدري أنك أنت دخلت العيادة هذه، فهو مطمئن. يعني إحنا ما نبي نزيد استجمة ونقول لا عادي، أوكي الصدق نظرياً عادي أنك تروح للعيادة النفسية، لكن أحياناً يتحرج الواحد يروح لها لما تكون في مكان عمله، فإذا اطمن أنه ما حد داري المفروض يعني يسهل الموضوع. طيب another experience please. طيب فيه تجربة ممتازة صراحة بدأت السنة اللي فاتت، اللي هي من National Center for Mental Health Promotion، المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية. بدأوا برنامج اسمه سفراء الصحة النفسية، بدأوه السنة اللي فاتت. سفراء الصحة النفسية قالوا للناس اللي مو بشرط متخصصين، أي تخصص أنت مهتم بالصحة النفسية ودك تصير سفير للصحة النفسية بعملك، الله يحييك، بس جيب خطاب موافقة من عملك، لأنه صعبة يجي وبعدين يرفضون أنه يطبق المبادرات. يمرونونهم لأيام مكثفة، لأسبوع مكثف عن الاضطرابات النفسية، وبنفس الوقت يقولون لهم وشلون أنت تسوي برنامج، تسوي مبادرة، ويعطونهم حقيبة تدريبية كاملة حتى فيها قياس الحاجة. وهذه بعض الجهات اللي شاركت، كان في السنة اللي فاتت 17 شخص من مختلف الجهات شاركوا فيها. إذا ممكن الشريحة اللي بعدها. Initiative include but were not limited to lecture, workshops, discussions, committees has been formed. والحلو انها كانت sustainable، يعني انه خصصوا ميزانيات لها. حتى مثلا ثلاجه لمأكولات صحيه للموظفين ترى مو بمره واحده فعاليه مره واحده وخلاص، لا خصصت ميزانيات لها، فهذا شيء ممتاز. هذه احد بس خلوني اقول لكم قصه لا تروح. هذه احد الصور من محاضره عن الاحتراق الوظيفي بهيئه الغذاء والدواء، ممتاز نرى الاقبال عليها جيد. بقول لكم قصه عن دوره مو بدورة احتراق وظيفي، عن جهة بدون ذكر اسمها دافعين ملايين للويل-بينج حقت موظفينها، لكن بنفس الوقت يقولون سووا كل شيء بس لا تسوون دورة عن الاحتراق الوظيفي. ما نبي تفتحون عيونهم، عطوهم ستريس مانجمنت، عطوهم كل شيء بس لا تعطونهم عن الاحتراق الوظيفي. طيب الناس عارفين، يعني ما يحتاج انكم يعني مو انه والله دورتكم اللي تبي تفتح عيونهم عن هالشيء، وانتم ما قصرتوا يعني دفعتوا وحاولتوا انه يعني تساعدون موظفينكم بس. فالشريحة اللي بعدها فضلا، هذا ممشى استحدث في جامعة الملك سعود بكلية التربية، كان سفير الصحة النفسية من كلية التربية بجامعة الملك سعود استحدث ممشى هناك. يعني شفنا شلون حتى مو بمكلف، يعني هو مكان لكن خصص لهالشيء بس، ترى يعني مو شرط انه فعلا الواحد يتكلف ماديا في الموضوع. طيب الجميل بالبرنامج هذا سفراء الصحة النفسية انه السنة هذه في عدد الجهات والأشخاص المشتركين. حتى بعض الجهات من السنة اللي فاتت عجبهم الموضوع فاشتركوا هذه السنة. الجميل أيضا أنه صار فيه طورت النسخة، فصار فيه قياس للأداء، وأيضا صار فيه جوائز ستطرح إن شاء الله للجهات الفائزة. أخيرا هذه تجربة هيئة السوق المالية، عندهم برنامج اسمه يو فيرست بروجرام. الجميل انه صراحه هم بدأوا من بدري، ترى بدأوا من 2009 بس كانت كلينيكال كونسلنج سيرفيسز للموظفين، وبعدين تطور البرنامج وصار يغطي جميع جوانب الويل بينج، والحمد لله حتى فازوا السنه اللي فاتت كافضل قطاع عام مهتم بالصحه العامه او الويل بينج للموظفين من جهه يعني تقيس وترخص وتنظم اسمها Great Work Place to Work. شكرا لكم، اتوقع كذا خلصت. شكرا لكم. إذا في أي أسئلة تفضلوا، بس حط الريفرنسز لو سمحت عشان أصير بروفيشنال.
شكرا دكتورة لميا، صراحة محاضرة قيمة. الآن نفتح باب الأسئلة اللي أسأل أو حتى اللي أونلاين بالزوم. تفضل.
طيب يعطيك العافية دكتورة. أنا بس طبعا عجبني الطرح كامل صراحة، وأكيد الجميع عجبهم، لكن في المقابل حقيقة نرى بعض المنظمات تتجه اتجاه عكسي صراحة. يعني تحسين البيئة، تحويلها لبيئة جاذبة للعاملين، هذه هي الأهداف الحقيقية للعمل المؤسسي. اليوم نرى بعض المنظمات تتجه إلى مراقبة موظفين بدل من تحفيزهم وخلق بيئة جاذبة للعمل. حتى نسمع أنه طبعا أنا أقرأ من بعض الصحف أنه بعض المنظمات الآن تخطط تحضير موظفينها عن طريق الGPS. تخيلوا أنه من المستهدف في الخدمة هذه هم الموظفين اللي يكونون في جولات رسمية. يعني تخيل أنه هذه المؤسسة ما شاء الله عليها تريد أن تضبط الموظفينها اللي أصلا هم في مهام رسمية خارج هذه المنظمة، تتأكد أنه فعلا موظفينها في الجولة المستهدفة. فأعتقد أنه هذا التوجه معاكس حقيقة، لا يخدم بيئة العمل.
شكرا يا أخي الكريم، ما تعرفت على اسمك؟
الدكتور محمد الشمري.
دكتور، المعذرة إني ما عرفتك. طيب دكتور محمد، فعلا في جهات تسعى أو نرى أنها مو بس يعني تعيق نمو الفرد، وإنما إحنا نستخدم مصطلح عام اللي هو الطفش. ما يعني، لكن نفس الوقت صعب تعميم التجارب. يعني إحنا ما نقدر نتكلم إنه ليش هذه الجهة تسوي كذا وليش كذا. الطابع العام إنها بيئة منفرة. طيب فهي قد يعني هي دعوة لقيادات هذه الجهات أنهم يهتمون. إذا اهتموا بدأ الموضوع يتحسن، ولكن فعلا هو شيء موجود. أنا لا أستطيع أحلل الأسباب ولا أستطيع أني أعمم الأسباب، لأنها تختلف الجهات وتختلف تجاربهم. أوكي، ولكن لعله مع توجه حكومتنا الرشيدة بأنه فعلا أنه اهتموا في الإنسان كإنسان ككل، وصار في حتى مراقبة ودخول حتى في يعني جهات كثيرة أنه تقيس الأداء. ما هو بالمسألة زي أول خلاص سيء ولا لا، صار فيه فعلا تقييم وقياس للأداء، وحتى نسب الاستقالات ونسب التطور والتحسن، صح ولا لا؟ فلعله هالشيء يكون دافع. يعني زي ما نقول إذا ما صار عندهم الدافع الداخلي فالحمد لله أنه الحين في دافع خارجي. ولكن صعب أن نقول في سبب واحد معين، ولكن ندعوهم. ولعله زي ما قلت لك التوجه سواء اللي حق الدولة ولا التوجه العام، الانتباه للويل بينج حق الموظف، يشجع هذه الجهات انها تدخل حتى في الاهتمام، لانه فعلا يعني بدأ يبان مثلا هذه الجهة لها سمعة في بوزيتيف ايمج عنها، وفي جهة لا والله غير جاذبة. وبعدين صار في تنافس كبير بسوق العمل. السمعة أنه والله هذه بيئة عمل منفرة، فأنت كيف تبي تستقطب الكفاءات؟ فهم خسرانين من جهات مختلفة ترى. لا تستطيع أنت ولا أستطيع أنا كأفراد أن نوجد عندهم الدافع، لكن على صعيد أعلى قاعد يصير عندهم الدافع، والحمد لله أنه هذا الشيء قاعد يصير. صحيح. وأما اي، واما بالنسبه اذا سمحت حتى ودي بس استطرد شوي على المثال اللي ذكرته. انا ما اعرف هذا الجهه، يعني ما في داعي لتذكر، اللي هم يطاردون الموظفين على اي بس قصدي هنا مؤتمر ما ينفع نقول انهم يستهدفون الموظفين او يراقبونهم GPS. شوف ظاهريا انا كشخص خارج الصوره اقول لك ليش لا، ما دام انك انت تقول هم اصلا شغلت هالسيارات وفود رسميه، قد يكون هذا اصلا جزء من واجبهم انهم يراقبون، لكن هي في سياقها. إذا صارت هالجهة قاعدة تطفش موظفينها مرة وقاعدة تسوي كذا، فسبحان الله يصير مغضوب عليها. ولكن إذا صاروا مرة داعمين ومحترمين ويعرف الموظف أنه أنت مو مستهدف، أنت مو مراقب كفرد، وإنما إحنا قاعدين نقيس العمل، فيختلف السياق هنا وقتها. بس هذه. شكرا.
شكرا. لا بس بناخذ الأسوان أونلاين من الدكتورة مها. تفضلي دكتورة مها. تفضلي دكتورة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الدكتورة مها العطا، استشاري طب الأسرة. شكرا لك يا دكتورة، وشكرا لجميع المحاضرين والمحاضرات القيمة. الله يوفقكم إن شاء الله.
شكرا.
الله يحفظك. يمكن لما استمعت لمحاضرتك صراحة القيمة، على طول جاء في بالي الليدر أو المانجر. أعتقد المانجر ممكن يكون قناة مهمة جدا في الويل بينج لموظفينه كله، التابعين له مباشرة أو بشكل غير مباشر. مو لازم هو يكون مصلح اجتماعي ولا يعني مصلح اقتصادي، لكن التشجيع والكلام الطيب وتفهم ظروف الموظفين وعدم الاستبداد، يعني الطرق القديمة البالية في الإدارة تنفر الكثير. يمكن أنت يعني وضعتي كوت أو مقولة مهمة، العمل ترى بأقل الظروف يعني رفاهية، إذا في مدير ممتاز متفهم إنسان ولديه أخلاق، الموظفين مستعدين يشتغلوا في خيمة في الصحراء. وإن كان في بيئة عمل فيها أحسن المكاتب وأحسن النوادي الرياضية وأحسن الكافيتريات، لكن المدير ليس قناة تخدم الرفاهية ولا منه تشجيع ولا تقدير للموظفين، صدقيني راح يشردوا لبيئة عمل أقل في مظهر الترف لكنها مريحة من ناحية التعامل الإنساني. من هنا اقتراحي، أكيد طبعا كل المشاريع رائدة، وأنا سعيدة جدا بالمبادرات اللي سمعتها اليوم، بعضها لأول مرة أطلع عليها، والمقاييس الرضا بتوصلنا ترى بالإيميلات، وهذا شيء جدا جميل ومخفي، يعني ما لازم تقول اسمك، وهذا شيء روعة الحمد لله. أنا أعتقد من المهم جدا متى ما تم القرار على تحميل إنسان تولي مهمة قيادة فريق أو رئاسة قسم، هم أولى الناس بحضور دورات لكيفية التعامل، لكيفية التواصل، لكيفية حل المشكلات. وإن كان ولا أشوف يعني إنه شيء غريب ينعمل لهم personality test عشان أنا أعرف إنه هذا الإنسان اللي أنا جايبه he's an extrovert supportive، يقدر يكون بيئة داعمة ومساندة للموظف. شكرا لك دكتورة، وشكرا لجميع القائمين على المؤتمر القيم.
شكرا لك على هذا الإضافة القيمة دكتورة. شكرا.
طيب في الدكتور عادل برضه أونلاين، لو ناخذ اللي في الزوم وبعدين نرجع. تفضل دكتور عادل التيبي.
تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا شكر للقائمين على هذا المؤتمر الرائع، وأيضا نشكر الدكتور الله يعطيه العافية. عندي سؤال إذا تسمحين، بالنسبة للاحتراق الوظيفي، هل هو يعتبر مرض واذا كان يعتبر كذلك، هل متى تم تسجيل اول حاله طال عمرك؟
يحييك يا دكتور. صراحة تكلم الدكتور سعود ليت معنا عن البرن اوت قبل شوي. لست متأكدة إذا هو موجود في الدي اس ام اللي هو الدليل التشخيصي والإحصائي. اوكي اذا اي نعم، لكن ما ادري والله متى اول حالة شخصت، عشان ما اتفلسف عليك ما ادري والله. بس عموما في ترى اضطرابات كثيرة حتى ممكن يسببها الاحتراق الوظيفي ولها علاقة الاكيوت ستريس، ويعني حتى احيانا ترى تظهر اعراض PTSD يعني اضطراب كرب ما بعد الصدمة بسبب الضغوط الوظيفية.
يعني يعتبر مرض يا دكتورة؟
اي على ذمتك.
شكرا دكتور عادل. اخذ سؤال.
العفو الله يسلمك.
السلام عليكم، معكم بشرى عبد الله، طالبة صيدلة كلينيكية. دكتورة شكرا لطرحك الرائع، والموضوع جدا مهم، لكن أنا عذرا لو ما انتبهت، لكن أعتقد أن ما تطرقتي للموضوع من ناحية، يعني الموضوع تطرقتي له من ناحية الموظفين أكثر من الستودنت، يعني ما تطرقتي من ناحية الطلاب. أنا أشوف أن يعني الجامعات ينقصها الموضوع هذا الكير اوف ويل، لأن يعني المستقبل هم الطلاب، انت عارفين، واحنا بفترة الطلاب عارفين واحنا بفترة، لا مو من ناحية الاختبارات بالعكس، ولا الدراسة، مو جانب دراسي أبدا. يعني الموضوع جانب نفسي، مو من ناحية الدراسة والاختبارات. المفروض يكون في كير اوف ويل، لأن احنا في مرحلة صعبة، مرحلة تأسيس، عكس الموظفين في مرحلة استقرار. صحيح يحتاجون أكيد، بس أنا أتمنى أن أحد يتطرق الموضوع هذا من ناحية الجامعات، جدا يحتاجون. المفروض يعني على الأقل كل جامعة يكون فيها مجموعة مهتمة بهذا الموضوع، ويكون في عيادات مختصة للموضوع هذا، مو بس منظمات العمل. وشكرا لك.
شكرا لك بشرى، فعلا ملاحظة مهمة جدا. لضيق الوقت تكلمت عن الورك بليس والبينج، لكن أتفق معك جدا، قد يكون من الأساس الواحد يبدأ فعلا بالمنظمات التعليمية قبل. والله يعينك ووفقكم إن شاء الله جميعا كطلبتنا.
طيب السؤال هنا، لحظة.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
دكتورة نو، مستشفى الدلعية التجمع الصحي الثالث.
الله يحييك، بس الله يعافيك ارفعي صوتك دكتورة
نو.
هلا والله، الله يحييك.
بجاوب على سؤالها.
لحظة بس هذا أصبح اتهام يا دكتورة نو.
لا حمستها بس بجاوب على سؤالك. ما أتمنى يطبق على كل الجامعات. أنا متخرجة في جامعة الملك سعود بن عبد العزيز العلوم الصحية، طبقوا عيادات للطلاب فقط اسمها ويل. وجامعة الملك سعود عندهم عيادات للطلاب فقط. أتمنى يكون شيء رسمي لكل الجامعات.
صحيح، موجود بجامعة الملك سعود صحية، وموجود بجامعة الملك سعود بعد، وفي بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز. أتوقع إنه في كثير من الجامعات فيها، لكن نتمنى أنها يعني مناطق مملكتنا الحبيبة كلها فيها إن شاء الله ناس مؤهلين، فبإذن الله أنه تتعمم التجارب هذه.
شكرا. تفضل آخر سؤال.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دكتورة حياة الزهراني، أستاذ مساعد واستشاري طب الأسرة والمجتمع التعليم الطبي.
هلا والله.
طبعا تعقيبا على الكلام وإضافة، أيضا عندنا في جامعة الأميرة نورة في الرياض قسم الإرشاد الأكاديمي. طبعا الإرشاد الأكاديمي هي نفس فكرة طبعا المنتورشيب للريزيدنت، فإحنا بنسويها للستودنت، للطالباتنا في جامعة الأميرة نورة. المرشد الأكاديمي يتعلق بكل الجوانب بما فيها الويلبين، إضافة إنه عندنا ستريس مانجمنت كلينيك تبع اللي هي وحدة الطالبات في مبنى خاص بالطالبات، تمتاز بالسرية الكاملة، منفصلة تماما عن عيادات طب الأسرة اللي موجودة في مستشفى الملك عبد الله الجامعي. فشكرا لطرحك الكريم.
شكرا لك. وأجل أنا بضيف عندكم بعد شيء ثاني.
تفضل.
جامعة نورة عندكم مركز ترابط حق الإرشاد، الاستشارات الأسرية وفي أخصائيين ممتازين، أخصائيات ممتازات، والجميع إن شاء الله فيهم الخير والبركة. لكن أنا أقول لك مطلعة على تجربتكم، وميزتها أنها كانت أول حتى خاصة فقط اللي هم الطلاب وأعضاء هيئة التدريس. السنة اللي فاتت مع الجائحة الحمد لله اللي بدينا نتعافى من آثارها مؤخرا، لكن ترى فتحوا حتى يعني لتشمل فائدتها الجميع، لكن ما أدري استمر الوضع الحين ولا لا. لكن يعني أنتم مو بس عندكم إرشاد أكاديمي، عندكم مراكز
لا زال موجودة، ويعني من هذا الصدد يعني نرحب
شكرا لك. شكرا دكتورة على المحاضرة القيمة وعلى المشاركات.
طولت عليكم.
لا أبدا. الآن مع البروف دكتور عبد العزيز العثمان حيتحدث عن food and nutrition of food under Mr. This is Matsuyam's food in Saudi Society process and food first whole food. الدكتور العثمان. الدكتور عبد العزيز العثمان is the president of Saudi Society for Clinical Nutrition, president of Parental and Genital Nutritional Group, professor of Clinical Nutrition in College of Medicine, Prince Sattam ibn Abdul Aziz University from 2014 at now. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. مصلح. السلام عليكم. مساكم الله بالخير. Did you take your lunch now? Alhamdulillah. I'm probably not lucky actually to have my talk after lunch break, but anyway, we will have some. We'll go through some experiences, and we'll discuss it with you. It's not important to understand everything, you know, just to have like a conclusion. And I will give you my contacts if you are interested in some of these topics. I can get the next. Okay, let me ask you the first question. The first question: do you think this is a healthy diet? Is that Saudi healthy diet? Is it healthy? ها healthy؟ ايش اسم الاكلات من حائل؟ ايوه الكويبه هو والقشطه اي والله. طيب it's not healthy. It means I should have a remote easier because I need to move. Okay, these are again some of other Saudi foods. Alhamdulillah, دولتنا كبيرة مترامية الأطراف. There's too many cultures, different foods. Let me ask about the first one to the left. What is it? Maybe. بيسمونها محلة أو حنيني. لا مختلف شوي. مختلف شوي. طيب اللي في الوسط ايوه مطازيز، وبعدين اليمين وبعدين نكست مقشوش. طبعا مقشوش يختلف شوي. مقشوش بالنسبه للحائل يختلف شوي، لكن الناس في المنطقه الوسطى يسمونها الصبيب او مراصيع، لكنها مقشوش خلينا نقول. اللي بعده معصوب. ايوه هو بانكيك. الحقيقه انا لما اسويه في المزرعه عندي واقابل ناس يعني متحضرين مثلكم اسميه بانكيك، ولا هو حقيقه مراصيع يعني. طبعا المفروض ان كونسلتنت حتى كونسلتنت في دايتاتكس ولا كلينيكال نيوتريشن المفروض يعرف كيف يطبخ. فانا I'm not bad but I'm not good. Next please. يخاف الدكتور مصلح يقول الوقت يعني عشان. Okay. Anyway, we have a lot of our tradition foods, and we actually need to ask ourselves: do we have? Is it really healthy, or what we should do with this food to be healthy? Who said it's healthy? اللي يقول انها healthy يرفع يده لو سمحتوا. Our tradition foods over the Saudi. مبلغ 2 3 4. Oh. طيب, who's saying it's not healthy? Wow. Okay, I should answer this question at the end of this. لكن خلني أغششكم من البداية عشان ما نطول عليكم. Most of our Saudi tradition foods are healthy. واليوم الوقت قصير لكن بعرض لكم أشياء ربما لان كثير من الاشياء احنا نعتقد انها ما هي هيلثي ونتهمها اتهام خطير، والمشكله ما هي فيها. يعني مثلا الكوليسترول، هو من يقول ان الكوليسترول هيلثي؟ يرفع يده. من يقول الكوليسترول is not healthy؟ So the cholesterol is healthy. يعني ما حد، لو بدون الكوليسترول ممكن نختفي، لان الكوليسترول يصنع السكس هرمونز والفيتامين دي اند اذر. المشكله ليست في الكوليسترول. يعني هل ممكن ناكل شحم؟ هل ممكن ناكل زبده؟ The answer is yes. regardless. صحيح احنا المفروض نصير مودريت، لكن المشكله ما هي في المشكله فينا احنا اللي تغيرنا. we are now not healthy to be eligible to eat cholesterol. فكثير من الناس يظن الكوليسترول انه bad. It's not bad. Even LDL كثير من الناس يسمونه bad cholesterol. It's not bad. It's not cholesterol. LDL it's lipoprotein. HDL it's high density lipoprotein. It's not cholesterol even. يعني الكوليسترول في HDL 20%. So وذاك المسميات احنا نبغى نتاكد منها. Next slide ولا remote. Next. So I will not go through, because what I'm saying, we have different foods. Next. Foods we need actually to know, and even to ask your patient when your patient comes to you to your hospital or to your clinic, you should know from where. And also you need to speak with language that can be understood, convinced, and applicable. يعني to improve lifestyle. يعني احنا دائما نتكلم نقول we don't use exercise, the word exercise. We don't use كثير من الناس قد they confused about this fresh and natural. يعني مثلا العصير الطازج الكبس احنا ما نعتبره healthy، ما نعتبر العصير الطازج healthy choice even يعني for diabetic or even for kids. Next. Meat and chicken problem. I will show you one of the problem next. Which of these you think it's fresh? Huh? Okay. 2 or 1? 1. الحقيقة انه 2. لكن next ايش اللي صاير؟ اللي صاير ان فيه مادتين اسمها نايترايتس اند نايتريتس تضاف للحوم تخليها كذا حمراء طول الوقت. وهذه المواد مسببة، في ناس يقولون وصلت انها مسببة للسرطان، لكنها اكيد مسببة للحساسية. وهذه تضاف للحوم عشان كذا حتى الشكل اللحم لا يأثر علينا. واخطر لحم ممكن الواحد يشوفه البروسيس ميت، اعتقد احد الزملاء تكلم عنه. Again, dairy products, how can we choose it? How can we? كثير من الناس للأسف say that يعني skimmed yogurt is not healthy, it's not real yogurt, and that's not true. Again, choose from the juices, different juice, and also the talk about organic foods that we support actually, and inshallah you will see some of initiatives. When we start, we should start with kids. يعني شوفوا الآن next الأطفال، هذا الأطفال مقاصف في المدارس كيف next. يعني شوف هذا مسكين فرحان مجرد انه اخذ الشبس، وهذا يشوفه يعني زعلان منه. next. next. اعتقد ايضا الناس اللي بعد ما يطلعون المدارس يروحون للبقالات ايضا we are talking about something need to be correct. Why our kids not like vegetables? Because they are not trained on time to eat it. هذا واحد. والشيء الثاني it's our fault. We don't present it very well. Next. Fibers is not only fibers, it's vitamins and minerals at the same time. So also we need actually to clarify this. Next. Next. عشان الوقت. Again, one of our problem is XX large size, and now super size is one of our problem in sandwiches, in foods, in drinks. طبعا هم حقين المحلات ترى يخدعونا خدعه ما حد يتوقعها. يعني يعطيك السمول ب 10 ريال زين، والميديوم ب 16 ولارج 18. ليه؟ لانه ما يبغاك تشتري الميديوم، هو بتقول يعني الان الميديوم 16 فرق ريالين، اجل ازيد ريالين واخذ لارج، فهو يبغى يشيلك من السمول لللارج بس ما يبغاك تشيل الميديوم، فيحطون الميديوم بهذا الشكل يعني. Next. Next also. Next please. What is the solution? I will give you some solutions. Next is the food in schools. يعني مرة مهم جدا. If you'd like to change our lifestyle and to prevent chronic disease, we must start from schools. لابد من وضع مطاعم صحية، وأيضا to train our kids to take them to the supermarket to show them the difference between healthy and non-healthy. Then they will accept it. Next. This is the best way to recommend healthy foods. يعني لا تقول food guide pyramid ما ادري شلون groups، هذه ما يفهمها الناس. أعتقد ان this is the way يعني to have 3/3. 1/3 for vegetables and fruits, 1/3 for carbohydrates, 1/3 for proteins. You just recommend it for yourself, for your clients, for your family. يعني say at the end to be healthy. At the end, I should do like this. يعني don't do diet. Don't cut. Don't say no. This is not allowed and this allowed. You just follow this 3/3 of healthy plates. Next. طيب next I will not talk about this but because somebody talk about it we should take the person as a whole. لا تاخذ diet, think about his life also. لو سمحتوا ابي الشرائح هذه تعرض بسرعه. ابي اعلمكم احنا we can do something you know attractive for our kids. If you give them these sort of vegetables and fruits and foods, they will accept it because we present it very well. For example, breakfast next. We can have it like this, and lunch we can have it like this. Dinner we can have it like this. For example, أو ترجعون لو سمحتوا. كثير من الناس يعتقد ان البطاطس انها ممنوعه. لا ما هي ممنوعه بس do it yourself وبعدين to avoid the grilled. We can have it like sandwiches. الأطفال اللي ما يحبون اللحم ممكن نحطه mince meat. We should not. This is good for employees. يعني موظفة والله يعني عندها مثلا reflexes أو شيء. أعتقد to take it vegetables like this to the work. Also for kids to make it attractive and they will eat it. These sort of drinks should not allowed to get at home. يعني مو معقول تجيبها وتقول والله ممنوعة. The answer is not allowed. هذه مهمة الشريحة. The meal time is not time of drink of eat, but it's enjoyment with family, love, even training for lifestyle. يعني كثير من الناس يمكن ما يهتم صار كل طفل أو كل شخص يطلب طلب من هذا أونلاين وصار كل واحد ياكل وحده. ما كان الطفل أو الشخص يتعلم كيف يأكل. وإحنا ما راح نشعر بهذه المشكلة. لكن بعد 5 سنوات من الآن سنشعر بالمشكلة كثير. أيضا ممكن الأطفال يطبخون في البيت يعني ممكن حتى همبرجر ممكن كل هذه الأشياء يعني allowed. هذه أيضا مناسبة للموظفين أو ممكن يأخذونها معهم يعني solutions healthy snack to work. سمحت ترجع شوي أو ترجعين شوي. المشكلة ترى your kids to eat not suitable time and not suitable position. مرة خطير هذا الموضوع لأنه يتعود أنه يأكل في أي مكان ويأكل بأي طريقة. يعني لما نحط الأكل في مكان معين صدقني الناس اللي يعانون من مشكلة أن الأطفال يأكلون أندومي كثير بتختفي. فلن نحدد مكان نأكل فيه وبالطريقة السليمة وتسوي به healthy. Finally exercises. يعني إحنا عندنا عدة اقتراحات صراحة بس الوقت ضايقنا. اقتراحات at home ممكن تحط باسكت بول ممكن تحط فولي بول ممكن تحط سكيبل روب. يعني فيه بدائل احنا ممكن نطبقها في البيت ما نحتاج الى جيم او انديه. شكرا لكم. شكرا دكتور مصلح. سوري فور ذات.
شكرا دكتور بروف عبد العزيز. الف شكر على المحاضره هذه. المفروض انها الصباح صراحه عشان نتبع في الفطور وفي الغداء. نطرح الاسئله بس في سؤال للدكتور البروف عبد العزيز. في العيادات الطبية دائما يقول لك غذاء الحمية أو غذاء صحي، أيهما الأصح والأفضل؟
الحمية ترى كلمة غير
أو
صحيحة.
أكل صحي.
أيوة. الحمية غير سليم وإحنا يعني لابد فعلا يعني نقلل من استخدام هذه الكلمة. حتى دايابيتك دايت نسميها دايابيتك دايت لكن الواقع تسهل في دايت. فإحنا ودنا نشجع على كلمة الصحي هذه ونغير مفهوم الرز المسلوق إلى شيء ذات يعني. وأنا أنصح دائما إحنا نوسع لا نضيق الموضوع ونبغى كل شيء 100% هيلثي. يعني كل ما ضيقنا على الناس رفضوه. كل ما خلينا نعطيهم يعني أنا عندي مصطلح أسميه الإحلال الصحي. يعني اللي يجيني في العيادة ما أقول له this is not allowed أبدا. ما أقول هذا ممنوع. حتى الحلا ما أقول له ممنوع. طيب إيش أسوي له؟ أسوي الإحلال. أقول كل الأغذية الصحية تطرد الأغذية غير الصحية. بس this is what he needs.
طيب الدكتورة سؤال هنا.
يعطيك العافية دكتور. حقيقة استمتعنا واخذنا خبرة خلاصة سنين. يعني هذا الكلام اللي بتقوله ما شاء الله يدل على خبرة مرة طويلة. بس ابغى اذكر حاجة قصة الكرم. امس كان يكلمني دكتور صالح الراجحي يقول ترى قصة المفطح اللي ينحط للضيوف كان ينعمل سابقا وقديما على أن يكون أكل خفيف للجميع، بحيث إنه يمر على هالصحن 5 أو 7 ردود.
صحيح.
كل مجموعة أول ما يجلس يجلس الضيف، ويكون مع الضيف واحد من الناس، أو الضيف نفسه يعرف من نفسه إنه ما لازم أكثر وأقوم بسرعة، وإذا قام الضيف قاموا كلهم. جاءت بعد دفعة ثانية ومعهم واحد كأنه يقود المجموعة، كرمكم الله ويقوم، واللي بعده، واللي لما تمر 7 ردود على نفس الصحن المفطح، هذا اللي معناته كل واحد أكل كم لقمة، 7 8 لقمات، بس كرمكم الله وقام على طول. فدي القصة لازم نعرفها، إنه ما كانوا يكثروا زي ما نفعل الآن. الشيء الثاني حقيقة أنا أبغى الناس تتكلم عن الصيام المتقطع يا جماعة. ماني شايف ولا ورقة علمية عن الصيام المتقطع، وإن كان الصيام الشرعي ما في أي نقاش أبدا، إلا أن الصيام المتقطع يعطي الناس فرصة، العاملين اللي ما يقدر يصوم كل يوم أو كل يومين في الأسبوع، إنه يأخذ قهوة وشاهي وزنجبيل ومش عارف إيه كلها ما فيها سعرات، ويخلي عنده نافذة من الأكل 8 4 6 ساعات. هذا يمكن تحب تعلق عليها. أخيرا أو قبل الأخير، قصة إحنا لازم نعلم الناس كيف يأكلوا كيف يأكلوا كيف يأكلوا. أنا أبغى أعلمه كيف ما يأكل. وعندي مقال بعنوان اصطلحوا مع الجوع. يا جماعة الجوع طب، والجوع صحة، والجوع صيام، والجوع دين، والجوع فطرة وطبيعة في الإنسان. وتعرفوا اللي حصل على جائزة نوبل دكتور اسمه أوشيهوري أوسومي، ياباني، حصل على جائزة نوبل عندما اكتشف أن الصيام من 14 حوالي 14 ساعة ينشط عملية اسمها أوتوفاجي، اللي هي الأكل الذاتي أو التآكل الذاتي. الإنسان يتغذى على بقايا الخلايا والبروتينات اللي هي شائخة وفيها طفرات جينية غير طبيعية، أو لا قدر الله بدأت تسرطن ومش عارفة. الجوع يحمي الناس من السرطان. فقصة لازم نعرف كيف نتعامل، نتفاعل، نتفاهم، نتأقلم. واقرأوا مقالي اصطلحوا مع الجوع. أخيرا النشاط البدني لا تنسوه، ودعوة للجميع بكرة المشي فجرا الساعة 6 إلا ربع داخل الفندق، داخل حمى الفندق. فجرا 6 إلا ربع بس. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور صالح. طبعا السؤال عن الصيام المتقطع. الصيام المتقطع أنا أستخدمه للطوارئ. أنا أحاول بقدر الإمكان أغير اللايف ستايل، ولعل تصير الفرصة أطرح تجربتي يعني في العيادة، وهي تجربة ناجحة في العمل العيادة التطوعية أو العيادات الأخرى. صيام متقطع نعم في ناس ما يصلح معهم إلا هذا حقيقة، لكن في الأخير هو ليس حل، هو حل مؤقت، شهر شهرين 3 شهور. الحل اللايف ستايل، الحل انك ما تفكر انا كيف انحف او كيف اصلح الكوليسترول او كيف اصلح يعني الجلوكوز. انا لابد افكر كيف اعيش حياه صحيه، كيف اصير فيت وارجع نفسي 10 سنوات وراء على ما يقولون، والبارامترز كلها تصير كويسه. هذا هو الهدف. ولذلك يعني في ناس يمكن ما يقدروا يستمرون يا دكتور، يعني يستمرون شهرين 3 شهور بعدين يوقفوا. ايوه يعني طبعا هي فكره، يعني اللايف ستايل اسمه الصيام المتقطع ابروفد وكويس، بس انا اتكلم عن بعض الناس اللي يبحث عن كيتو دايت، يبحث عن اتكنز دايت، يبحث عن.
شكرا. ناخذ سؤال بس للوقت اللي ضايق في السيشن بعدها. تفضلي.
شكرا دكتور عبد العزيز. حقيقي الحديث كان ممتع وكان رياليتي للسعودي كلتشر. This is what we need فعلا to match our culture. احنا في العياده behavioral change بالنسبه لنا very important as you said. بدل ما ياكل من الصحن الكبير ياكل من الصحن الصغير، يبدا يحسب كميته as a first baby steps، ياكل نص الكميه اللي ياكلها في العاده مثلا لمده شهر ويشوف ايش بيحصل معه. This is very important to be advised to our patients. بالنسبه لل processed food, organic food as you said it's advisable, but again it's very expensive and it's not available most of time. هذا بالنسبة لنا is a issue إذا كان في أي future plans regarding this to be offered for everyone to be في توجه لشيء زي كده. وأختم بكلام حضرتك إنه فعلا سبحان الله إحنا في سنتنا ثلث لشرابك وثلث لطعامك وثلث لنفسك. هذه في حد ذاتها is a rule of life فعلا. I have one patient he followed me for 3 months, and he said, I finally find where is my problem. Every time I go to kitchen, open fridge and eat, just for fun, or if have nothing to do. So he's always doing this habit. Once he stopped to do that, he's dramatically losing weight. Thank you so much.
شكرا دكتورة. فعلا في ناس يبحثون يقول هل نعيش ناكل ولا ناكل نعيش. الان ما في كافي يفتح الا الناس يقولون دقتوا الكافي حقهم. انا طبعا حطيت بعض الشرائح بس كذا الوقت كذا. فاحنا بعض الناس يعني همهم في الاكل، يعني يفكر كيف ياكل. اذا راحوا للبر يلا عطونا قهوه، عطونا شاهي، يلا نطبخ، حطونا مندي. هذا كل همهم يروحون للبر بس عشان ياكلون مندي. ففي اشكاليه في مفهوم احنا كيف نسعد. السعاده صحيح جزء منها في الاكل، لكن في سعاده اخرى. والامر الاخر الاورجانيك. طبعا انا عندي مزرعه وبادي شيء يسمونه الاكل النظيف. الاكل النظيف نوت اورجانيك. لان ليش اورجانيك؟ معناه ان ما نرش مبيدات ولا شيء. طيب اللي جيراننا يرشوا مبيدات، وعشان يصير الاكل الغذاء اورجانيك فيه دوره للحشرات معينه لابد تصير في كل المنطقه، وهذه ما تصير. ففي شيء اسمه الاكل النظيف، ان شاء الله ستشوفونه قريبا. وانا ايضا كنت بعرض عليكم شيء اسمه البطاقه الصحيه، اقرتها هيئه العامه للغذاء والدواء، بتشوفونها ان شاء الله في المحلات. تشويس، هيلثي تشويس، فمعناها انه لو كوليسترول، لو سولت، لو شوجر، يو كان تشوز واحد من الالترناتيفز يعني. ايوه، هو ان شاء الله بيصير يبدو تطلق الان في بعض المحلات اللي هو البطاقه الصحيه، بطاقه الغذاء الصحي.
طيب في النهايه نختم ونشكر البروف عبد العزيز العثمان والسينيور سايكولوجيست لميا الصقعوب. والان مع نكس الدكتوره رحاب العام، الدكتوره مروه عبد الصمد. سوري.
Hello, our dear guest. Our next speaker in the last session today, Dr. Heshma. Dr. Heshma Rabia Arweli. Dr. Heshma is Dr. Heshma is currently working as a director of chronic disease, General Director of Health Affairs in Riyadh, and she will talking about the weight management and the lifestyle medicine and associated medicine. Let's welcoming with Dr. Heshma.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, but it's not right. I am currently working in obesity, metabolism, and endocrine department in King Fahd Medical City in Riyadh. I was the manager of chronic disease department at Ministry of Health, but I completed my fellowship in obesity medicine in Ireland for 2 years. Then now I am working as a specialized consultant in obesity medicine. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Saleh Al-Rajhi and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this important and international event. Also to be in such lovely city, which is Hail for first time. My talk today will be about weight management, the combination therapy of lifestyle medicine and classical medicine. The first thing which is important to know is that obesity is a disease. It is a chronic, complex, multifactorial disease. It is usually, there is many drivers and contributors to obesity, which is like sedentary life, high calorie diet, genetic, environmental, psychosocial, and cultural causes for obesity, which can also disturb the normal function of the subcortical area of the brain, which involve in appetite control, which is mainly hypothalamus. So if I ask you one question, why we should consider obesity as a disease? If anyone know the answer, you can raise your hand, please. Yes? Yes, you are right. Why? complication. This is first thing. Yes, so it's also take the characteristic of the disease, which is mean deviation in function or structure of any part of the body, that which causes by a specific etiology, which lead to symptoms and signs. So another question, what are the symptoms of obesity? اللي جاوب السؤال هذا له جائزة. What are the symptoms of obesity? سؤال. Symptoms. This is maybe consequences or complication, mainly not symptoms. Sorry? Body size is a sign because you are measuring it during your physical examination. Anybody? Yes? This is also complication. Decreased function or immobility is a complication of a disease. Also, this could be a sign of no, there is symptoms, even if there is no complication. Yes? Sorry? I can't hear you. No, this is also complication. معناته أنه ما راح يكون في جائزة، ما أحد تفضل. نعم. Body image also complication. The symptoms of obesity is increased hunger and decreased satiety, which is fullness. So all people who is complaining, most of the people who is complaining of obesity, we notice that there is increased hunger or decreased satiety. So ممكن تساعدوني عفوا. Yes. Usually calorie intake and energy, and this balance usually kept up in the central nervous system. And many parts of the central nervous system may be involved in appetite control, but our creative nucleus, which is located in the hypothalamus, usually take the major role in appetite regulation, whereas satiety neuron, which is expressing by BOMC, located there, and also another neuron which is responsible about hunger. So as you see, BOMC neuron increases satiety, while AGBR neuron increase hunger. So any disturbance in this pathway. Also, there is another signals from the hedonic system. I should mention that coming from the brainstem also can affect appetite control. So, and this hedonic system is responsible about the hedonic eating. What is the hedonic eating? Do you have any idea about hedonic eating? Nobody? Yes. الأكل العاطفي أو الأكل لأي سبب آخر غير الجوع. ممكن الملل، ممكن أبغى treat myself، ممكن الحزن، ممكن الفرح. So we usually eat when we are sad and when we are happy. This pathophysiology of obesity and any disturbance in this pathway, it can lead to obesity disease. As you mentioned, also a disease is manifested by many complications, and obesity also as a disease usually associated with many comorbidities. What is present in this slide is some of the common comorbidity associated with obesity, which I think most of you know that. The most common comorbidities is cardiovascular risk, which is diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, also other gastrointestinal complication like GERD, which is reflux disease, NAFLD, which is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Also, there is gynecological complication like infertility, polycystic ovary, irregular period, and urinary stress incontinence. Also, mental complication and neurological, and there are many. I can't count it in one slide. Also, it is obesity is associated with high risk of some cancers like endometrial cancer and postmenopausal breast cancer in female, and also associated with colon cancer and gastrointestinal cancer. Now, I will talk about some key principles which are very important to know about obesity. As I mentioned, obesity is a chronic and often a progressive condition, not unlike diabetes or hypertension. And successful obesity weight management requires realistic, sustainable treatment strategy. Short-term solution focusing on maximizing weight loss are generally unsustainable. And this is what I really see and found in my clinic. Therefore, associated with high rates of weight regain. More important thing, which maybe Dr. Nisreen highlighted, we are thinking about improvement in health well-being, not simply reducing the number of the scales. The success of obesity management should be about improving health well-being rather than amount of weight loss. Also, for many patients, even modest weight reduction in body can lead to significant improvement in health well-being. And also early intervention in addressing root cause and removing the roadblock is important. Weight gain may result simply from the reduction from metabolic rate, which is due to overeating, physical activity, or secondary to biological causes or socioeconomic factors. And many of these factors also has significant. Addressing these factors and identifying the barriers will help in success in management plan. So a patient best weight may never be an ideal weight. Don't think about the ideal weight. Most of the patients come to the clinic and asking to be very lean and asking for ideal weight. Ideal weight and BMI may be not realistic goal for many patients with obesity, and setting unachievable goal simply set up patients for failure. So instead, help your patient to set weight target based on the best weight which can sustain while still enjoying their life and getting the benefit of health improvement. Here, as you see, this slide emphasizes the importance of modest weight loss. As you see, even 5% can improve hypertension and hyperglycemia. 5 to 10% can prevent type 2 diabetes, improve polycystic ovary syndrome, dyslipidemia, asthma, and NAFLD, while 10 to 15% can improve cardiovascular disease, urinary stress incontinence, NASH, obstructive sleep apnea, which is one of the complications of obesity, GERD, and knee osteoarthritis. And up to 15% weight reduction can put type 2 in remission, improve cardiovascular mortality, and also improve heart failure, preserve ejection fraction. So usually I use the 5 A's approach in my patients, as it's a comprehensive and holistic approach, and also create a motivational environment. The items of 5 A's approach include ask, assess, advise, agree, and assist. So please, and please ask the permission from your patient with you starting discussing his weight. As you know, weight is a sensitive issue, and many patients feel embarrassed because they fear of blame or stigmatization from the healthcare provider themselves. So please be non-judgmental, be empathic with your patients, and also create a motivational, friendly environment with your patients. Next step is assess, as I mentioned, identification of risk factors for the development of obesity, which is biological, environmental, genetic, psychological is very important. And also in this step, we should exclude secondary causes of obesity, medical condition, and medication that can cause weight gain. Yeah, part of the assessment, we should identify classification of obesity by using measurement of BMI, and these are the category of obesity classes. And also we should assess obesity stages, and this can be determined by screening for obesity-related complication. For example, if the patient has obesity class 1 and there is no diabetes, no hypertension, quality of life is good and no any complication, we will categorize this patient as a stage 1. While if this patient has diabetes or hypertension, I will categorize this patient as stage 2. And organ damage, which is stage 3, if the patient has any organ failure, for example, he has obesity class 3 or even overweight with renal failure, heart failure, or NASH, for example. A comprehensive physical examination, including review all the system, is also part of this step. Laboratory investigation based on your clinical judgment is important, and also determination of this is either by history or examination or labs. The next step is advice on obesity risk. Also explain the benefit of modest weight loss to your patient. Explain for long-term treatment strategy. Obesity is a long life disease, so the treatment should be long life. Also discuss treatment options. The next step is agree. You should agree with your patient on a realistic, sustainable obesity treatment. And this can be addressing by identifying the driver of obesity. And also the success treatment should be measured in improvement in health, well-being, and not on scale measurement. Also, you should agree with your patient on a realistic weight loss expectation. And here, the expected weight loss through all treatment options. As you see, lifestyle can reduce, and this is evidence-based data. Lifestyle is reduced by 3 to 5%, and we can underestimate this percent because it can improve health dramatically. And also lifestyle with pharmacotherapy can reduce by 5 to 15%. Lifestyle with surgery can reduce 20 to 30% of the weight. And as you see, this emphasizes the importance of lifestyle, whereas it is involved in all stages of obesity. So the last step is assess in addressing driver barriers, offer education and resources, refer to appropriate provider, and arrange follow-up. You know, obesity is a chronic disease and need multidisciplinary team approach. And if you need any specialty like hepatology or gynecology or cardio, you can refer, and also take help of nutritionists, physiotherapists, and psychologists as a collaboration between all teams. Treatment option for obesity. The first line treatment option is lifestyle, which include healthy eating, physical activity, and behavioral therapy. The second line, and this is based on the class category of obesity. Pharmacotherapy and surgery. As you see, lifestyle is also involved in all stages and classes of obesity. The first lifestyle therapy, which I will not talk too much about it after Prof. Abdulaziz Al-Uthman, but I would like to highlight some important points that it should be individualized. Medical nutrition therapy provided by registered dietitian. Also, dietary approach should be safe, effective, and nutritionally adequate, culturally acceptable, and affordable for long adherence. And I am always against dieting approach. I recommend non-dieting approach because this approach can help patients to be adherent, and it can be part of their life. So it will improve adherence and improve the outcome. Physical activity. What is the recommended physical activity? It is 30 to 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous intensity most of the day. And this can be considered to achieve small amount of body weight and fat loss. Also, it can cause reduction in abdominal visceral fat, accumulation of fat around heart and liver. Also, it can help in weight maintenance after weight loss. Also, it helps in maintain fat-free mass. What is the meaning of fat-free mass? Anybody know what is the meaning of fat-free mass? Muscle mass. Also, it is increased cardiorespiratory. Cognitive behavioral therapy should be a part of management plan because it can help in behavioral improvement in regards of goal setting, problem solving, and self-monitoring. And all these also can help in adherence and intrinsic motivation. Now coming to the second option of treatment of weight management, which is pharmacotherapy. Pharmacotherapy usually used in patients who BMI is equal or more than 27 and associated with other comorbidities, or in class 1 or 2 or 40 obesity, BMI equal 30 or more. Also, it can be considered if the patient with type 2 diabetes and BMI more than 27, it can be just to improve the glycemic control. Here, the FDA approved pharmacotherapy. The first one is orally stat, and it's not commonly used nowadays because of terrible side effect, which is oily stool. It is approved in adults and children who age is 12 and above. The combination of phentermine and topramate, which we call Xemia, is approved also in adults, and this the side effect can cause constipation, dizziness, dry mouth, and so on. The other medication, which is Contrave, combination of naltrexone and bupropion, and it is approved in adults. And also the common side effects are dizziness, constipation, insomnia, and so on. Other medication is liraglutide or Saxenda, which is given by daily injection. This is approved in adult and children aged 12 years and older. The most common side effects are nausea, abdominal pain, and constipation. Also, the weekly injection of liraglutide, we call it semaglutide or Wegovy, which is approved last year, and it's weekly injection. It's approved in adults. Also, the side effects same as liraglutide, like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. And all these side effects is subside with the use. Maybe it's continue for a few weeks at the beginning of the medication, but it subside later on. Also, more medication that can be used in specific rare genetic condition, like setmelanotide, and this can cause skin darkening, nausea, disturbance, and suicidal ideation. The last one is phentermine, which is approved for only short duration of use, and this is approved in adults. It can cause dry mouth, headache, insomnia, and also it can cause high blood pressure. That's why when we give phentermine, we should monitor blood pressure at the beginning of starting medication. The third option of treatment of obesity is bariatric surgery. Bariatric surgery can be used in people who has obesity class 2 or any comorbidities, and obesity class 3 where the BMI is 40 and above. It can be used also in class 1 obesity if the patient has uncontrolled diabetes despite of aggressive therapy for his diabetes. So what is the benefit of bariatric surgery? It reduces long-term overall mortality, induce significant better long-term weight loss compared with medical management alone, induce control and remission of type 2 diabetes in combination with the best medical management and lifestyle therapy. Also, it can cause significant improvement in quality of life. And also, it induces long-term remission of most obesity-related complications. I think by this slide, I end up with my presentation, and I would like to take this important home message. Obesity is a chronic disease. It's never cured, but can be controlled. And weight management need to be continued lifelong, similar to other chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension. Now, I would like to ask one question. If you learn one new thing from me today, just please raise your hand. طيب اللي رفع يده راح أسمع منكم. تفضلي. Yes. You know, because there are many factors and it is complex disease. We need to target all pathophysiology of the disease to reach the ideal weight. So it's really difficult and it's unrealistic. Yes, تفضلي.
That when you put it for pharmacology or whatever surgery or anything, you put it what the criteria, how can I select this option, depending on what? This is clear for us. I think for me this is amazing information you get it from your.
Thank you. Who's else? Dania.
Thank you. I love the part. May I ask you, like about your weight? Do you mind, like asking about your weight? Because as you said, sometimes patients do not want to discuss this at all. It's we have to take permission.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Someone there?
Thank you, doctor, for your time. But I have one question. There thought of many patients come to us with they think the surgical interventions there is only the way to reduce the weight. What's your opinion about this serious problem for us?
Yes, actually, this is our rule here. We should explain to our patient what is the benefit and what is the risk. If the benefit is higher than the risk, then we can recommend this treatment option as surgery or medication. Or so this is our rule to explain to our patients the new in surgical intervention, the update. Some people they are doesn't know or don't know, so we have to explain to them. تفضل.
تعليقات سريعة. حقيقة أنا دائما أميل إلى أنه ما نناقش مع المرضى أي شيء اسمه دايت زي ما قلتي، لكن نناقش معهم سلوكيات معينة. وحقيقة يعني تأملت الموضوع ده وقدمت مبادرة اللي يحب يشوفها بعدين بعنوان المشي والعادات السبع. المشي والعادات السبع، شوفوها في اليوتيوب على قناتي وعلى مقابلة مع المجد 25 دقيقة. بقول للناس سوي رياضة، ومفضل أن يكون مشي بسبب أسباب كثيرة، وأضيف إليها بعض العادات. كل العادات اختر منها ما يناسبك، تدرج فيها. اقطع السكر، إفطار صحي، لا تأكل بين الوجبات، اشرب الماء، تجنب الشبع، ألغي العشاء أو اجعله خفيفا. أبغى أقول إنه هذه هي السلوكيات اللي ممكن تستمر مع الإنسان. أي شيء اسمه رجيم حيكون إما أنه يتنقل من رجيم إلى رجيم، أو يخربها مرة واحدة ويرجع زي ما كان وأسوأ، أو إنه يستمر على الدايت طول عمره. هذا مستحيل. فشوفوها بعدين، المشي والعادات السبع فيها كلام مقنع إلى حد ما. الشيء الثاني، أنا برضو أقدم دورة بعنوان المذاهب الثمانية في التخلص من السمنة. المذاهب الثمانية. هنا نيجي نقول للمريض تعال ترى قدامك كذا اختيار، واحد منهم الجراحة، واحد منهم الكيتو، واحد منهم اللو كارب، واحد منهم الانترميتنت فاستنج، واحد منهم النشاط البدني وكيف توظفه في إنقاص الوزن عشان يحسن الشهية. فنيجي نكلم المريض على ألوان الطيف ونطرح له 6 7. قد يكون لديه واحدة من الاختيارات اللي ممكن يكون أميل إليها أو ينجح فيها أحسن من غيرها. وهذا النقاش لما تحط قدامه كل الاختيارات أظنها يعني تقول أنا شخصيتي حتميل لهذا أو هذا أو هذا. أخيرا تجربة شخصية حوالي سنة أو أكثر، قديم والله أكثر من سنة، على قصة اللانش بوكس، علبة الغذاء. أنا عندي تجربة إني ما أفطر أو أخر إفطار قد ما أقدر، ويكون معي قهوة شاهي مش عارف أي شيء. على الساعة 1 على الساعة 2 في المكتب يكون عندي لانش بوكس. لانش بوكس فيه ما لذ وطاب من الأكل الصحي. ثم أرجع البيت ويكون عندي عشاء عائلي، غداء عائلي، عدم غدا متأخر. فحقيقة هذا برضو يدخلنا على قصة الصيام المتقطع، ويخلي نافذة الأكل من الساعة 1 ظهرا إلى الساعة 6 أو 7 مساء، والباقي صيام متقطع. وشكرا.
شكرا دكتور صالح الأنصاري على المداخلة. Thank you so much.
يعطيك العافية دكتورة. بس أنا I have concern. يعني الحقيقة صراحة يعني أنا أعود وأركز، طبعا أنا كلينيكال فارماسيست فالكونسيرن دائما على الفارماكولوجي الحقيقة، لكن الكونسيرن اللي أنا أشوفه إنه اختيار الأوبشنز صراحة، خصوصا قد يكون ينحى منحى تجاري، خصوصا ما نتكلم عن واتيفر أيا كانت، يعني يكون برياتريك أو ميديكيشنز أساسا. هذا يعني أعتقد إنه لابد إنه لازم يكون في دليل موحد وكرايتيريا واضحة حتى للبرايفت سيكتور أو الجفرمنتال، بحيث إن الاختيار يكون يعني مبني على شيء، على حاجة أساسية الحقيقة، يعني على الأقل الملامح الرئيسية. الأمر الثاني عندي سؤال فقط على الليرغلوتايد. What about concern about the cancer about this one? Is there any concern about this one or not?
I think Dr. Faris, Dr. Farhan, Hamad, sorry. Thank you for your question. It is very important question. Yes, I agree with you. Any medication ممكن تنحى منحى تجاري. Any medication, not just liraglutide. Liraglutide is a very expensive medication, but nowadays it is available in KFMC. I hope it will be included in the health insurance in the future. Usually when we prescribe any medication to the patients, we will give all the choices in front of him. And he is the one who will choose the best treatment for him. Either healthy lifestyle medication. Someone come to me said, I am not interested in pharmacotherapy. I would like to start healthy lifestyle. Why not? Someone come to me and he said, I tried many healthy lifestyle, but it's not effective yet. I would like to start medication. Yes, go ahead. So there is no specific, and always we give the choices for the patient, and it is shared management plan. For the second question, Dr. Muhammad is asking about concern in cancer as a complication of liraglutide. You mean thyroid cancer exactly? Thyroid cancer, which is only medullary thyroid cancer, is found in just animal study. There is no one case found in human being. That's why, even though we are not giving any patients who has medullary thyroid cancer or men's cancer, which is a multi-endocrine cancer. So this is the point. But regarding the other cancers, for breast cancer, there is a finding that weight loss can improve the outcome and decrease the recurrence of breast cancer. So we can generalize from animal study that it is should be avoided or not safe. So it is very safe medication. It is a natural hormone in our body. We can't give as a tablet because it's destroyed by stomach enzymes, and it is safe medication.
شكرا دكتورة، الله يعطيك العافية على very informative talk. Enforcement only. You mentioned that obesity is a chronic disease, and we agree about that because really there is pathophysiology happening with the patient, but again, we can reverse the disease. So as all of us agree, there is strong study regarding reversing diabetes, reversing dyslipidemia. We can reverse obesity. So it's one of the chronic diseases we can do something about. Lifestyle, it's for me is not an option. Lifestyle for all stages of treatment of obesity. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
I totally agree with you, Dr. Nasreen, regarding the importance of healthy lifestyle. And as you see, I mention it in all category of even overweight and normal weight people. Your concern is that we can reverse, we can control, not reverse. But if we just stop the medication, it will relapse. Even diabetes, if you stop medication, it will relapse. So it is like diabetes and hypertension. It is the relapsing disease, can be treated, can be controlled, but can't be cured. This is the point.
Thank you so much. But you know, like I have a concern because some patients do not want to take this choice. You know, like the people who come to you are those who are referred or who are really willing to change. Some people would want to eat. They want to eat whatever they want. They don't want this choice. So sometimes we have to, you know, like be practical, help them in a little bit of, you know, like practical choices. It's, you know, like healthy, yes, healthy lifestyle, but it's a choice. It's difficult. It's not easy. You see the environment around you. You see the people. You see, you know, like the quick pace of life. It's a choice some people cannot take. That's why, you know, like it's an addiction. It's a, you know, like it's addiction of food. I tell them, what if you eat junk, it's similar to smoking. It's the same thing. You know, like it's a choice. You know, like some people want to smoke because they want to enjoy the smoke. You know, like sometimes you cannot tell them no smoking, no, you know, like no eating junk food. No, but sometimes they just want to be, they tell you that I want to be happy.
Dania, we are helping this patient, but we are not pushing this patient. And we are just giving the healthy choices in front of them, advise them, help them, and also identify the barriers and try to facilitate these barriers for our patients. So we are doing our best. We can't just be like زي الشرطي اللي يحكم على المريض. لا، احنا نعطي الخيارات الصحية، والمريض هو اللي يختار ايش يبغى من الخيارات وايش اللي يناسبه وايش الاسباب اللي قد تكون لها يعني drivers for his obesity or overweight. So this is our way. We are not just helping the patient, and most of the patients coming to my clinic, they are really want to change. They come to treat their obesity, their disease. Some people, there are many people, they are hiding behind their houses. We don't know what they are doing. And I think primary care setting is very important in addressing this issue with all patients who, because most patients coming to the primary health care. So discussing weight is very important with the patient and overweight, and just tell the patient that it is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. When you said this word, it is not your fault, they will feel calm, relaxed, and they can be interested to also motivate and improve.
Yes, some people are depressed because of their weight, you know, sometimes because we treat the PCOS patients, so they're really depressed. You know, like it's multidisciplinary effort. It's not only gynae, it's not only obesity, it's, you know, like a multidisciplinary approach with the nutritionist. Yes.
Need multidisciplinary approach, not one doctor approach or one person approach. So we have to collaborate just to help patient in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heshma, for this valuable and interesting information. Let's introduce our next speaker and the last topic for today, Dr. Ayman Afifi, senior consultant and trainer in the family medicine, evidence-based medicine and medical education, founder of Lifestyle Medicine in Prince Sultan Military Medical City. He will discuss the 15 core competencies of the lifestyle medicine and physician. Okay, doctor. It will be helpful and interesting, I am sure. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm not sure this is your bad luck with me or my bad luck with you. Again, I'm the last guy, like yesterday, so bear with me, tolerate me as much as you can. I was planning to be the before last. It was supposed to be Dr. Nesreen, but I think something happened swapping in the shift. That's why I didn't put the cat. You remember the cat, the two cats? فما حطيتها اليوم. Otherwise, I'll put it again. But I will tell you something introductory different. Did you see what happened over the last 2 days? We are talking about stress management, burnout, sleep, smoking, addiction, life. It's a lifestyle. Can you imagine? Wallahi, 5 days cannot accommodate this new concept, new branch. Say it whatever you want to say. It's really an enjoyable life journey. Try to imagine it with me. When I adopted over the last 2-3 years, I shifted my practice as I tried to explain to you yesterday. And I get rid of burnout because of lifestyle approach as much as I can, for sure. Still, my work is the same. Still, my work is very hectic. As I will explain to you now, very busy. Military hospital, you know, Riyadh military hospital. But wallahi, I am better over the last 2-3 years because of this. I am one of the advocates for lifestyle. So go and specialize in this special. Anyway, over the, inshallah, try to be very brief because you know, time, I know. But just taking you to a story about how we succeeded to inject this inside a rigid, big institution like Prince Sultan Military Medical City in Riyadh. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I explained to you yesterday the vision 2030, but today this is our vision, military hospital. تعزيز نمط الحياة الصحية لمنسوبي وزارة الدفاع وذويهم. So we are serving the military and their families. Well, they are not military. We are serving them in their promoting their healthy lifestyle as much as we can, for sure. I acknowledge all the effort of Hail people yesterday, and you have to appreciate their effort till the end of the conference and maybe more. But I want to appreciate you all today. Actually, you are attending up to about 4 o'clock now and asking, negotiating. By the way, from this conference, I hope it will raise a lot of queries inside your mind, and you go and search and look for which diet is the best. Which regimen is the best? Shall I go for low carb? Shall I go for keto? Shall I go for intermittent fasting? Which intermittent fast? Because there are multiple definitions. We will not give you answer by the, and we will differ. Is diabetes reversible, relapsing? Read and formulate your rigid scientific evidence-based hypothesis and try it with your patient, individualized care, because every patient is different. Every patient is with unique story. What succeed with one patient will not succeed with another. And this come by experience, come by practice, come by taking meticulous, deep history from your patient. This is our center. This is the biggest center in Prince Sultan in Family Medicine Administration of Prince Sultan. And by the way, Family Medicine Administration, not department, is the biggest department in Riyadh Military Hospital. More than 1,000 employees, more than 200 physicians, more than 56, I think 70 consultant and trainer. Our residency program, more than 100 residents yearly. Very big institute, department, serving academy, and this is the biggest center which we adopt to start our lifestyle clinic inside this center. We are serving daily more than 1,500 patients daily. Urgent care, booked care, specialized care, chronic disease care. So we discovered that we are lacking, this back in 2020, when we were preparing for the 3rd reaccreditation of JCI, we discovered that we are really very deficient in applying 2 KPI indicators. This is agenda of the bosses. You remember what's in it for me? For the bosses, we are very deficient in screening for body mass index and screening for tobacco smoking. How can we solve this? Before we had a clinic called smoking cessation clinic and military fitness clinic. They have been stopped because nobody is interested. And a lot of people making burden for this clinic. So they stopped, closed. Even nicotine replacement was about to be not available for the. But once we know from the high bosses that they want to solve it, we got the chance. I was just freshly finished my course in lifestyle course with Dr. Saleh Harashi, and we offered a complete proposal for our high admin. Why not to establish a comprehensive lifestyle clinic, not only smoking cessation clinic, not only fitness clinic, getting benefit from our past experience. And we elaborated for them that there is a movement now in Saudi Arabia. Why not to be part of this? Highly prestigious, scientifically, evidence-based, looks very promising. They may be making like a fellowship program. So why not to be part of this? And this again helped to take the decision. And for sure, we elaborated multiple data, especially from Wiqaya, about how much burden we are spending, and we are suffering in Saudi Arabia from the chronic disease which are related to lifestyle medicine. This is the flow chart which we highlighted in our policy and in our proposal for the high admin, how the patient will come here in the general clinic, normal general clinic, and then it has to be screened for two things: the BMI, every patient, and the smoking. Just asking, are you a smoker or no? Then if he will go to the general clinic, the doctor will ask him, and then he will offer him the service. We have a new service called Lifestyle Medicine Clinic, which is interested in obesity, smoking, and underweight. If the patient agrees to be referred, he will be referred to Lifestyle Clinic. If he disagrees, this is his choice. But at least we screen them based upon this new experience, and then we offer for them the service. This is back in November 2020. So I'm explaining experience of more than 1 year. This was our scope of service, helping overweight and obese patients to control and reduce their obesity and obesity-related complication, helping the smoker to quit, managing underweight population, and is helping spread the message about importance and details of health services as much as we can. This is our inclusion criteria. Adult, this is when we started. Adult only above 18 years of old, BMI above 30. We were not accepting overweight or underweight. Smoker, accepting to visit the clinic. And we are not accepting diabetic. Why? Because we have a specialized clinic called CIC, Chronic Illness Clinic, will serve the diabetic patient. We are not accepting for sure pregnancy and above 65 years of old. This is another service. We have a clinic called Fertility Clinic for our patient above 65. This is the policy, complete details. I'm trying to get quotes of this policy. I'm running off the time. This is when we start 17 November 2020 by only one doctor, solo effort, interested from his initiative with support decision of the high admin. There was nobody know about this word, Lifestyle Medicine Clinic, عيادة نمط الحياة. I swear to you, many people, نمط الحياة, they don't know even to spell this by Arabic, by English. Some of my colleagues, consultant state Lifestyle Modification Clinic. I'm telling them, no, there is a new branch called Lifestyle I am diplomat in life, and so on and so forth. Now we succeeded every patient. I will tell you now how much is the queue waiting for our clinic. People now are coming and asking, they know the place of عيادة نمط الحياة. So I'm always telling them we started by one doctor, one patient. Over the past 2 weeks, first 2 weeks, only one patient. I was just sitting inside the clinic, preparing my paper, making presentation for my colleague. And then after this, the spark happened, the exponential growth of the visitors for my clinic. We started one day only, Tuesday, as you can see here, the الإعلان. And I was asking for initial visit for my patient that I want 30 minutes spent with my patient to take meticulous history, applying the 5 age steps, motivational interview as much as I can. But for the follow-up patient, I may accept 15 to 20 minutes. I had the luxury in the beginning to apply this, and I spent with my patient 1 hour. But after this, now I'm spending with all the patients 15, 20 maximum. Few of our forms, as you can see here, Fagerstrom score for smoking, follow-up for smoking. This is the lifestyle prescription when we start paper-based. So we are tackling element of nutrition by our dietitian, because I'm referring to dietitian. They were suffering with me first. I tried to involve them. Again, what's in it for me? They are heavily يعني burdened by the referral from general clinic, from CIC clinic, and now a new clinic come to them, referring to them. So I brought them and we start together, think about it, how they can get in benefit out of this clinic. So health educator was with me and dietitian was with me. This is our smoking cessation history, typical, and many other forms. Actually, few of our posters, we are the one who designed these, either adopting from international organization like this, we translated in Arabic for American Heart Association, or others that we invent for our patient, hanging everywhere. Actually, I didn't cost any extra real to my administration. All this I take it from CIC clinic, I take it from health education department, and I try to discuss with my patient as much as it. One of our slogan, لا للتدخين نعم للنشاط والوزن المعتدل. We are not targeting obesity per se, we are targeting health. We are trying as much as we can to convince our patient the main goal is health. So adopting, again, obesity is a chronic inflammatory disease. Diabetes is a chronic inflammatory disease. I do believe smoking addiction or other also a chronic disease. So we are adopting a chronic disease model as much as we can, patient-centered, sharing discussion together, going deep with the history of the patient, system support as much as it can, family support, community resources. And then, as you can see here, my algorithm, this is, by the way, hand scratching from me. Registration office role, nursing role, and then inside the consultation room, what I am doing, complete everything, either vital signs or cardiovascular risk or history. And then I come up with 3 decisions. Either referral, many patients I discovered and I referred and they were missed. You know, military hospital, I tell you, 1500 مريض في اليوم. انتم متخيلين في urgent care we are seeing the patient just like this, 5-6 minutes. So many cases are missed. And when they come to us, there is a chance to discover obstructive sleep apnea, to think about Cushing, to look for secondary hypertension, because like those cases, I cannot recall all, have been missed and just. So either referral to GC or CIC or hospital for psychiatry, for whatever, or they are in pre-contemplation or contemplation or action phase. So I'm using with them whatever appropriate for them, motivational interview, cognitive behavioral therapy, or pharmacological therapy, as I will explain now. This is our 5A detailed history taking items, our clinical parameters, I think have been explained by Dr. Hashma by excellent way. One of our forms when we collect our data for our statistics, the waist circumference, the BMI, the new or follow-up, obese smoker, underweight, wrong referral. We have a lot of wrong referral, not attending. We were having a lot of not attending because still the community awareness about lifestyle, not like about diabetes or hypertension. We have to confess this. When I decided to recruit and I convinced my high admin that I need more people with me, because as you see the number increased and I recruited another one. So 1, 2, 5, and then now we are team of 8. Which people I'm recruiting? I'm not recruiting everyone. I'm recruiting those who are really interested, attending few courses. They are in their self model for evidence-based, so keeping his or her weight, not smoking, explaining for them the difficulty of the specialty, interested, and they published many articles before related to lifestyle medicine. So really, I am lucky with my team, alhamdulillah. Workload, this audit have been done after 1 year. November 2021, we served more than 800 patients. 90% of them are obese. About 9% are smoker, and about 1% are underweight. Number of liraglutide prescription is 193. We are prescribing inside, so we are not prescribing for all. Lifestyle is the main for everything, even if we will prescribe liraglutide. And we, for sure, Dr. Muhammad, we are asking about family history. If there is family history of men or thyroid cancer, we are not prescribing. Many people are insisting, we are telling them the risk. Because as mentioned by Dr. Hashma, it's only animal studies. How much the displacement of nicotine replacement therapy? This, as I told you, done in November. See how much upscales in our number, and then we are accepting walk-in, and we are accepting overbooking. I think we succeed. This is very famous. I think we succeeded to make a shift on this queue. By 1 year, can you see now here, body mass index before our project was screening, was 24. So only 1/4 of our patient, our visitor, were screened for obesity, BMI only. No, forget about waist. Waist will not be screened at all in general clinic or urgent clinic. But only BMI were 1/4. After the clinic, now we are, you can see here, about 94 from 24. Smoking screening, just asking, are you current smoker? No, ex-smoker. No. It was 36. By this project, now it is 96. Nearly all patients are being asked now, are you current smoking, ex-smoker? How many and smoking index inside my clinic? But this is a great success which convinced our admins that there is an effort here. And we are really investing without costing anything. A lot of potentials from this project, actually, research potentials, training potential. Now we are accepting residents to come inside our clinic and sit in with us inside the clinic from family residency program inside Wazarat, or from even community and preventive residency programs. They approached us. Researches, I will tell you what is our thinking for the coming future. A lot of research potentials we can come across. I told you many missed cases I discovered because of this clinic, the unique nature of this clinic, and the time that I have of urgent care of military hospital. We didn't forget our social commitment. We shared a lot in health education campaign, either virtual during time of COVID or inside the outside, military hospital, Prince Sultan military. We have very wide garden area, and sometimes we put booths and everything, and we share multiple events with them from our team. Articles in Arabic, all of our team are sharing. We wrote 2 articles now, and inshallah we will continue on this. Explain to them what is this new clinic, what is this new service, how it can help either in obesity or in smoking. This is from February. So you can see the number even increasing, and we have 2 days now. So we started 1 day, we have 2 days. We started 2 shifts, we have 6 shifts. We started 1 doctor, we have 8 doctors now. We have special nurse, case manager aligned for our clinic, as you can see, and we succeeded to drop the number of DNA. So before it was, when I started, those patients who are not showing up was about 60%. Now it's about 30% after 1 year and 3 months. So as I told you, 1 doctor, 2, 5, 8, highly selected. 5 of us are certified in tobacco cessation. 2 of us are certified in lifestyle medicine, but we are holding monthly CBD activities, virtual, telling them about the update And not to tell you that they are with me now, I think many of them on virtual online stream, discussing, asking monthly. We are many about clinical processes, smoking, GLP-1, motivational interview, and many issues related to lifestyle. As I told you, we have full appointment. We don't have space. We accepting walk-in sometimes, overbooking sometimes, certain conditions. See these papers, all this from our referral for our clinic. We were accepting from GC, but we are now accepting from outside Wazarat, from urgent care, from outside family medicine even. So internal medicine refer to me, endocrine refer to me now. It was one day, as I told you, now more. We were the reason why we keep Saxenda in our liraglutide, I mean, in our military hospital, because you know military hospital, we are very meticulous in approving the medicine. So when they approve semaglutide, they were about to delete liraglutide. So we told them, please, because of this clinic, you have semaglutide anti-diabetes dose, not anti-obesity dose, because you know anti-obesity is different from anti-obesity. I may explain this later if you are interested. So keep liraglutide, Saxenda version for us for obesity. So because of this clinic, we kept it. Because of this clinic, we're recurring back nicotine replacement therapy and other. We are now accepting overweight, not only obese who are interested. We are now accepting from age of 14 because we can prescribe liraglutide after age of 12, as Dr. Hashma mentioned. I have a lot of successful stories, but I cannot write as has been mentioned by Dr. Nisreen in the morning. Hopefully, we have the time and the luxury in the coming few months, as with our new head, we will have time, inshallah, to write and record all those, inshallah. Our story has been extrapolated. So beyond even Riyadh, they approached me from military Medina and from military Tabuk. And they visited us and they are thinking, why not? Why only Riyadh Military Hospital? This is our medical director, General Saud Shlash, was visiting us in one of our health education campaign. This is our head in Wazarat Center and his deputy, Dr. Azam, and this is my visitor from Tabuk Military Hospital. This is our new head now, Dr. Muhammad Al-Aisa. Dr. Muhammad Al-Aisa is the head of CIC unit. And then now to empower the lifestyle more, it is now a complete unit with complete team under umbrella of Dr. Al-Aisa now, 2 major units. Can you imagine? Established before more than 12 years. So Dr. Al-Aisa is responsible for CIC and for lifestyle, and he is giving us all his support to make lifestyle typical like CIC. So we are not dealing with diabetic. We are dealing with pre-diabetic. We are dealing with hypertensive, pre-hypertensive, metabolic syndrome. So we are dealing with risk. Can you imagine how much we did in the community? Now they are coming to us, no diabetes, asking for a namat al-hayah. I'm looking for to help me in getting rid of smoking and so on. Now Dr. Al-Aisa is thinking to open in other centers, not only Wazarat. So other 3 main centers we will open, inshallah, and recruit more staff. Multiple research, I told you, we are thinking to have a discount in few gyms for our customer and through diet, places who are offering the diet for the people. We're trying, inshallah, to have a body analyzer, evidence-based as much as we can. Maybe Dr. Hashma can help me in this. Fellowship program, we applied. You know, only one fellowship program approved in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, Haras. So hopefully, by your prayer, we will be the 2nd approved center. We are thinking to offer a periodic health examination within our service by recruiting new staff. Why not to offer the by certain ages, by certain risk factors, we can screen for blood sugar, lipid profile, and so on. We are thinking to offer a virtual service, especially for those follow-up, how much you are succeeding with your goal, and so on and so forth. And then major dream to have a staff health lifestyle clinic inside the main hospital, including stress management, including sports, recreation area. Hopefully we can succeed in this, inshallah, but we are pushing on this. This is our current work now. We are working with our locally adapted guideline by the approved methodology all over the world, how to adapt an evidence-based clinical practice guideline. So are working in this, inshallah, and hopefully, inshallah, to be published by end of this year, and a systematic review for use of motivational interview in obesity management. This is our new Cerner, electronic medical record. I discovered treasure inside this service. Actually, we have a sleep questionnaire. Previously we were using our effort just and the two summary paper for American College of Physicians, two summary paper for questionnaire. But now inside Cerner, I can just, before the patient visiting me, I will know he will visit me or no, or not show, so decrease the number of not show, and then I complete this form: sleep, weight, diet, and stress, before he or she come to our clinic. So I think this will open a gate for multiple researches for us. I think this is, hopefully, we are looking for, this is الحكمة, this is wisdom. This is what I know and what I believe about الحكمة. هي عبارة عن علم وخبرة وباشن for what we are doing, ويعني really taking the initiative to help and support people, your people, as much as you can. فنتمنى نكون احنا we get rid of a lot of obstacles. Still, we are suffering, but we'll continue. I swear to you, we are continuing by the new unit. Now I have clinical psychologist with me, clinical pharmacist within my team. Can you imagine how I started and now what is the picture now? So I think over the coming year, maybe you invite us again to Hail. I will elaborate for you more and more about this story. This is from my best colleague, Dr. Bakri Kalu from Mecca. He is always saying good, better, best. Good, better, best. Never let them rest. Thank you. Tell your good is better and your better is best. So it is in Arabic. What do you think it is in Arabic? Huh? Anybody know it is in Arabic? Why? حسن أحسن الأحسن. لا تدعها تركا حتى يصبح الحسن أحسن. نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى على what we did now. وأشكر حضراتكم sorry if I deleted by just to finish with my team, which I really like and love. Every one of them, marvelous effort, more than can you imagine many of the forms which I elaborated from my team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayman, for this valuable information. I think it needs long time for discussion and for questions, but unfortunately we can, yeah, there is no opportunity for the questions. There is questions, but excuse me, we will take few questions, not to disturb the outdoor activity of the program.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman. And it's last talk, but it's really interesting. So you keep us awake. It's actually I'm so interesting to hear about your inshallah success stories next time, because it's a huge number. So if you have success stories in this number, this will gonna be really changing a lot of approach and practice. From my small experience, I think a lot of barriers, as you mentioned, it's going to be there. One of them, other physicians for referral. So what we're facing, the other sectors or other departments in the hospital, they're not really aware about lifestyle medicine. So when you are talking about referral and what type of patients you are seeing, still you are talking and no one referred to you patients. So what we are doing, for me, I'm catching the patient from my practice. As a family medicine clinic, I'm catching them and I'm refer them to the lifestyle clinic, because as you said, we have to have longer time, we have to have specific setting, specific questionnaire. So you need to see them in the lifestyle setting. So this is one of the barriers. Also duration. If you can really make it a different unit, this will gonna be a great success. This is for the clinic, and just for inviting everyone. At fourth day, I have a lecture about epigenetics and reversing disease. So I will gonna discuss a lot of studies that talking about reversing chronic disease on level of epigenetics, not only as a symptom. Sorry. Thank you so much.
شكرا دكتور نسرين. So we are not victim of our genes. Believe in this. We are not victims of our hereditary. Diabetes comes by, maybe you are liable for diabetes, for obesity, but it comes by your lifestyle.
So very interesting and like an eye opener. I'm just wondering, like if we communicated with the lifestyle medicine American, like board or whatever, do they have unified forms for, just to spread it all over? Because everyone will start doing his own initiative. Maybe you can ask them if they have their own forms that we can translate into Arabic and use.
This is a good suggestion, Doctor, to translate it in Arabic, but I am a member in American College of Lifestyle Medicine since 2019, and I got their short form, two-page questionnaire. This is which I was using before, but with Cerner now, I'm not using it now. I'm using Cerner, which is available for us, and will be easily for me to catch up all the statistics. But inshallah, they have a conference in coming October, I think, October, and I raised an abstract about our effort to highlight, maybe, hopefully they approve. I have now, I don't know this in English, hopefully they approve abstract to elaborate this effort in the coming conference, inshallah.
It's a wonderful talk. I really enjoyed it. Just a comment on the forms. There are a few, but the lifestyle medicine movement is still young enough. There's more to come, and certainly we need people from Saudi Arabia, everybody contributing. So your clinic is something that's contributing. I'm curious, what is the economics behind your clinic? How is it supported economically? You have things you have to do to justify its existence.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we are not suffering this problem. We are military hospital. So liraglutide from our hospital, nicotine replacement from our hospital, and or the internal referral within our premises. Military hospital, very big. You can go and look for Prince Sultan Military Medical City, very big institution, complete academy for training and for services, primary, secondary, tertiary. So are referring everywhere. We can request whatever the lab we see it is important for our patient, and we are offering those kind of pharmaceutical, as I told you, free of service. But we are highly selecting our patients. So not everybody, because it's not secret. People, once they heard about that we are offering Saxenda, they are coming to pressurize me to prescribe. No, as you can see from our number, maybe 20% to 25% of my patient obese, I can prescribe, because we put at least 35. At least spend in our clinic 3-4 months, proof commitment for lifestyle practice, and then we may think about success.
Our last question, Dr. Ayman.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman. Actually, since my training, maybe 6 or 7 years back in preventive medicine, community medicine, the military hospital was one of the role models, especially with the confined, well-defined population and well-developed preventive medicine. It was very nice rotation I got there. My question to you, Dr. Ayman, is maybe Dr. Nasreen can have a comment also on that. Where do you see the lifestyle medicine? Is it a part of daily family medicine practice, or to be dedicated, and why? Because us as community physicians or preventive physicians, we see it in the context of public health programs. So we are managing our public health programs, and we have that clinic. And maybe I have just kind of give a comment to Dr. Wayne regarding economics. Maybe we can have a side talk, because during transformation, the economics of prevention is being highly focused, and we are working that hardly, especially as a part of our work in the well-being of employees and the community. So it will be budgeted in the future in the model of care. So through the health coach clinics and etc. The model is being improved, especially with the Center of National Health Insurance. But we'll see the best, inshallah, in the upcoming years. So, Dr. Ayman.
شكرا دكتور الله يعطيك العافية. This is a day-to-day question. Is lifestyle related to family physician or preventive and community medicine? I do answer it's for all. It's for even not physician. But actually, we are suffering to approve the fellowship for family physician. It is started by preventive. I do agree, and maybe why agree with me. The initiative started from American College of Lifestyle Medicine and the American College of Preventive Medicine. So preventive has a major part. We have to go to the community to meet and sit with them, starting primary prevention. But I think allow for us family physicians have a role also. So I think it is mutual. There is a clinic effort. You have to sit with people, take detailed history inside the clinic, as Dr. Nisreen mentioned, lifestyle medicine clinic setting, take meticulous history, apply 5 A's, and then choose. You may need to give few medicine. Why not? It's not only about just walk and avoid this. Maybe you need medicine. Maybe sometimes you need surgery. All this service has to be integrated together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayman. And the bus is waiting outside for completing outdoor service, our outdoor program today. And we hope you enjoy a nice time, inshallah. Thank you.